July, year 1514 of the Hyuan calendar. An event erupted that shook the entire sea. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Beast pirates, and several great pirates from the old era had all returned. They appeared in the new world as if searching for something. No one knew their true objective. Wherever they passed, villages were reduced to ashes. Pirates burned, killed, and looted without restraint, leaving behind only corpses and ruins. Inside the Navy's conference room, Sengoku's expression was grim. "We must dispatch an elite team to investigate their purpose," he said heavily. "Who's willing to go?" Logically, the Navy did not interfere with the New World. But this time, the scale was far too large. The room was quiet. Only a dozen people were present, all admirals and vice-admirals. Yar yar. Kizaru crossed his legs, hands in his pockets, slouching lazily in his chair. "Sounds troublesome. Better leave such opportunities to the younger generation." Sengoku clenched his teeth, barely holding back the urge to smash Kizaru's face. This wasn't one Yonko. It was three, and even old monsters like Silver Axe had resurfaced. The vice-admirals hesitated. The New World was pirate territory. If discovered, escape would be nearly impossible. Sengoku sighed deeply and turned his gaze to one man. Lin Chi, with Akainu and Akiji absent. Only he could shoulder this responsibility. Lin Chi met Sengoku's eyes and casually rubbed his fingers together. "Meaning, what's the reward?" Sengoku pointed his baton toward the window curtains and raised a fist. "Meaning, 10 long-legged beauties in black stockings." Lin Chi shook his head. "Not enough." Sengoku's face darkened. He winked again. "Fine. 10 more wives." Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction and stood up. "This subordinate is willing to go for the marshal," he said calmly. "No need to trouble anyone else." "Ha ha. Excellent." Sengoku laughed heartily. "General Lin Chi truly is a pillar of the Navy. You should all learn from him," Sengoku continued, fearless in the face of danger. "It's only right," Lin Chi replied solemnly. "All for the world government." As expected of General Lin Chi, the vice-admirals looked at him with admiration. The New World was unfamiliar territory. Fortunately, the pirate groups had been circling the same area for days, clearly searching for something. After 3 days of travel guided by a log pose, Lin Chi arrived at the target location. He hovered high above the sea, scanning the endless blue below. "The coordinates are correct," he muttered. "So where are the pirates?" Just then, a ship with a red nose flag sailed into view. "Work harder, brats," a loud voice roared from the bow. "That treasure belongs to me, Captain Bucky." "Yes, Boss Bucky," the crew shouted as they rowed. Satisfied, Bucky sat cross-legged on the deck and pulled out a treasure map, studying it obsessively. "Damn it. Captain John, where did you hide it?" His face twisted in frustration. Captain John had been a legendary pirate of the old era, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, once standing alongside Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. When the Rocks Pirates fell, it was John who escaped with most of their treasure. After his death, the map was leaked. It was said that whoever obtained Captain John's treasure could recreate the Rocks Pirates. Recently, countless maps had surfaced, drawing monsters from every corner of the sea. Even remnants of the Rocks Pirates had emerged. "Boss Bucky," Machi said innocently, looking up. "Did something just fall from the sky?" "Huh." Bucky frowned and looked up. A black shadow was plummeting toward them. "Idiot! Run!" Bucky screamed, rolling away like a frightened donkey. Boom! A figure slammed into the deck, shaking the entire ship. Pirates nearly tumbled into the sea. Bucky staggered to his feet, shouting, "Who dares attack the great Captain Bucky?" "Boss, let me handle him." Machi volunteered. "Go, Richie. Bite him to death." The lion Richie froze, then whimpered and curled up in fear. "What are you doing?" Kabeji shouted, kicking the lion. The beast sensed the terrifying aura and panicked, slapping its master away in terror. "Richie, you traitor!" Kabeji flew through the air, landing in a heap. "Ha ha! Let me do it!" The swordsman Kabaji charged forward on his unicycle. "Itoriu Vaudeville Theater." The blade flashed like lightning toward the stranger's head. The man calmly raised 2 fingers, caught the blade and snapped it in half. What? Kabaji was sent flying. The deck fell silent. Boss Bucky, please take revenge for us. The crew fell to their knees. Bucky straightened up, forcing confidence into his voice. Boy, do you know who you're dealing with? I'm a legendary Captain Bucky, Uncle Bucky of the Thousand Blades. As he spoke, two daggers silently separated from his body, drifting behind the man for a sneak attack. Bucky the Clown? The man said thoughtfully. I've heard that name from the red-haired one. He turned around. Bucky froze. General Lin Chi? In pure terror, Bucky's limbs and facial features split apart and scattered across the deck. The daggers clattered uselessly to the ground. Lin Chi smiled faintly and stepped on Bucky's palm. You let your men attack me just now, he said softly. Ow, it hurts, Bucky cried. I am sorry. We didn't know it was you. Please forgive us. The Bucky pirates bowed repeatedly, far more sincere than their captain. They didn't feel fear anymore, only awe. I'm sorry, boss. We had no choice back then, but now we really want to turn over a new leaf. Boss, please show mercy. You idiots, Bucky yelled, face twisted. If I don't kill you, read my name upside down. Before Lynch even moved, Bucky's own men rushed forward, bundled him up like a sack, and dumped him on the deck. Lynch calmly stepped on his chest. He was genuinely curious about Bucky. After all, not many people had a name that still sounded impressive when read backwards. Talk, Lynch said lightly. What's the situation? Oh, Lynch raised an eyebrow. So you're all here for Captain John's treasure? He took the treasure map from Bucky and circled a large area on it, marking the supposed location. Below the map were several riddles. When light and darkness intertwine, the bell of dawn shall ring. Under the moon goddess's blessing, ancient dust shall rise from the deep sea. Travelers who seek the treasure, only one chance is granted each month. The first line was simple. The moment light and darkness met meant dawn, roughly between 4 and 6 in the morning. The rest were less obvious. After a moment, inspiration struck. The second line likely referred to bells ringing at dawn in that location. Combined with the last line, it probably meant this. Once a month, during the full moon, the island hiding the treasure would rise from the sea. The more Lynch thought about it, the more plausible it sounded. Find out where bells can be heard around here at dawn. He ordered several of Bucky's men. Yes, Boss Lynch. How long until the next full moon? Lynch asked. 6 days, boss. Good. You have 6 days. Fail, and you're all going to the undersea prison. 5 days passed in a blink. Early on the 6th morning, the location was finally confirmed. It was a small island rich in copper ore. When the sea breeze blew through its unusual terrain at dawn, it produced a clear, bell-like sound. Lynch was not the only clever one. As night fell, pirate ships began appearing one after another. They had chosen darkness to avoid being tracked. Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Beast pirates, Beehive Island pirates. Bucky's legs shook as he stared at the fleet of sea overlords. If he had known so many monsters would show up, he would never have come. Now he truly felt like a clown. General Lynch, please let me go. Bucky begged on the verge of tears. I don't want a treasure anymore. This is way above my pay grade. Before he could finish, he took a sharp smack on the head. Shut up. Bucky immediately behaved. His men watched him with sympathy. The pirate ships stopped at a distance, an unspoken agreement holding them back. No one made the first move. Conflict was just a means to seize profit. And right now, no one was certain the treasure even existed. But if it did appear, these people would fight until the sea ran red. The moon slowly drifted westward. Tonight's full moon was exceptionally bright. At exactly 4 in the morning, a thin mist crept across the sea, wrapping everything in eerie silence. At 4:30, the sea suddenly boiled. Massive columns of water shot upward, each dozens of meters thick, surging into the sky. One blast narrowly missed Bucky's ship, turning his face deathly pale. A direct hit would have torn the ship apart. Boom! A deep roar echoed from beneath the sea. The surface bulged upward, higher and higher, as if something enormous were climbing out of the depths. The surrounding ships were pushed back by violent currents. "Hold on. Don't fall in." Pirates scrambled across the deck, grabbing ropes and railings. Only Lynch remained unmoved, still stepping on Bucky like a statue. As the current subsided, the sea floor surged upward. Under the full moon's tide, a dust-covered island broke through the surface. "It's real." An island really rose from the sea. Incredible. Such a thing actually exists. The moment the island stabilized, the pirates understood. Now or never. Charge. That's Captain John's treasure. Move, brothers. Ships docked in chaos. Countless pirates rushed ashore, afraid of being a moment too late. Before leaving, Lynch glanced down at Bucky. That single look made Bucky's hair stand on end. "Take care of yourself." Then Lynch leapt onto the island, ignoring the soaked ground, and advanced with the crowd toward its center. Among the mass of pirates, he spotted familiar figures. Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, the man in golden armor, Wang Ji from the Rock's crew, and the heavily armored man wielding an axe. Silver Axe. Some faces were unfamiliar, but one thing was clear. This was essentially a reunion of the Rock's pirates. 3 of them had gone on to become the 4 emperors. The terror of the Rock's pirates in their prime was obvious. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Ji laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "Whitebeard, Lin Kaido. Long time no see." His broad, open demeanor immediately caught Lynch's attention. This was the bearing of a true, great pirate. "Wang Ji," Whitebeard said with a sigh. "It's been a long time." Memories of their youth surfaced. Those years have been wild and unforgettable. Mama, Wang Ji," Big Mom called out. "Why don't you come join me?" "Worororo, don't forget my tea party next time," Kaido added. Back on the Rock's ship, Wang Ji had been one of the few genuinely heroic figures among a nest of monsters. He had looked after many of the younger ones. Even now, Kaido and Big Mom still held some affection for him. There were very few people on the sea who could greet those two so casually. "Who would have thought," Wang Ji said with a sigh, "that the Rock's pirates would reunite after all these years because of that fool John?" Compared to Wang Ji, Silver Axe was the complete opposite. "Silver Axe," Wang Ji called out. "You're not even going to say hello?" "Silver Axe, come over here and talk."
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Kaido and Big Mom surrounded Silver Axe with unkind expressions. On Rock's ship back then, Silver Axe was known as a bully and loved to bully newcomers. When Kaido was an intern, he would have been bullied by Silver Axe if his aunt hadn't helped him. Kaido has all these past grudges in his heart. After finally seeing the old thief Silver Axe again, what if he doesn't come back with revenge? Lingling, Kaido, if you two are not afraid of John's treasure being robbed, then come on. Silver Axe carried a big axe and hurried on his way. Silver Axe, you are right. Let me put your head on your neck temporarily until I can get it. Big Mom and Kaido also know in their hearts that they can settle accounts with Silver Axe at any time. The most important thing now is to compete for Captain John's treasure. "Holy crap! Why is there a navy here?" the pirate exclaimed. Although Lynch was well hidden, the navy clothes gave him away. There are tens of thousands of pirates on the island, but his navy is the only one who is somewhat conspicuous. Lynch cast an appreciative look at the pirate who discovered him. "Congratulations, I will reward you with a clean life." Now that he was discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Under the horrified gazes of the pirates, Lin Chi pulled out Long Yuan from behind. One sword style, Tian Shuji. The moon-shaped sword light spread out in all directions, and hundreds of pirates were beheaded before they could react. Points plus 45. Point plus 5. Points plus 17. The points suddenly increased, and the surrounding pirates were all killed and injured, making it a dead zone. It's Admiral Candlelight Lynch. Is it the pirate nemesis? Why is he here? In a large army, someone recognized Lin Chi and felt his heart beating a little too hard. Who doesn't know that once this overlord's lust comes out, the whole audience doesn't know how many pirates are left standing? The tens of thousands of pirates were so flustered that they felt like they were surrounded by one person. Don't be afraid. We have a lot of great pirates here, and they're here to die. Someone howled, giving a lot of encouragement to the other pirates. Yeah, let alone a general. It's useless if all four of them come. Gulalalala, little Lin Shi. Leave now. Don't risk your life. This is Whitebeard's first real meeting with Lynch, and he has a good impression of him because of the incident on Fishman Island. Whitebeard, old guy, you better take care of yourself first. Kaido carried the mace and galloped through the woods, turning to look at Lynch. I'm going to let you go today. Don't block him. Follow my path. Well, Kaido, Lynch is my son-in-law. Don't even think about doing anything to him. Kaido suddenly turned his head and looked at Annie, as if to say, Auntie, you have changed. You're no longer the sweet little girl who spoke for me. Ahem. Lin Shi was still a little uncomfortable seeing her mother-in-law for the first time, but the thought of crushing her mother-in-law later made her a little more energetic. Wang Ji and Enax didn't speak. They just raised their heads and glanced at Lin Shi before going on their way. They wished that Kaido and the others would fight with Lynch, so that they could monopolize John's treasure. Compared with the legendary treasure, all grudges can be put aside temporarily. The island is not large, and everyone quickly arrived at the center of the island. Nature has such miraculous craftsmanship. Everyone stood in front of the big lake in the center of the island, looking at the scene in front of them in awe. The ground in the center of the lake split open to both sides like two gates. The lake water was separated by this force and never flowed back. Through the 100-meter-long gap at the bottom of the lake, everyone saw the natural cave inside. There were as many treasures as gold in the cave. The legendary treasure of Captain John is actually real. The pirates were all ecstatic. Captain John is also a genius. How did he discover this place? No matter what, brothers rush forward, grab the treasure, steal the gold, steal the devil fruit. After the scene on the lake stabilized, countless pirates jumped out of the gaps at the bottom of the lake. Ha, little ones, just follow me. Kaido laughed loudly and jumped down first with Jack. Auntie and Wang Ji followed closely behind. After making sure there were no traps inside, Whitebeard and Silver Axe jumped in. Man perishes for money. Birds perish for food. That's all the world has to offer. Lin Shi took Long Yuan and jumped down. There are so many treasures. No one can steal them from me. Mine, everything is mine. Haha. Bastard, there are so many treasures there. Why are you trying to rob them from me? Do you know that I cuckolded your wife? What? You bastard. From the bottom of the lake to the bottom of the cave, there is a distance of 100 meters. People with no skills really can't jump down. The area in the cave was huge. Lin Shi landed on the ground and looked at the more than 20 golden mountains nearly 100 meters high inside. It was also an eye-opener. If you look at it intuitively, there are probably hundreds of 20-story gold bricks placed in front of you. It was his first time to see so many treasures piled together. He had to look up and almost be blinded. I am afraid that the total income of the world government in 10 years may not be as large as this amount. Is this the horror of Captain John, who has inherited most of the legacy of the Rocks pirates? Lin Shi was shocked, let alone the other pirates. They never dared to imagine that one day they would encounter so many treasures, and they rushed to grab them like dogs seeing shit or wolves seeing meat. I'm getting rich. I'm getting rich. Once I'm done with this job, I'll go back to my hometown to retire. Damn it. If I had known there were so many treasures here, I would have brought a bag. There are devil fruits, too. There is so much treasure that no one can take it all without using guns. Some people even threw away their weapons in order to get more treasures. This situation became tense again until someone pulled out a devil fruit from the treasure pile. Superman type, but fruit. Lin Shi recognized the fruit and just glanced at it before focusing on other places. This fruit is too expensive. According to the Fruit Illustrated book, the only means of attack is to emit rainbow farts of various colors. Chicken ribs. Don't come here, look. I've already eaten the devil fruit. Facing the pair of wolf-like eyes, the pirate looked panicked, gritted his teeth, and drank the devil fruit in one gulp. Ugh, it tastes so bad. The pirates don't have a devil fruit illustrated book, so eating devil fruits is like opening a blind box, and they don't know what kind of abilities they will get. The pirate almost cried when he felt the power he had gained. This can only do anything if you fart in 7 colors. Not only is it useless, but it also turns it into a landlubber. When the other pirates saw this, they all observed 3 seconds of silence for him, secretly saying that they should not eat devil fruits randomly, and they should at least go back and check the information. The ordinary pirates were looting the treasures, but the big pirates like Silver Axe and Whitebeard did not move even slightly, standing in the middle of the field and looking around. For them, it is not worth going down to grab gold and silver in person. It is enough to leave such matters to their younger brothers. They have to keep an eye on all directions and grab something as soon as possible if something good appears. The 3 sea emperors gathered together in a tacit understanding, and no one made a move, fearing that others would take advantage of them. Such a scene was rare. The one who took the biggest advantage was definitely Lynch. He was the only Marine here, and he wouldn't be able to bear it if he was targeted. The peaceful scene came to a boil with the appearance of another devil fruit. The surface of that devil fruit has earth-like textures and looks unusually thick. Natural type earth fruit. Lin Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. There is such a good thing in the legacy of Rocks Pirates. Yes, Kaido's blue dragon fruit seems to be obtained from the Rocks Pirates. Not only Lynch, but several other great pirates also discovered this different devil fruit. I dug up the devil fruit. The pirate who dug up the devil fruit looked up to the sky and laughed. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, his head was smashed to pieces by a punch. The nearest drought Jack arrived. Lord Kaido, I grabbed the devil fruit. Jack held up the devil fruit to show off. Jack is still very young now, just 20 years old. He is even more youthful and frivolous than when he was the ship king. Jack, well done. Wait until I come to protect you. Kaido grinned widely and moved his long legs with great joy. Any pirate who stood in the way would be beaten to pieces by Kaido's stick. Oh, Jack was still young and was attacked from behind by Marco, who had been ambushing him for a long time. He kicked Jack away and the fruit fell into Marco's mouth. Silly elephant, watch your back. Marco used his blue flame to protect the devil fruit without forgetting to taunt him. The 3-4 emperors have been grudges for a long time and will not miss any opportunity to ridicule their opponents. Jack was kicked into the gold mountain by Marco, and a large amount of gold buried Jack inside. However, relying on the advantage of the ancient species, Jack stood up unscathed and took out a golden hammer from the golden mountain. Marco, how dare you sneak attack me? Jack transformed into a 6-meter-tall, half-animal form and rushed back with 2 ivory tusks worth 900 million. It all happened in the blink of an eye. 1 second was enough for them to complete several confrontations. Sticky Cake Impact. Katakuri took action at this critical moment. He closed his eyes tightly and captured Marco's next trajectory through his ability to predict the future. Then he turned his arm into sticky cake and threw it out. The dozens of meters of rice cake bounced off the ground several times and accurately snatched the earth fruit from Marco's hand. Oops! Marco's expression suddenly changed, and when he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Mom, devil fruit. Katakuri presented the earth fruit to Big Mom with both hands. Well done, Katakuri. You are indeed my favorite child. The ant took the soil fruit from Katakuri's hand, not forgetting to give Whitebeard and Kaido a proud look. It's like saying, look how brave my child is, how different from the 2 losers you have. The look of the ant gave Whitebeard and Kaido a bit of a toothache. If Lingling had looked like this when she was young, I would have felt pity for her and would have fascinated thousands of beautiful men. But now, Lingling is making this girlish expression, which is a bit disgusting. Whitebeard couldn't bear to look away. Kaido's temper disappeared immediately, and he stretched out his hand to the ant. Lingling, give me the devil fruit quickly. I don't want to fight you. Well, take your dirty hand away. And he slapped Kaido's palm away unceremoniously. It would be a dream if she wanted to give away the devil fruit she just got. In that case, don't blame me for being rude Laming Bagua. Kaido's temper changed so quickly that everyone was stunned. One moment he was talking pleasantly, and the next moment he had pulled out the thick and long mace. "Are I afraid of you? Napoleon." "Here comes Mom." The hat on top of her head spoke human words and turned into a big knife that appeared in the ant's hand. Big Mom held the Emperor's sword and collided with Kaido's mace in midair, causing countless sparks to burst out. Katakuri's face was distorted by this pressure, and he took 2 steps back to distance himself from the two of them. One red and one black halo emitted, and there seemed to be an invisible force field that emerged from the collision between the two, and the air became distorted under this stance. "Jie Lingling, you are still so stupid. Take my axe." Silver Axe suddenly appeared behind Big Mom. Taking advantage of the stalemate between Big Mom and Kaido, he took the opportunity to sneak attack and hit Big Mom firmly on the back with a heavy axe. Auntie was staggered by the chop, and the earth fruit in her arms fell to the ground and was snatched away by the Silver Axe. "Lingling, are you okay?" Kaido hurriedly stopped. In his heart, Lingling can only be beaten by himself, not by others. "Of course I'm fine." The ant just shook her head and stood up straight without any injuries on her body. "The steel balloon is so terrifying." Seeing this scene, Lin Chi frowned. The person with the most talent and physical skills in the world is none other than Big Mom. She was a ruthless person who slaughtered half of the giant village when she was only 5 years old. As for the giant's strength, as long as he reaches adulthood, he will be a lieutenant general. Being able to chase and kill a lieutenant general level giant at the age of 5 is Annie's terrifying talent. The talent name, Steel Balloon, can give people endless physical defense and strength. The strike from the Silver Axe just now was probably as powerful as an elite lieutenant general, but it failed to break through the defense. The horror was evident. Lin Chi suddenly became curious. Andy's defense was so strong. How did his first husband break through that membrane's defense? Fortunately, Annie later turned into a soul mage and ate a soul fruit. Otherwise, if Andy's talent is to eat a phantom bee seed and continue on the road of physical skills, no one will be able to play with it. The ant who has a strong balloon and a fantasy beast can probably dismantle the Navy headquarters by herself. Lingling, this woman's talent is still as strong as ever. Silver Axe also noticed Annie's defense and was secretly frightened. "You Silver Axe, how dare you sneak up on me?" The ant's face was terrifying, as if she were a man-eating evil spirit. She was extremely scary. "Silver Axe, you are still so despicable." Before Big Mom could make any move, Whitebeard took action first. I saw him accumulating strength and punching the air. The air burst like a mirror, making a crack sound that spread rapidly in the distance. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the air, Silver Axe's heart rang with alarm bells. Although he was on guard, the Silver Axe was still knocked out by the impact, and the armor on his head was dented a lot, which looked a bit scary. Silver Axe took off his helmet and threw it aside. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His face turned out to be that of a kind-hearted old man. "Whitebeard, you have become more proficient in using the shock fruit." Silver Axe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was no surprise. Whitebeard was stronger than him on the ship back then, and he was also younger than him. It was not surprising that he could hurt himself. When they were on Rock's ship, Whitebeard was older than Big Mom and Kaido, a full 6 years older, and he was also the strongest. Annie's strength is not as strong as them, but she is not weak either. Only Kaido is the youngest. He was still an intern when he joined. If he hadn't been protected by his aunt, he would have been bullied a lot. On the ship that year, Rox was first in strength, Whitebeard was second, Golden Lion was third, John was fourth, Wang Ji was fifth, Silver Axe was sixth, and Big Mom was seventh. This was the strength of the Rox pirates, who were famous in the sea at that time. Unfortunately, Rox and John are dead. Wang Ji and Enax are also getting older, and their strength has begun to decline. Coupled with Big Mom and Kaido pushing forward, Enax is no longer their opponent. Even though Silver Axe looks the most kind-hearted, he is actually the most sinister person in the Rox Pirates. during the famous Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Who would have thought that John, who seemed to be the most loyal, would secretly escape with the Rock's pirates' treasure? Big Mom and Kaido were more direct and did not participate in the Valley of Gods battle at all. The white-bearded Golden Lion had already become good friends with Roger at that time, and he was completely in a state of not working hard. Poor Captain Rocks, he was defeated by internal strife, and all his younger brothers ran away. He was left alone to face the one-on-one challenge between Garp and Roger. Wang Ji and Ian Axe should have been the only two people who used all their strength in the Valley of Gods battle at that time. If it weren't for the group of Tianlong people who resisted the Valley of Gods, Rock's death would have been even worse. After such a commotion, Wang Ji was the only honest person in the Rock's pirates. Poor Rocks, he died inexplicably. Even such a luxurious lineup can lose. It is equivalent to a hand of Huang Jia Tianhu, which has never beaten the opponent's 2, 2, and 3 aces. Silver Axe, you're getting old too. You want to keep the devil fruit because of the old friendship, so you can go. Whitebeard sighed. Well, I never said I would let him go. Auntie jumped over Whitebeard and struck the Silver Axe head-on with the Emperor's sword. Even without the use of devil fruit powers, Big Mom's strength is not something that just anyone can take on. Lingling, although I am old, I am not so old that I can't move. Silver Axe held the axe in both hands, and the dark arm color was all over it. This time he did not escape, but steadily caught the attack of Annie. The ground suddenly sank, forming a 5-meter square crater under your feet. A rotten ship still has 3 pounds of nails, not to mention a dignified silver axe. La Lingling, I'm here to help you. Kaido walked in a silly running posture and hit Big Mom and Silver Axe together with a thunderous bagua. Get out, the ant yelled angrily. Seeing that the battle here could not end in a short time, Lin Shi withdrew his eyes. Since you are all going to grab the tutu fruit, I won't be polite to the other treasures. I don't know how long it will take to snatch the tutu fruit, but Lynch sets his sights on other people. Unlike Kaido and the others, he has storage space, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to fit it in. He doesn't pick anything as long as it's good. This is a superhuman-lasting fruit. Lin Shi tried hard to identify it, and finally remembered the name of the fruit in the pirate's hand. Teleporting behind the pirate, Lynch broke the pirate's neck with a click and took the devil fruit into his arms. General Lynch. When the nearby pirates saw Lin Shi retreating, they fled one after another. My boss doesn't care about Lin Shi. They are no match at all. They can only run away. Otherwise, they will die if they encounter him. As the treasure was searched for, more and more treasures were found. Good Kwai Dao Yi. Great knife, white star. Animal type, bird fruit, ancient species, dodo form. Superman type, fur ball fruit. Lin Shi doesn't care about anything. Whenever he finds something good, he will silence it first to rob his wealth. To deal with these little pirates, he could slit the throat with one move, ensuring a painless death. You don't behave like a naval admiral. You are obviously a bandit. A pirate pointed at Lin Shi with trembling fingers, his mouth trembling with anger. He really wanted to scold his mother. If he had the ability to find the treasure by himself, why would he steal someone else's? And not only did they rob, but they also silenced them, which is unjust. The Navy these days is more like pirates than pirates. Congratulations, you were right. I am here to be a bandit today. Lin Shi cast an appreciative look at the pirate. I have never seen such a shameless person. The pirate was shocked by Lin Shi's shamelessness. Is this special girl a general? I got the devil fruit. The Rock's pirates had so many treasures that a young pirate found a devil fruit among tens of thousands of pirates and was trembling with excitement. Devil fruit is a treasure from the sea, and after eating it, you can gain incredible power. Even if he doesn't eat and sell it, he can still get 100 million belly, and he won't have to worry about it for the rest of his life. Oh, devil fruit, show me. Lynch appeared behind the pirate like a cat that smelled a fishy smell. Damn it, this is my thing, get out. The word get out was not spoken, and the smile on the pirate's face froze. General Lin Shi, this is a small tribute to you. Please spare my life. The pirate tremblingly placed the devil fruit in Lin Chi's hand. Sensible. Lin Chi accepted the devil fruit with peace of mind and snatched the pirate's things. He was doing justice for heaven. Look what I'm doing. Why don't you keep searching? If you find it, leave it to me. Yes, yes, yes. The pirate continued to accept Lynch's exploitation without tears. There is a lot of movement on Lin Chi's side, which attracted the attention of Whitebeard and the others. They were not interested in what Lin Chi snatched. Only the soil fruits were the things they needed to snatch. In the distance, Wang Ji looked dumbfounded. These days, can a bandit become a navy, even if he becomes a good man? Silver Axe cast an admiring look at Lin Chi. I didn't expect that there are people of the same mind as me in the Navy. Whitebeard's expression was a little dull, and he suddenly felt that the boy who had helped him was not as honest as the rumors said. Kid, you are still as cunning as ever. Kaido thought he knew Lynch very well. This kid was even smarter than a rabbit. Well, what cunning sounds so ugly, this is called shrewdness. While speaking for Lin Chi, Auntie slashed away Silver Axe and Kaido with one blow, and snatched the earth fruit back in her hands. Lin Chi smiled shyly at them, but didn't communicate much. There were still a lot of treasures waiting for him to grab. What is this? Jack found a demon knife among the weapons, and when he held it in his hand, his eyes instantly turned red, and a bloodthirsty desire burst out in his heart. Roar! The murderous intention in his heart was aroused, and Jack ran towards the nearest pirate like a mad bull. Before he could run 2 steps, Jack's red eyes turned back to black and white. He stopped, looked at his empty palm, and roared, "Where's my knife? Who the hell stole my knife?" At this time, the demon sword that almost made Jack lose his mind was being inserted into it by the heart-crossing demon saber, greedily absorbing the power of the demon sword on it. "How dare you steal my knife, don't you?" Jack gasped and stared at Lynch. He didn't care whether he was a general or not. "Who do you think I am? I'm Drought Jack." Ha! This Jack is really a fool. No wonder he can accomplish such a glorious deed as the king of ships. Lynch stared at Jack's 2-meter-long ivory. "If you don't turn around, I will forget that your ivory should be quite valuable, right?" "Humph, that's right, my ivory is the best in the world, and I have to use essential oils to maintain it every day," Jack said proudly and viciously. "Don't think that Mr. Jack will let you go if you flatter me." "That's it. Then I have no reason to let you go." Lynch returned to his height of 6 meters and pinned Jack down with a thrust. Jack's head was pressed hard to the ground. It will take a while for Shindu to absorb it, just in time for him to do something else. Jack is only 20 years old now, and his strength is probably about the same as Mark's. He still has a long way to go before he can become the shipping king in the future. "Oh, let me go." Jack was shocked to find that his strength was not as strong as this man's. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Even if he transformed into a half-animal form, he was still pinned down. Lin Chi smiled and pulled out the 2-meter-long Long Yuan from behind. What are you going to do?" Jack panicked for no reason. "I'll lend you the ivory." With his hand raised and the knife lowered, 2 exquisite ivory pieces were cut off and thrown into the system space. "Oh, my ivory. That's the ivory that I take good care of every day. Give me back my teeth." Jack struggled to raise his head. Veins popped out all over his body and finally turned into a huge mammoth with a roar. Crushed towards Lynch. Noisy. With just one punch, Jack's mammoth body weighing more than 10 tons was knocked away by Lynch. Spanning a distance of hundreds of meters, it was heavily embedded in the stone wall. It was knocked back from the animal form to the human form, motionless, not knowing whether it was life or death. With one punch, the ancient species was knocked back to human form, and people had a clear understanding of the general strength. At this time, Shindu had also absorbed the energy of the demon's sword, and Lin Chi took the sword back into its sheath. It seems I'm pretty lucky too." Marco looked at the devil fruit exposed at his feet with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and searched for Lin Chi all over the place. The 2 people's eyes met 100 meters apart. Marco felt that it was neither picking up the devil fruit under his feet nor picking it up, so he could only smile awkwardly. Jack's scene was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to be the next Jack. Not only did he get beaten up, but he also lost his devil fruit. The greatest advantage of Marco is that he is self-aware and knows that he is destined to receive a severe beating when facing Lynch. Yes, Marco thought. Katakuri, I'll give you a gift. You're welcome. The devil fruit was kicked into Katakuri's hand by Marco like a ball. Pineapple Head, you dare to harm me? Katakuri glared at Marco and decisively threw the devil fruit in his hand. A young pirate picked it up and respectfully brought it to Lin Shi. General Lin Shi, this is my tribute to you. Well, not bad, I'll accept it. The scene where Jack was killed with one punch just now made them dare not act recklessly. Whitebeard and the others also looked down on these ordinary devil fruits and focused on competing for the natural earth fruits, which gave Lynch an advantage. Have a strike from me, Thunder and Gossip. Taking advantage of the three-person confrontation between Whitebeard and Silver Axe, Kaido knocked Silver Axe away with a stick without any martial ethics. The black lightning surrounding the stick was painful to look at. The earth fruit falls into Kaido's hands. Cough, cough, cough. Kaido, you're a sneak attack. Silver Axe vomited blood and flew backwards. You don't have martial ethics. Come and attack me, a 70-year-old man. Silver Axe felt miserable, even though there were 4 people trying to grab a devil fruit. The other 3 people always targeted him intentionally or unintentionally. This was because he was so hated back then. As luck would have it, the direction the Silver Axe flew upside down happened to be towards Lynch. Roll! Lin Shi kicked the Silver Axe back to the battlefield with a powerful and heavy kick, denting a large piece of the armor. Young people these days are not as kind as I was back then. Silver Axe got up from the ground, spat blood, and waited for an opportunity. Ah, I found it. I found it. It turns out that John really took this thing away back then. Wang Ji, wearing golden armor, stood on the top of Jin Shan and laughed wildly, holding something in his hand. Unlike Silver Axe, he has never joined the battlefield. From the beginning, he has been looking for something alone. It seems that it has been found now. It was something like a pendant. A long time ago, the Tianlong people had 3 major holy places, namely, Mariajoya, Valley of the Gods, and Hidden Dragon Gorge. Among them, the Holy Land Marijoa is where the celestial dragons control the power of the world, and is also where the celestial dragons raise pigs. They raised those celestial dragons like pigs in the safest place, who had no ambitions and only wanted to eat and wait to die every day. All they need to do is to give birth to as many bloodlines as possible for the Tianlong people. To put it bluntly, they're a group of breeding pigs who do not hesitate to marry incest for the so-called noble bloodline, thus giving birth to more idiots. This is why most of the celestial dragons we saw in the Holy Land, Mariajoya, looked like losers and idiots. The Valley of the Gods is the Colosseum for the celestial dragons, a place where they practice their fighting skills. Those talented, young Tianlong people will be gathered here to have a bloody duel with the masters selected from all over the world. Tyrant Bear's father died in the duel at the Valley of Gods. Today's Knights of God are also elite celestial dragons selected from the Valley of Gods. No one really thinks that the Tianlong people can rule the world for 800 years without any strength, right? If all the celestial dragons were like those idiots in Holy Land Marie Joa, the Revolutionary Army would be able to wake up laughing in the middle of the night. The last Hidden Dragon Gorge is where those high-ranking celestial dragons retire, including many of the previous Knights of God. Hidden Dragon Gorge not only gives them a place to go after retirement, but more importantly, it allows them to teach the growth of young Tianlong people in Hidden Dragon Gorge. This is the reason why the celestial dragons have endured for a long time. They distribute their people in 3 areas. Even if one area is destroyed, the celestial dragons in the other 2 areas can still survive. The elite and talented celestial dragons were taught in Hidden Dragon Gorge when they were young, participated in the fighting in the Valley of the Gods when they were young, and retreated to Hidden Dragon Gorge to teach their descendants again in their later years. The useless celestial dragons stayed in the Holy Land of Mariajoya to enjoy and have children, and were also used to paralyze rebellious enemies. When the enemy sees Mary Joa's celestial dragons, they will inevitably take it lightly, and this is when the enemy will perish. This trick was used by the beautiful country in the previous life during World War II, and the effect was remarkable. Even in the 21st century, it has been tried repeatedly, and the president was specially selected to be the clown. These are the two major policies of the Tianlong people. Of these, only the location of the Holy Land of Mary Joya is known. The locations of the other two places, Valley of the Gods and Hidden Dragon Gorge, were only known to the Tianlong people for hundreds of years. Lin Shi guessed that the secret of the Tianlong people in Brother Ming's mouth was probably the coordinates of Yinlong Gorge. Is it that thing? Silver Axe noticed the pendant in Wang Zhi's hand, and his face changed wildly. The reason why Rox was able to find the Valley of the Gods hidden by the celestial dragons was precisely because the pendant could point to the coordinates. Although the current Valley of the Gods disappeared after the war, Hidden Dragon Gorge is still there. According to the instructions of the pendant, you can successfully find Hidden Dragon Gorge. In Hidden Dragon Gorge, almost all Tianlong people have accumulated 1/3 of their wealth in 800 years. Although there are many retired experts from the Tianlong people inside, the risk is not small, but the rewards are hundreds of times higher. If Yinlong Gorge can be controlled, the children inside are the hope of the future of the Tianlong people, and even the Tianlong people would not dare to mess around. At that time, he can use this threat to make the world government obey, and then use the treasures in Hidden Dragon Gorge to recruit troops. By then, he will be the next lord of the world. Thinking of this, Silver Axe's heart skipped a beat. Wang Zhi, give me the thing. Silver Axe decisively abandoned the tutu fruit and rushed to grab the pendant. In a pirate group back then, only he, Wang Zhi, and Rox knew this secret, and no one else knew it. So as long as he can kill Wang Zhi, he can keep the treasure to himself. Silver Fangs? Star Pendant. This was probably the first time since entering the island that Silver Axe used all his strength without any reservation, wanting to kill Wang Zhi with one blow. I saw that his face was ferocious due to excessive force, and the axe in his hand was wrapped in a layer of flowing light. It was more than 3 times larger in size and fell like a comet. Silver Axe, get out of here. Wang Zhi drew the broad sword from his back, not afraid of the attack of the Silver Axe. He knew the strength of Silver Axe, and the two of them might not be able to decide the winner for 10.5 days. The plan for now is not to get entangled with him, but to think about how to get out. After a quick exchange of moves, Wang Zhi jumped into the distance and ran away towards the entrance of the cave. Kaido and Big Mom looked at each other and smiled fiercely. They were not stupid. On the contrary, intelligence and force were both indispensable for them to be able to sit in the position of the 4 emperors. Silver Axe would rather give up the earth fruit than grab the pendant. There is only one possibility. The pendant is more precious than the earth fruit. Ahaha, Ling Ling's devil fruit will be given to you first. I'll go see what's going on. Wang Zhi, we have to share the good things together. Kaido temporarily gave up the fight for the tutu fruit and strode in front of Wang Zhi, blocking the road like a door god. Kaido, I hope you can step aside out of past kindness. Wang Zhi took a deep breath, trying to persuade Kaido, while cursing Silver Axe in his heart. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing axe, how could so many things have happened? Are you confused? Wang Zhi, I'm a pirate, and you actually asked me for love? Kaido showed a mocking smile. Love? How much is that thing worth? Give me your stuff, and I'll spare your life. Kaido's big hand grabbed Wang Zhi's arms, and the Silver Axe behind him also chased after him. Wang Zhi thought something was going to be bad. At present, it seems that it is not easy to escape, but he definitely couldn't give up the coordinates of Yinlong Gorge. Fight! Wang Zhi felt cruel, and he got into a melee with Kaido and Silver Axe. Ding, 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 ding. The broadsword in Wang Zhi's hand and the big axe in Silver Axe's hand were danced in an airtight manner. The battle group was full of swords, and their weapons were swayed as if they were free of money. Any blow that hits the ground will create a crater of more than 10 meters, and in such a confrontation, they can collide hundreds of times in 1 second. The strength of the two people had already fallen below the peak level, but now with all their strength, they briefly regained their peak strength. Of course, it's hard to say how long this can last. The fighting style of the two was completely life-threatening, which made Kaido a little confused. In his normal form, Kaido subconsciously backed away, but he soon realized, no, even these two old guys are willing to risk their lives. They must be a good thing. Kaido transformed into a half-beast form and joined the battlefield with a violent attitude. The battle group, centered on 3 people, shook the ground, and rubble continued to fall out of the cave. No one dared to approach within 100 meters, for fear of being shattered into pieces by the aftermath. Around the 2 items, the cave was divided into 2 battle groups. The 3 people on Kaido's side were about to have their brains knocked out, but Whitebeard and Big Mom on the other side were doing much better. Kakaka. Whitebeard can cut through the clouds with his supreme sharp sword, and shake the fruit with his other hand, cracking the void. He is worthy of the name of the strongest man. And he faced Whitebeard's ferocious offensive, but she was equally matched. The ferocious thunder and lightning cooperated with Napoleon, and every collision with Whitebeard shook the earth. This Whitebeard is a bit restrained, and Lin Chi saw some clues from the side. It seemed that the two were equally matched, but in fact, as time went by, the winner was probably Whitebeard. Whitebeard's shock fruit can ignore the body's defense and directly damage internal organs. This actually restrains Big Mom's steel balloon. Of course, they are both sea emperors, and even if there is a gap in strength, the gap is limited. I can't say who will definitely win. The result of the fight will not come out in a few days. It's time for me to join the battlefield. Lin Chi stared at the 3 Kaidos who were fighting madly, planning to grab the earth fruit first. Although I don't know what Kaido and the others are grabbing. But judging from the attitudes of several people, he would also look for opportunities to get it. My dear son-in-law, you are here. Help me kill Whitebeard. Seeing Lin Chi coming over, Annie looked like a kind-hearted mother-in-law, her smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Lin Chi felt a chill in his heart, thinking that the old woman is really good at pretending, and she doesn't know who sent people to kill me in the first place. Here he comes. Lin Chi nodded, Idao style. Tian Shuriwe. He drew his sword and swung it out in one go. And a nearly 100-meter Qingwei sword chi flew quickly. Wherever they passed, countless pirates were torn apart from their corpses. The ground was injured by the edge of the sword energy, and a deep ditch appeared wherever it passed. Well done. Let me test your strength. Whitebeard, like Roger, is an out-and-out fighting maniac. Seeing Lin Chi's attack, his eyes lit up, and he forced Annie back, then faced the attack. Zheng. In a hurry, Whitebeard forced Annie back. He only had time to lift up Song Yunxia, attach the weapon color to the blade in both arms, and stopped him in front of him. Qingwei sword chi slashed at Whitebeard's Song Yunxia. Whitebeard inserted his feet into the ground, but was still forced to retreat more than 10 meters away. When the energy of Qingwei sword chi was exhausted, Whitebeard pulled his feet out from the ground, looked at the ditch on the ground, and laughed heartily. What a general Lin Chi! His strength is really extraordinary. Come on, try this trick. Whitebeard thrust Song Yunxia into the ground. His body sank slightly, and the air pressed against his dantian. His right arm was bent backwards like a big bow, bent to the extreme, and then he punched hard. Kakaka. Every time he takes action, Whitebeard's moves will shatter the surrounding space like a mirror. This time, it was even more extraordinary. Both the speed and power of the spread far exceeded anything seen today. The tens of thousands of tons of lake water above our heads were shaking under this force. I'm afraid if Whitebeard had used more force, the water from the lake above would have broken through the 2 stone doors and poured down. The shock fruit's attack is the best among superhumans, because even if you block his attack with a weapon, the shock can damage your internal organs through the weapon. Lynch also laughed and planted the weapon in his hand on the ground, turning into a 9-meter-tall half-animal form and spreading his arms. Let me try the attack of the strongest man in history. Unable to block the attack anyway, Lynch completely gave up on defense. Like Kaido, their fantasy beast species have this capital. Lin Shi watched as his body seemed to be shattered into pieces under the impact. He did not panic. This was the case for everyone who was hit by the shock fruit. In fact, the body was not broken, it was just a pure visual effect. Through the vibration, there was almost no injury on the surface of the body, but the internal organs were greatly damaged. Lynch felt a cramp in his abdomen and vomited out a large mouthful of blood. Almost as soon as he vomited out the blood, the injuries on his body healed. The shock fruit was indeed powerful, and the aftershocks continued to damage the internal organs. It was not until 5 seconds later that the attack was completely resolved. As expected of the Jinjin fruit. No, I should say worthy of the white beard. Lynch praised without hesitation. It was Whitebeard who pushed the shock fruit into the name of the strongest superhuman system, not the shock fruit that made Whitebeard. There are not many people in this world who can hurt him for more than 3 seconds, and Whitebeard is one of them. He didn't swallow so many Neptunes in vain. Your Excellency's resilience is the best I've ever seen in my life, Whitebeard said in surprise. I'm afraid Kaido is not as good as you in terms of resilience alone. That's ridiculous. Lynch is also pleased with his resilience. He estimated that with his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to challenge any of the 4 emperors or generals and win. If 2 people can't, I believe that no one in this sea can dare to say that they can defeat 2 Yonko or generals by themselves. Oh, by the way, except for the Bandit King. He can defeat 56 Yonko. Well, my dear son-in-law, you did a great job. You are worthy of being my good son-in-law. Help me kill this Whitebeard. I will betroth you 2 daughters later. Seeing Lin Shi's current strength, Auntie was overjoyed, and the joy in her heart was almost written on her face. Marrying your daughter to Lynch is a great deal. Even if his memory cannot be modified, just being an ally is still a good thing. Auntie Hao's shameless behavior not only caused Lin Shi, but also Baibeard to have a twitching face and feel speechless in his heart. Who in the sea doesn't know about the little affair between you and Lin Shi? How did you manage to keep shouting out your son-in-law every time? Is it really uncomfortable? Moreover, your most beautiful daughter has already been given to Lynch, so it's still up to you whether you want the remaining ones. Lin Shi also couldn't stand the aunt's behavior of not teasing Billion. She may seem amiable, but in fact she would be the first to kill her son-in-law if given the chance. I forgot about you. Hand over the devil fruit quickly. Lin Shi's words made the aunt dissatisfied. What the hell are you talking about? My daughter is married to you, and not only do you not help me, but you also have to steal things from your mother-in-law? Then I have no choice but to do it myself. Lin Shi pulled out his heart fairy and intersected with Long Yuan in front of him. Batang? Two-sword style? Tian Yushun. Lin Shi groaned, kicking his feet on the ground, and a burst of energy spurted out, wrapping his body in it like a frenzy. Shindu's blade also had countless shining lines, and a violent energy emanated from it. I'm going to teach you a lesson if you eat something that's inside and outside. It's useless to play the emotional card, so we have to use force to solve the problem. Do you want her to give the soil fruit to Lin Shi? Dreaming. Not to mention a son-in-law who is merely politically married. Even for her daughter or son, if she could exchange them for natural devil fruits, she would exchange them without hesitation. Zeus Napoleon. Here comes Mom. The aunt called out, and the 2 glutinous rice cakes understood each other instantly, and a thundercloud came out of her arms. They're the product of the fusion of part of Big Mom's soul with a thundercloud and other materials. They are equivalent to extensions of Big Mom's arms and connected with her mind. Singing Light Sword. Thunderclouds wrapped around the Emperor's sword in Napoleon's incarnation, forming a giant magic weapon wrapped around raging thunder and lightning. The power of the thunder and lightning above is almost as powerful as the thunder fruit of Enelu. Boom! This all-out fight with the Yonko was in sharp contrast to the fight with Kaido many years ago when he had just 1 foot in the general strength. At that time, he had just stepped into the rank of general. Facing these veteran 4 emperors, he could only retreat steadily, and finally lost after a fierce battle for half a day. But now, on the surface, he seems to be on par with Andy, and even has the potential to overwhelm her. This momentum, maybe half a day later, maybe a day or two later, will become an important opportunity to defeat Big Mom. Well, the kid's growth rate is really fast. The Emperor's sword and Long Yuan collided in midair without giving in. Auntie's face was illuminated by lightning and flares, which was eerie and terrifying. Now, the aunt has even changed her name for Lin Chi. She no longer calls her son-in-law. She just calls him Little Devil. The speed at which Annie changed her face put Whitebeard to shame. It's just a Yonko, nothing more. A collision between the two caused a wave of air that almost set off a tornado in the venue. Many pirates were hit by the strong wind and hit the wall, vomiting blood. Lin Chi roared and transformed into a 9-meter-tall half-beast form. Both his strength and speed increased dramatically. Using both arms at the same time, the two long knives pushed back the Emperor's sword bit by bit. Lin Chi was condescending, forcing the ant's body to gradually lean back. There was a vague change in the ant's expression. Can this kind of terrifying power be possessed by people? Long Yuan. Suddenly, Lin Chi called in a low voice, and Long Yuan suddenly transformed into a small dark green dragon. Taking advantage of the stalemate between the Shindu demon sword and the Emperor's sword, he rushed into the ant's arms with a whoosh and took out the earth fruit. Good job. Lin Chi suddenly used force to deflect Auntie's Emperor's sword and then moved back. His two goals today have been achieved, and there is no need to continue the stalemate with Auntie. Big Mom was not the only Yonko present. Don't forget, there are 4 other big pirates, and he and Big Mom are the only ones who can benefit from each other. Especially because of his status as a general, he should be even more careful in this environment full of pirates. For the sake of the so-called balance, even if he has a chance to kill Big Mom, Kaido and Whitebeard will definitely come to the rescue. Through the battle, just now, Lynch came to the conclusion that his current strength is top-notch, even among generals. Defeating a Yonko alone is not a problem. So what if Annie still has a lot of methods that she hasn't used yet? Why isn't he the same? Now that the fruits of soil have been obtained, we should remain unchanged in response to all changes. Woo-woo. Xiao Long Yuan flew back to Lin Chi, rubbed his arm with his head, spit out the earth fruit on his hand, and transformed into a long knife form again. Eating the Phantom Beast's supreme, sharp knife? Whitebeard, who was watching the battle, sighed. How rich would it be to be willing to give weapons of Phantom Beast to eat? What surprised him even more was that this boy was extremely powerful, not even losing to himself. This made Whitebeard's hands itchy unbearably. If it wasn't the right time, he would have wanted to fight with him. Kid, give me back my devil fruit. I suffered a small loss at the hands of Lin Chi just now, but Annie didn't take it to heart. That kid was so talented. He was just lucky before. She felt that if she got serious, she would be able to defeat him. The ant raised her hand and waved. Large thunderclouds formed in midair, and countless snake-shaped lightnings struck the ground from the sky, leaving large black pits. The ant who has eaten the soul fruit can not only control the soul, but also control thunder, lightning, and fire. Soul fruit. 1 fruit is stronger than 3 fruits. Save it. It's better to grab it with Silver Axe than with me. A black halo of burning flames appeared behind Lynch, and he flew out of the cave in the blink of an eye, looking down at the scene below from above. Even if Annie can fly, it is only through external force, and her speed is far inferior to Lynch. Big Mom's long-range attacks were not very serious against Lynch, and the fault tolerance rate was very high. Annie wouldn't even dare to use the overly powerful large-area moves, unless she wanted to be buried in a cave by the pirates. As long as Whitebeard doesn't take action, the chance of Big Mom snatching the tutu fruit from Lynch is almost 0. If he and Big Mom were the only 2 people here, a battle would not be a bad idea, but there were so many powerful people present that it was the best choice to avoid battle and preserve their status. Damn you, brat. Annie was furious, but there was nothing she could do to Lin Chi for a while. Whitebeard thought for a moment, then resolutely gave up the fight for the earth fruit and joined the fight for the pendant. This made Lynch feel relieved. If two people cooperated to attack him, he would have no choice but to leave. Now, while he was avoiding Big Mom's attack, he still had time to observe the battle for the pendant. Great mighty virtue, thunderous gossip. Kaido exerted all his strength, and the purple thunder and lightning raging on the mace represented that he had used the Overlord color coil. When the stick was swung out, the surrounding air exploded one after another before it hit, forming a large sonic boom. Time seems to have stopped flowing, as if God has come and can only retreat in the face of this blow. Silver Axe roared and blocked the attack from Wang Ji. In the blink of an eye, he was hit on the chest by Kaido's attack, and he received the blow firmly. Puff. This is probably the most serious injury Silver Axe has suffered in the past 10 years. He flew backwards, spurting blood all the way. His armor broke into hundreds of pieces and fell off his body. He didn't know how many bones in his chest were broken, and his internal organs were constantly vibrating as if they were about to break. The Silver Axe hit the ground heavily, and the powerful shaking caused several 100-meter-high gold mountains to collapse, crushing many pirates to death with the weight of gold. From the moment he entered the cave, he was constantly targeted, and then from Kaido's full blow, Silver Axe's vision kept switching between blurry and clear, and his head was severely concussed. He pushed himself up and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Silver Axe couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't bear it all. Why? Why has he been targeted by others since he came in? From the time I robbed the tutu fruit, 3 of them were targeted at him. Then to the back, 2 of them snatched the pendant and 1 targeted him. In his current state, although it was not fatal, he was seriously injured and lost the chance to continue fighting for the treasure. Do you really think he is easy to bully? I'm not having a good time. Don't give me a good time. With the intention of not letting anyone have an easy time, Silver Axe loudly said to Whitebeard and the others, "Go and grab the pendant." The coordinates of the 3 holy places of the celestial dragons are recorded on it. After trying hard to finish speaking, he vomited out a large mouthful of blood again, and his spirit quickly became depressed. Silver Axe's words were not in vain. Whether it was Kaido Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Lynch, they all focused on the pendant. Silver Axe thief! Wang Ji roared angrily, but to no avail. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Lynch all came towards him and participated in the fight for the pendant. Even the ant gave up the fight for the soil fruit and joined the melee. Compared with the coordinates of Yinlong Gorge, soil fruits are nothing. Whoever can obtain the coordinates of Yinlong Gorge and occupy, it will have a subversive impact on the world structure. Go and rob it. If I don't make life easy for you, you won't have a hard time. Silver Axe went completely crazy. Wang Ji, if you hand over the pendant, I can spare your life. Whitebeard punched out in the air, and the vibration in the air shook away Kaido, who was about to succeed, temporarily protecting Wang Ji. There are 2 difficulties in snatching things from Wang Ji's hands and from Kaido's hands. Kaido cannot succeed. Whitebeard, you old guy, don't get in the way. Being punched by Whitebeard was nothing to the Phantom Beast Kaido. He stepped on the ground with his big foot, making a big hole, and rushed forward again. I, Wang Ji, am not an idle person. If you're not afraid of death, just come. Wang Ji said angrily. It is true that Wang Ji can barely be considered a good person among pirates, but being a good person does not mean that he has no ambition. In order to achieve his ideal goal, Wang Ji is not afraid of death. How many pirates can get a good death? It's worth it if you can die on the way forward. Well, Kaido, get out of here, Silver Axe. Come here quickly. I'll protect you. Kaido was closest to the Silver Axe, and Whitebeard's punch could only make Kaido pause for a moment. Big Mom was about to take action to stop Kaido, but an attack was faster than him. One sword style, light and shadow, a ghostly voice sounded. Lin Shi put Long Yuan back in his scabbard and quickly pulled it out, causing a sword draw. The light of the sword shone like a small sun rising in the cave. Lynch once surpassed Big Mom and Whitebeard and came to Kaido first. The moment Long Yuan put the sword back into its sheath, a line of blood suddenly flew from Kaido's chest without warning, and bloody knife marks appeared on Kaido's chest. It's been a long time since I've suffered such a serious injury. The sudden injury made Kaido stunned for a while, and his thoughts were racing. Although his defense is not as good as Big Mom's, it is still impregnable. It would take a lot of effort for an enemy at the level of a lieutenant general to break through his skin. The last person who could inflict such injuries on him with a knife was Kazuki Oden of Wano many years ago. "Kid, you are much better than the last time we met." Kaido reacted and squeezed Lin Chi's head with his big hand. Lin Chi's figure suddenly changed from 9 meters back to 2 meters. He became shorter and easily avoided the attack. "You still have so many weird moves." Kaido was not annoyed when the attack failed. Especially when he felt the pain in his chest, Kaido laughed. "Kid, although now is not the time to invite, do you want to join our Beast Pirates and be your vice captain?" The stronger Lynch becomes, the more Kaido likes him. Others may not be able to understand Kaido's feelings for this kind of love for fantasy beasts. Lin Chi sheathed his sword and glanced at Kaido lightly, then joined in the pursuit of Silver Axe. Wang Ji is not afraid. What he wants to see now is which of the 4 of them can grab the pennant first. Damn brat. Seeing that Lin Chi ignored him, Kaido was very angry. Such disobedient brats should be caught and thrown into the mines for hard labor. Kaido thought his new idea was good. In the future, if anyone is unwilling to surrender, or if he meets the kind of brat who boasts that he wants to be the pirate king, he will throw rocks in the mine until he is willing to surrender. Wang Ji, I respect you as a man. Join forces with me to keep you safe. Lin Chi tried to deceive Wang Ji, but unfortunately failed. The other party had no intention of forming an alliance with him and just looked for an opportunity to escape with the pendant. After thinking about it, he also knew that once surrounded by 4 people, the pendant could not be saved no matter what. For the current plan, the only way to have a chance of survival is to find an opportunity to escape. Lin Chi quietly released his hold on Long Yuan's hand, and the dark green dragon turned into a streak of green light and disappeared into the ground. One sword style, tornado. Lin Chi casually swung his sword. His target was not Wang Ji, but the direction in front. A superb swordsman can not only wield flames out of thin air, but also cause violent winds to rise from the ground. Not to mention a great swordsman like Lynch. The violent wind swelled up as it faced the wind, and in an instant a tornado with a height of 100 meters appeared in front of it. If the height in the cave was not only 100 meters, the scale of the tornado would be even greater. "Wind, it's windy, run quickly." "Help! Someone can help me. I'm going to get involved." The ferocious suction force spread from the tornado to the surroundings, and many pirates in gold were sucked in by the tornado and minced into a pile of minced meat. Points plus 25. Points plus 106. Points plus 13. The tornado was dyed golden red with a lot of gold coins inside, making it even more lethal. The tornado blocked Wang Ji's path, so he could either rush through it or take a detour. However, Lynch, who was prepared in advance, had already taken a detour and blocked it in advance. Whether Wang is taking a detour or forcing his way into a tornado and is slowed down for a second or 2, Lynch will catch him. Difficult brat. Wang Ji broke into a cold sweat. He had no choice but to take advantage of the opponent's duel with one move to close the distance again. Luing, 10-fist sword. Wang Ji suddenly stopped. Black-red flames ignited on the sword, and a cold feeling emanated from it, making people shudder. This is one of Wang Ji's 2 major killing moves. The person hit will fall into a sealed state and be unable to move. Currently, they're the closest to Wang Ji and Lin Chi, only 3 steps away. Lynch was followed closely by Kaido, almost biting Lynch's tail. Behind them are Whitebeard and Big Mom. They're not far apart and can catch up in 2 or 3 seconds at most. So Wang Ji must be fast. Be sure to immobilize Lynch with one blow and distance yourself from the opponent. Go to hell. The flames on the broadsword burned with a roar, rising tens of meters high, and Wang Ji stabbed Lin Chi with a sword filled with all his strength. You're finally willing to stop. The smile on Lin Chi's face made Wang Ji feel bad. However, the sword has already been thrust out, and it is not easy to stop. If you forcefully withdraw the force, you may injure yourself. Wang Ji's legs were welded to the ground like the roots of an old tree, as stable as Mount Tai. Now he had an arrow on the string and had to shoot. Roar! At this moment, a small dark green dragon emerged from the ground, and when Wang Ji was unable to retreat, he took the pendant from his pocket. It is good. Seeing that he had succeeded, Lin Qi suddenly retreated. It didn't matter that he retreated. Kaido rushed up and took his place. The broadsword that was originally meant to stab Lynch happened to hit Kaido's body. "Give me back my stuff. Damn Lynch brat." Wang Ji and Kaido both changed their expressions and roared angrily. Kaido was hit by the broadsword, and the flames on it turned into a five-clawed fire dragon, which tightly wrapped around Kaido's body and made him unable to move. Wang Ji was stunned because he didn't expect that something could be drilled out of the ground. When the pendant was stolen, he ignored Kaido and hurriedly chased after it. "Wang Ji, you haven't untied me yet." The five-clawed fire dragon wrapped around Kaido tighter and tighter like a golden rope. Although it couldn't cause him any harm, it couldn't break free. I think back then, Wang Ji was also one of the top figures on Rock's ship, and his combat power once surpassed Big Mom and Kaido. Even though he is old now, the bottom of the box moves are not so easy to crack. In particular, this move focuses on trapping the enemy. Kaido's body continued to rise from his human form to a half-animal form, and finally into a dragon form. The five-clawed fire dragon on his body changed in size as he changed, and never left him. Calculated based on the dim speed of the fire dragon, Kaido would not be able to break free for an instant. Lynch secretly thought that it was a dangerous situation, but fortunately Kaido blocked the knife for him. These remnants on Rock's ship should not be underestimated. "Kaido, stop bumping. Do you want to bury us all alive here?" Kaido turned into a dragon and hit the wall of the cave, trying to get rid of the fire dragon. Large chunks of stone fell off the top of the cave, and Big Mom scolded him sharply. "Lingling doesn't come here to help. Otherwise, you'd better bury her alive." "You got." Kaido is rough but subtle and deliberately threatens Big Mom into having to go to help. Haha, the final winner is me. The silver axe that had disappeared from just now suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed the dark green dragon. Whoa, Long Yuan was unable to fly out as the silver axe was held in his hand. He screamed aggrievedly and refused to let go of the pendant in his mouth. "You're so angry, you still won't let go." Silver Axe came up with two big mouths and violently took the pendant out of Zai Longyuan's mouth. Ouch! With a gap in his mouth, Xiao Longyuan was not a hard worker. No one except his master dared to hit him. It opened its bloody mouth and bit into Silver Axe's arm, injecting venom into it. "Get out!" His hand hurt, and Silver Axe violently threw Xiao Longyuan away. But soon Silver Axe noticed something was wrong. If Silver Axe was not seriously injured, he might have been able to detect it in advance and use his armor to stop Xiao Longyuan's bite. But now he was seriously injured, causing his reaction to be slow, and he failed to notice in time, and a lot of venom was injected into him. You know, Xiao Longyuan's poison was so poisonous that even Rayleigh didn't dare to resist it. Silver Axe's face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood he spat out also turned green. This dragon is poisonous. Ian Axe's eyes were about to burst. With his strong vitality, he would not die, but his internal organs felt like they were being corroded. If you let it go, you might really be poisoned to death. Silver Axe, not everyone can do it, Oriole, and not everyone can take my things. Lin Qi caught Long Yuan, who was flying over, and two long swords crossed in front of him. Two-sword style? God's death. The powerful Overlord color wrapped around the blade with the weapon color attached, and Lynch disappeared from the place as if traveling through time and space. He appeared in front of Silver Axe at a speed that was faster than shaving, and his two swords turned into life-threatening blades, taking Silver Axe's life. Ahem. I am the Silver Axe of the Rocks Pirates. How could I die here? The Silver Axe roared, and also unleashed its strongest blow, the axe erupting with earth-shaking power. Boom! During the collision of the weapons, it was as if a major earthquake had occurred. The earth shook continuously, and cracks that were several meters wide and kilometers long appeared on the islands outside. The pirates in the cave were shaken by the earthquake and almost fell down. Just the fight between two people can cause an earthquake. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Oops. Silver Axe's pupils trembled violently, seeing his weapon cracking inch by inch under the double blades. And not even his weapon color could stop this trend. Silver Axe knew that his life was coming to an end. If he held on, he might be able to survive for a while, but if he dared to withdraw his strength now, he would be killed instantly. In the last moments of his life, Silver Axe looked back and recalled, and the experiences of his life flashed through his mind. When he was 7 years old, he was sold by his father to the nobles as a slave. When he was 9 years old, he couldn't stand the bullying of the nobles and stoned him to death in the dark. He ran home and killed his father who had sold him. From then on, he knew that he had the biggest fist in the world, and the only person he could trust was himself. The meaning of others living was just to enjoy themselves. Silver Axe's talent is very strong, and at only 14 years old, he is unrivaled on their small island. On the island, any woman he falls in love with has been played by her, and if she makes him unhappy, he will kill her first. If a man offends him, he will definitely not survive the next day. Later he was wanted and naturally became a glorious pirate. Silver Axe felt that he was born to be a pirate. With his powerful force, he can kill people if he wants to, rob women if he wants to play with them, and if he wants money, someone will give it to him with just a look. He betrayed countless people and was betrayed by countless people. Gradually, he earned the title of Silver Axe on the sea. Silver Axe thought that his life would continue like this until that day when he met that person. Want to overthrow the world? Then come with me. Rocks defeated Silver Axe with one blow and looked down at him like a giant. In the days that followed, Silver Axe naturally joined the Rocks pirates. Although his people are evil and treacherous, they are unexpectedly loyal to Rocks and accompany Rocks all the way to the end. Perhaps a person like me who has done many evil things should have died long ago. Boss Rocks, Silver Axe is here to accompany you. This life is worth it. Facing the impending death, Silver Axe did not panic or be afraid. Instead, he closed his eyes calmly and faced death calmly. Boss Rocks is right. There are few pirates who can end up well. At least the excitement of his life is enough. Click! The Silver Axe broke into pieces, and the sword light passed through the Silver Axe's neck. A huge human head rolled down, and the blood on the neck spewed 10 meters high like a fountain. Silver Axe closed his eyes forever on his kind face. The former important crew member of the Rocks Pirates, the Silver Axe that once crushed Big Mom and Kaido, eventually died in Lynch's hands. Silver Axe. Seeing Silver Axe's death, others were somewhat touched, especially Whitebeard and Big Mom. They were once partners on a ship. From the previous era to today, they witnessed the ups and downs of an era. Seeing one of his former companions pass away is a bit like the feeling of a hero in his twilight years. Wang Ji felt it the most. He and Axe were about the same age and similar in strength. Now that he saw Axe die here, he was afraid and hesitated. Axe's death was like a basin of cold water poured on Wang Ji's head, making him calm down. He was the weakest in the field, and the chance of snatching the pendant back from the other people's hands was slim. It was not worth risking his life for it. Where there is life, there is hope. Wang Ji made a decision and gave up the fight for the pendant. After grabbing a few devil fruits from Marco, he jumped 300 meters high, jumped out of the cave, and left the island. Some people can survive to this day and still know how to choose. Only then did the other little pirates react to Shan Shan. Everything that happened just now happened too fast. Looking at the corpse of Silver Axe that was still spurting blood, there were disbelief and exclamations from the cave. Silver Axe is dead. That Silver Axe who has been traversing the sea for almost a century actually died here. This General Lin Chi is too strong. I guess the Navy hasn't killed a big pirate like Silver Axe in battle for almost 20 years, right? If you ask me, General Lynch can be called the first general of the Navy. In the cave, many pirates couldn't help but gasp. Silver Axe died in the battle. I think this is what he wanted, Whitebeard said solemnly. Next, let me use this move to send Brother Silver Axe away. Whitebeard's hands were wrapped in a white halo, and the surrounding space was constantly trembling under this energy. Just listen to him murmuring. Even Song Yunxie needs to be wrapped in armor to successfully support me in this attack. Whitebeard's big hand grasped the sharp sword Song Yunxie. First, a layer of dark ink-like armed color covered the surface of Song Yunxie, and then a white halo spread from his hand to Song Yunxie. Buzz! The clouds completely wrapped in a white halo made a harsh sound, like a chainsaw rotating at high speed. As long as Song Yunxie stayed there without moving, the surrounding space surged violently like waves in the sea, breaking into thousands of mirror fragments. Whitebeard attaches vibrations to the clouds, which are as fine as particles, and they rotate in two opposite directions at high speed. In this way, a handful of particles capable of crushing almost all matter in the world was born. This is the vibration effect attached to the shock fruit. If the fruit is not developed to the level of awakening, this feat cannot be accomplished. When did this old guy develop such a terrifying move? Big Mom and Kaido were secretly shocked. In their opinion, this move was almost as good as Roger's divine avoidance. Simply destroying all defenses is a nightmare for everyone in the world. Ah! Whitebeard shouted sharply and swung Song Yunxie at Lin Chi. However, Song Yunxi's attack did not hit Lin Chi. Instead, it passed by him and accurately hit a golden mountain in the distance. The 100-meter-high Jinshan Mountain turned into powder under this particle-level slashing storm. Faced with an attack like a natural disaster, countless treasures disappeared under this attack, leaving only a pool of gold particles smaller than sand. Whitebeard's strength was controlled extremely well, and it seemed that it was only aimed at the Golden Mountain and did not affect other places. This Whitebeard has a big brain, but there is still room for improvement. Although he didn't understand what Whitebeard was doing, it didn't affect his thoughts. In fact, Whitebeard's imagination is still small. If the vibration reaches a certain frequency and is consistent with the vibration of other objects, it stands to reason that people can pass through walls. Penetrating weapons, penetrating armor, these are not a problem. Moreover, his control of the attack just now is not good enough. In theory, a particle-level attack can leave nothing behind, but he still left gold particles all over the ground. Whitebeard, you old guy, is there something wrong with your head? Apparently, Lynch was not the only one who couldn't understand Whitebeard's operation, but also Big Mom and Kaido. They felt heartbroken when they saw such a pile of gold disappearing before their eyes. Ever since I came in, what I've seen and heard has been reminding me that something is wrong. The one hiding in the dark, it's time for you to come out, right? Whitebeard ignored everyone's opinions and said in one direction, Whitebeard, your sixth sense is still so sharp after all these years. The sound of old leaking wind sounded, as if the throat had been cut open with a knife. Not only Ant, but Kaido also heard this voice. A guy who looks like a zombie from Moria. No, this is scarier than the zombies from Moria. It looked like the mummy was pulled out of the coffin and left in the sun for 3 years. Described as withered bones, the muscles became strips of meat attached to the body, and the skin turned as black as a carrion. It is a miracle that such a person did not die. He walked out from behind the gold mountain next door to the pile of gold crushed by Whitebeard, vomiting black blood while walking tremblingly. On his body, dense wounds were flowing out with thick black blood. It seems that Whitebeard's attack just now was just to deal with this guy. Judging from the appearance of the mummy, it seemed that the attack had been dodged, but it was not completely dodged, and it was seriously injured. Big Mom and Kaido's brows furrowed into a Chuan shape, as if they were trying to identify the mummy. John, you're not dead yet, so what's the deal with the treasure map in the sea? Whitebeard took the lead in revealing the mummy's identity. That was Captain John, the owner of this cave treasure. He was also the culprit who took away most of the Rock's pirates' inheritance. John's appearance caused tens of thousands of pirates to feel as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that Captain John's treasure map has appeared on the sea for decades, and Captain John, as the owner, is still alive? The shock caused was no less than Roger crawling out of his grave. "Is it you, John? Where have you been all these years before you died?" Annie was shocked. "John, why did you become like this?" Kaido looked at John, who was neither human nor ghost, with disgust. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes to watch the show, which was interesting. Giggle. John opened his mouth and let out an ugly and terrifying laugh. "I certainly stayed with my treasure all these years. As for the treasure maps on the sea, I released them myself." "What?" Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. "If I didn't deliberately release the news, how could I have lured you people who are greedy for my treasure into your own trap? In the past few decades, I have guarded my treasure and killed countless people who were greedy for my treasure. Now I'm old and dying, but before I die, I want to kill all of you." John laughed like a maniac. "Anyone who covets my treasure will die." John has gone crazy. His mind is no longer normal. Kaido secretly said that he was unlucky and he didn't want to deal with a madman. The treasure map that has been appearing in the sea was actually released by John himself. The large number of treasure maps that suddenly appeared recently were also traps he set out when he felt that his end was coming. Perhaps John had been crazy decades ago. Otherwise, no normal person would live half his life alone with a pile of treasures. It's true that they like treasures, but they like them because they can be used to recruit troops. And John, who has guarded Jinshan alone for decades, is nothing but a lunatic. "Well, John, do you think you can kill us?" "Stop talking so shamelessly." "Ahem, that's not necessarily the case." John coughed twice, with a cautious smile on his face, and took out a button from his waist and pressed it. There was a loud explosion, and the two giant doors above the head were blown to pieces by tons of explosives. Tens of thousands of tons of sea water poured down from the hole above the head. The momentum was so great that it was like the water from the 9 heavens pouring down into the world. Since ancient times, water and fire have been merciless, and the so-called 4 emperors have no choice but to escape when faced with such natural disasters. "John, you are indeed a bastard." Whitebeard gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Tens of thousands of tons of lake water came with the power of God, and most people were washed to the point where their bones were broken or they were crushed into pulp. What's more, this island rose from the seabed not long ago, and Whitebeard didn't think the water inside would be fresh water. Facing the surging sea water, if they could not escape in time, everyone present except Kaido, a guy with fishman blood, would die here. After eating the devil fruit, they would become paralyzed when exposed to seawater and eventually drowned here. If Akiji is okay here, their devil fruit can only attack, but not defend against seawater. John, seeing that all the children he had brought with him were about to die here, Whitebeard was heartbroken and wanted to cut John into pieces. Unlike other Yonko, he treats everyone in the pirate group as his family. Now, all we can do is watch them die. "Well, John, I've actually been tricked by you." Auntie resisted the urge to kill John, stepped on the thunder clouds, and quickly climbed up with Katakuri. She didn't want to die here, and the thousands of pirates she brought would have to be thrown here. It will take about 30 seconds for the seawater to pour back in. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave in a while. "Dad, now is not the time to hesitate. Let's go." Marco rushed to Whitebeard's side and said anxiously, "You're right, let's go." Whitebeard gritted his teeth, grabbed Marco, and disappeared in one leap. "Ha ha, it's not that easy to leave. Come and bury me with me." John pressed the button again. This time the explosion happened inside the cave. The first bomb exploded from the bottom of John's feet, killing John. As countless bombs exploded inside the cave, deafening explosions were heard. 1/3 of the pirates died in the explosion. What's more serious is that the explosion caused the cave to completely collapse, and people were either drowned or buried alive. It seems that due to the impact of this explosion, the entire island is sinking. In less than 5 minutes, it will all sink into the sea. Whitebeard and Big Mom faced the waterfall like sea water and dangled left and right. They were in danger under the impact of the sea water. If they are washed away by a large amount of sea water, they will fall down weakly and die. Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over your things and I can let you go. Kaido did not choose to escape, but stopped in front of Lynch. Kaido may be the only pirate present who is not afraid. He has the blood of fishmen. Although he will still become weak when touching the sea water, he can breathe and will not drown. Then just wait for Quinn and the others to save you. Come and get it. Lynch dodged and climbed up. What a fast kid. Kaido was shocked by Lynch's speed. He stepped on the ground suddenly and used the recoil of the ground to catch up. He really wouldn't be able to catch up with Lynch if he traveled a long distance, but short distances were still not a problem. I don't know how you survived last time, but you're not so lucky this time. Kaido raised his mace and said with a little regret, "If I could, I really don't want to kill you." With Kaido entangled around him like a locust, even though Kaido couldn't hurt Lynch, he was beaten down. In this environment, it is very troublesome for Kaido to do whatever it takes just to intercept Lynch. At the top of the cave, in the gap between the lake and the water, Whitebeard and Big Mom flew out in a narrow way. At this time, half a minute later, the sea water poured down like a sky. In an instant, 9 out of 10 pirates were killed. Of the tens of thousands of pirates, only 300 are still surviving. Their strength was not weak, but they were still beaten to pieces by the lake water. "Dad, are you going to abandon us?" "Help, Boss Kaido, help." "No, I don't want to die here." The pirates were desperate, crying and waiting for death to come. Among the remaining 300 people, those who are physically strong and have never eaten devil fruit may still have a chance to survive. Among the tens of thousands of pirates present, no more than 10 would survive. John used his death to plot against everyone who was greedy for treasure and gave the 4 emperors a big slap in the face. At this time, Lynch and Kaido continued to climb upwards to prevent themselves from being submerged by the seawater. "Kaido, since you want it, go get yourself." Lynch was always paying attention to the scene below and noticed that all the pirates were dead, and then threw the pennant down. Also thrown down was a scroll. Kaido stared at Lynch with splitting eyes. It was true that he would not be drowned, but after being entered into the seawater, he was a vegetative state and could not move. The pennant was thrown into the sea. How could he get it? Lynch's eye didn't care what Kaido thought and flew out of the hole. Seeing that most of the cave was submerged, Kaido flew out despite his reluctance. It's better to fly out on your own than to wait for Quinn to catch you. Damn, I forgot about Jack. Halfway through the flight, Kaido suddenly remembered that he had forgotten Jack inside. In this situation, it was impossible for him to go out and get Jack. Forget it, Jack also has fishman blood anyway, so he can't drown. Wait 10 days and a half to save him. Lynch and Kaido flew out with their front legs, and the next moment the cave collapsed, burying everything inside. Well, Napoleon, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, who came out first, did not leave. They were waiting in midair, planning to cut off Lin Shi, who was behind who. Wait! Lin Shi stopped the ant who was about to take action. The thing is not in my hand. It sank into the cave. Kaido saw it with his own eyes. After hearing what Lynch said, Big Mom stopped and looked at Kaido. If the pendant was not in the opponent's hand, there was no point in fighting. Humph! Kaido snorted and turned into a blue dragon and flew away. I have to go back and call someone to rescue Jack. Good son-in-law, remember to come to Cake Island as a guest when you have time. The ant's eyes flickered and she left under the thunderclouds. Whitebeard nodded to Lynch and left with Marco. The sea water poured onto the island, and 2 minutes later, the island completely sank into the depths of the sea. Lin Shi looked at the island completely sinking into the sea, then turned and left. 2 hours later, Lynch took out the transfer scroll and appeared in the ruins of the collapsed cave deep under the sea. He covered his body with a film formed by the aura behind him to isolate the seawater. The moment he appeared on the bottom of the sea, Lin Shi felt his body sink and realized that the position he was in now was at least close to a depth of 10,000 meters. Normal creatures here would be crushed into meat patties in an instant. That guy John, how many explosives were installed? How did it collapse like this? Lin Shi grabbed the scroll he had thrown down when he left the cave. The surrounding space for movement was no more than 2 meters. It was wrapped in a lot of rubble, and there were scattered gold coins on the ground. The island has collapsed, and its unique structure has been destroyed. Even if there is a full moon, it will not be able to break out of the sea. Captain John wanted to use this place as his tomb, and he would guard these treasures even after he died. With the current technology of pirates, it is probably impossible to salvage all these things from the deep sea. Fortunately, I saved something, and now everything is mine. Lin Shi transformed into a candlelight form that was nearly 100 meters high, wreaking havoc in the cave, smashing all the stones, and spitting out a line of icicles from time to time to fix them. After a night of hard work, he finally cleared the cave. Fortunately, he was big enough so no one else would be able to clean it up even if they were exhausted. The golden gold coins came into view, and Lin Shi put a golden mountain into the system space with a wave of his hand. With only 1.5 Jinshan installed, the system space is already full, and there are more than 20 caves in Jinshan Mountain like this. System, help me expand the system space. Ding! After deducting 100,000 points, the space is being expanded. Ding! Expansion successful. White light flashed, and the system space was rapidly expanding, with length, width, and height each reaching 200 meters. Lin Shi filled up all the system space, then returned to the kingdom of Shihai with the teleportation scroll in hand. Fortunately, in order to accumulate grain, he built many huge granaries in the kingdom. Otherwise, I really don't know where to put so many treasures and gold coins. The treasure trove in the kingdom will definitely not be able to be put down. Lin Shi stood in the granary and waved his hand again, and the empty granary was filled instantly. Tina and Robin were stunned. They had never seen so much money. He opened his small mouth and said dully, "Okay, a lot of gold." Lynch continued to hold the scroll and shuttle between the deep-sea cave and the kingdom to collect Captain John's treasure. This busy work lasted 1 day and 1 night, and the entire 50 granaries were filled. Who would have thought that the warehouse that was supposed to contain grain was filled with gold coins? After checking the cave twice more to make sure nothing was missing, Lin Shi returned to the kingdom. Before leaving, he did not forget to destroy the island and eliminate any clues. Now Lynch is estimated to have become the 3rd richest man after the world government and the Golden Emperor in one fell swoop. Even a navy and revolutionaries combined are not half as rich as him. Without the support of the Golden Emperor, this money would be enough for him to spend lavishly for more than 10 years. The most important thing is that there is not only money in it, but also devil fruits and other treasures. If Nami were here, she would probably think she was in heaven. "Husband, have you robbed the world government?" Robin looked at Lynch blankly with his beautiful eyes. Ino and Shikamaru were also speechless for a long time. This is too much money. Ha. It's just Captain John's treasure. Everyone present was a confidant, and Lynch warned them not to let out the news about this treasure. "Captain John? Is that Captain John? My husband is so powerful. He was able to find Captain John's treasure. Who doesn't know about Captain John's treasure on the sea?" Robin grew up hearing the legend of John's treasure. No one could find John's treasure for decades, but now it was found by her husband. What does this mean? It shows that your husband is the son of destiny, destined to overthrow the rule of the world government and become the new master of the world. Smart. Lynch scratched Robin's little nose. Arrange Deadpool as soon as possible to count out the supplies. It's okay to go slower, but confidentiality must be done well. There were so many treasures left by John that even if Robin and Shikamaru arranged their manpower and worked overtime day and night to count them, it still took them a full month to clear them all. There is nothing to say about gold, 50 warehouses. Lynch looked at the special supplies under the list. 1.137, 4581, 731. There are a terrifying 137 devil fruits alone. With this devil fruit, he can instantly make up for the lack of base in the kingdom and catch up with the world government. Each devil fruit can create an elite warrior. After these devil fruits are digested, the kingdom will not only have top-level combat power, but also mid to high-level combat power will be comparable to other top forces. Originally, The seabed in the west was thin, and the shortcomings of having few devil fruits were made up for. The news that the Rocks pirates can be rebuilt with Captain John's treasure is true. Among them, the 7 ancient devil fruits are Animal System, Ancient Species, Dragon Fruit, Ankylosaurus form, Animal System, Ancient Species, Dragon Fruit, Zumalong form, Animal System, Ancient Species, Dragon Fruit, Shenlong form, Animal System, Ancient Species, Dragon Fruit, Kin Dragon form, Animal System, Ancient Species, Pig Fruit, Tusk Mountain Pig form, Animal System, Ancient Species, Frog Fruit, Devil Frog, Zoological System, Ancient Species, Rat Fruit, Eurasian Wrinkled Tooth form. The number of ancient species in Lynch's hands reached an astonishing 14, plus 81 ordinary animal species, enough to form an army, far more than Kaido's number. 3 special superhuman stars, namely Superman type, Window Fruit, Superman type, Healing Fruit, Superman type, Memory Fruit. The first fruit is a similar fruit to the Gate Fruit. It is a space devil fruit and can open a window at any location. If you use it well, you can travel between 2 places like a portal. The second one is Healing Fruit. Fruits that can heal among devil fruits can only be described as rare. The third, the Memory Fruit, can forcibly view other people's memories, delete the other person's memories, and materialize the things and memories into reality. However, materialization will consume the user's lifespan, and the lifespan consumed will be different depending on the materialized item. For example, manifesting a girl's diary in her memories may only consume 1 hour of her life. But if he dared to manifest the blue dragon fruit in Kaido's memories, even 100 years of life would not be enough. The only natural type left is, of course, the earth fruit. It's time to strengthen our subordinates. Lynch hesitated for a moment, then called Robin and asked him to select loyal men from the Imperial Navy and Army and distribute devil fruits. Regarding fairness, the Empire has its own contribution system, so he doesn't need to worry. In addition, soldiers who have eaten devil fruits are usually distributed in the army and serve as the mainstay of the army. When necessary, they will gather together to form a special mobile unit. The special forces are described as heavenly stems and earthly branches. Those who have eaten the superhuman type are incorporated into the heavenly stem special forces, and those who have eaten the animal type are organized into the earthly branches special forces. There are also many remaining items, including large swords and good swords. Compared to devil fruits, these items are much inferior. Even the demon sword has 3. The pendant recording the coordinates of Yinlong Gorge was also found. Lin Shi did not plan to use it for the time being and put it into the system space. After doing all this, Lynch returned to the naval base and reported to warring states about John's affairs, which naturally hid his own gains. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. Half a year has passed since the John Treasure incident, and many interesting things have happened during this half year. Enel successfully arrived at the moon. After a random discharge, he looked at the ancient robot that appeared in front of him and fell into deep thought. Moria appeared in the New World, did not face Kaido directly, and fought guerrilla warfare everywhere, but caused a lot of trouble to Kaido's men. Jack, who had just been rescued, was almost beaten to death by Mariah, but luckily Jin arrived in time. The title of Tom Cat, the Immortal Swordsman, is widely spread in the sea. Now everyone knows that there's a cat named Tom in the world of swordsmen, and he's recognized by Eagle Eye. Red-haired Shanks successfully ascended to the throne of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard is suspected to be ill. The family members in the Elcian department were secretly transferred to live in the Empire by Lynch. The Tiangon and Earthly Branches special forces were successfully established. Kabuto Yakushi's scientific research form was drawn out and merged with the young Kabuto Yakushi. The Tutu fruit was given to Kakashi, who had taken it out, so that he could play with it freely in the future. Everything is moving in an orderly direction, in a good direction. February of the year 1515 of the Haiyuan calendar. After more than half a year of digestion, the war in Shihai resumed. Of the original 58 countries in the Western Sea, 33 have already surrendered to Lynch. Everything is difficult at the beginning, so it shouldn't be too easy to attack the remaining half of the country. In less than 4 months, all the remaining countries in the West China Sea were defeated by the Empire's Trumpet Kingdom. The West China Sea currently seems to be divided between 6 great powers, but these 6 countries are all under Lynch's arms. At this point, Lin Shi has spent a total of 5 years to completely unify the West Sea and become the king of the West Sea. It is June 1515 SD in the Haiyuan calendar. On this day, Lynch became the king of the West Sea, and the world opened a new chapter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the king of the West Sea. The Kingdom of God function has been activated. Double blessings come to your door, and the pleasant sound of the system rings in your ears. Click on the Kingdom of God interface, which looks a bit like a technology tree. There are 3 routes in the system: technology, combat, people's livelihood. Seeing this, Lin Shi seemed to understand a little bit why the Divine Kingdom function would not be activated until the Western Sea was unified. Below the 3 routes, there is a skill ball in a semi-lit state, and the skill balls behind are invisible. Obviously, you need to click on the corresponding skill ball first before subsequent skills can be unlocked. Below the technology route is a skill called Land of Brass. Hometown of Brass. After unlocking, brass technology will be unlocked in your West Sea, and a large number of brass technology talents will be born. The effective time is about half a year to 1 year. Unlocking requires faith, 2 million. Seeing the numbers needed to unlock it, Lynch couldn't bear it. He has only accumulated a total of 10 million faith points, but it will cost 2 million to unlock the brass land. This is too much fun. Is it possible that after unlocking this brass technology, Shihai can still build Gundams and brass spaceships? Wait, it seems possible. He always remembers one sentence. Products produced by the system must be high-quality products and guaranteed to be value for money. If it dares to be sold at such an expensive price, it must be worth the price. In fact, Lynch underestimated the power of the system. The emergence of brass technology is enough to change the entire world. Under combat, there's also a skill strong as an ox. Strong as an ox. The basic physical fitness of the people under your rule will be double that of the other 3 Cs. Points required to unlock, 2 million. Basic attributes. Lin Chi muttered. For example, the strength of adults in other sea areas is 500 kilograms, but the people under his rule have the strength of 1,000 kilograms as adults. Facing an enemy with twice your strength, speed, and physique, you will only be crushed. With twice the physique, you can work harder and plow the land faster, which is not a bad deal. Compared with the first 2, people's livelihood is a bit inconspicuous. And ding, your subordinates have strict order. Everyone has food to eat, happiness, and stability. It will significantly reduce the crime rate in the West Sea. Points required to unlock, 1 million faith points. Lynch spent 4 million faith points to unlock the Land of Brass and strong as an ox. Being as strong as an ox also has an effect on Lin Shi, but the increase is the attribute of an ordinary person, which is so small to him that he is almost unnoticeable. But it is different for other ordinary citizens. Their physiques are directly doubled. Combat effectiveness and work efficiency have increased countless times. The moment he unlocked the brass land, inspiration suddenly burst out in Lynch's mind, and there seemed to be some strange ideas in his mind. He quickly asked someone to fetch a piece of bronze from the warehouse. Half an hour later, Lynch opened his mouth wide as he looked at the brass bird that could fly in front of him. He had never learned these things before. After unlocking Land of Brass and strong as an ox, new skill balls were unlocked below each. Behind the Land of Brass is the Age of Steam. The Age of Steam. After unlocking, brass technology will be combined with steam technology to unleash incredible creativity. Note, it takes half a year to 1 year to see the real effect. Unlocking requires faith for million. Lynch opened his mouth, and for some reason he thought of the mechanical tyrant bear developed by the world government and the Seraphs. The technology tree of this world is really getting more and more crooked. Behind strong as an ox is Imperial Warrior. Imperial Warrior. The basic soldiers of the army regard you as the sun in their hearts, and their perseverance is greatly improved. Depending on the degree of injury, they will become more brave as they fight and can explode up to 150% of their strength. Unlocking requires faith points, 200 million faith points. When the faith value is used up, there will be less regret. After Lynch unlocked the great era of Steam, he cruelly closed the Kingdom of God interface. He was afraid that if he continued to watch, he would lose whatever faith he had left. The other side, after unlocking brass technology and Steam technology. I understand. Master Lynch, I understand. During the secret experiment, the scientific research madman, Yaoshi Kabuto, laughed maniacally, and the blueprints for the Pluto battleship were placed on the table next to him. Next to him, Kakashi, who was carving a dog's head out of earth fruits, shivered. This laughter is so scary. On this day, countless farmers looked at the hoes in their hands and came up with a bold idea. Can they create something that can farm their own land? A disabled person looks at his broken calf and wonders if he can create something to help him stand up and fly into the sky. The soldier looked at the AK-47 in his hand. Could it be possible to create a new firearm that could carry hundreds of rounds of ammunition at a time? Not just Kabuto Yakushi and the farmers. The entire empire was caught in a storm of thinking. In the blink of an eye, another half year has passed. Come to January of 1516 in the Haiyuan calendar. Looking at the annual kingdom report in his hand, Lin Shi's eyes were somewhat reminiscing. Unknowingly, he had gone from being an ordinary boy except for being handsome to becoming the emperor of the West Sea with 1.5 million residents in his hands. The 80-strong Saihai Navy and the 30-strong Army Self-Defense Force have made the West Sea the safest sea area. The chaotic West China Sea of Europe is gone forever. The newly conquered countries in the West Sea in the past 6 months have also been completely digested, and Lin Shi has finally secured his position as the Emperor of the West Sea. In addition, due to brass technology and steam technology, Shihai has changed a bit. Lin Shi opened the window and looked at the scene in the imperial capital outside. Bronze carriages surged with steam, carrying passers-by and driving away quickly. Bronze electric lights illuminated the street, and the clicking mechanical arms helped the boss do business. On the street, you can occasionally see pedestrians whose bodies have been mechanically modified. It is the emergence of brass technology that gives disabled people the ability to tear apart wolves and tigers with their hands. To modify the body, one must first replace the original physical body, so only the disabled rarely modify their bodies. In the army, mechanical exoskeletons and mechas made of special brass stand in warehouses, just waiting for the war to begin and the swords to be unsheathed. In the farmland, farmers sit in brass steam harvesters and quickly harvest wheat. One person does the work of 20 people before. On the sea, steamships were developed so that they no longer had to rely on wind power to travel. In the past, ships had to have wind to sail on the sea, but that is no longer the case. The empire became the second force besides the world government that could travel in the windless zone. And I don't know if it's because Kabuto Yakushi, like Frankie, had seen Pluto's drawings. He was stunned to invent a Pluto battleship that could transform like Frankie. I have to say that the technology in the pirate world is really crooked. They have mastered the leading local weather weapons, as well as replicating devil fruits and building robots that can emit lasers. In places that are lagging behind, they still use flintlock guns that can only stop and reload once they fire. In these 6 months, there have been too many changes, and brass and steam have been integrated into the foundation of Shihai. All kinds of novelty are dazzling. In the military alone, more than a dozen different inventions are created every day. I don't know if it was that little genius who invented Gatling for the sake of humanitarianism and reducing casualties on the battlefield. Lynch really couldn't understand what this person was thinking. Will Gatling reduce damage? Looking at the empire he governs, Lynch smiles with relief. This technology, which is enough to advance the development of the world, is naturally under the prying eyes of the world government. In some ways, the empire's technology has surpassed that of the world government. Although the world government can create perverted robots like Seraph, they're not on the same technology tree as brass technology and steam technology. Different technology trees naturally have their own advantages. Moreover, it has only been half a year since the emergence of brass and steam technology, and it has developed to what it is now. Everyone knows the potential behind it. Lynch, when will you be willing to hand over the technology in your hands to the world government? We are not negotiating with you. Wulo dialed Lynch's number for the 17th time. I will think about it. Also, don't call me in the middle of the night. You single guys don't have a wife, and I still have to accompany my wife. Lynch hung up the phone. In the holy land of Mariajoya, seeing Lin Chi dare to hang up the phone on him, the 5 old stars' beards trembled with anger. Boom! Nazo Longxing's fist hit the table hard. This guy is getting more and more presumptuous. Who does he think he is? He is just one of our lackeys. The other 5 old stars also had gloomy expressions on their faces. They had had enough of Lynch's obedience for more than a year, taking their benefits and not doing anything for them. When did they, the mighty 5 old stars, suffer such a big loss? Just treat them like fools. After more than a year, Wu Laoxing's patience has long been exhausted, and his face has almost been torn apart. If he wasn't still worried about the identity of the opponent's general and king, he would probably have taken action forcefully. If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. We want him to know what will happen if he goes against us. It would be fine if he obediently handed over the technology in his hands. If not, don't blame us for being unkind. At this time, Wulo finally made up his mind to break up with Lynch. That night, an arrest report from Wulo was delivered to the naval base in the hands of warring states. Warring states. You old guys stayed up in the middle of the night. Why did you ask me to come here? Garp walked in while yawning, while rubbing the corners of his trembling eyes. Garp, look at this, the order sent by Wulo just now. Since Zifa experienced the last broken arm incident, his personality has become extremely extreme. Warring states did not dare to call Zifa, but only called Garp. Let me take a look. Garp took the report, and his eyes widened for a moment. Are these old guys crazy? They want to arrest Lynch. The report lists a total of 8 major crimes against Lynch. 1. Colluded with pirates. 3 of the 4 emperors attended the wedding, which shows the depth of the collusion. 2. Those who have repeatedly disobeyed the orders of the world government shall be punished. 3. As a general, he neglected his duties, resulting in the death of Tianlong people. 4. In the East China Sea, it is against military law to release the pirate red-footed Zapu without permission. 5. Have no respect for superiors and despise the world government. 6. According to CP investigation, his kingdom has carried out suspicious operations in the West Sea. 7. Hiding technology privately with the intention of fighting against the world government. 8. A dignified naval admiral, the daughter of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling. Limited to the Navy's self-cleaning, Lynch was brought to Marie Joa for questioning. Wulo is not stupid either. He knows that arresting a general for no reason will arouse the collective resentment of the Navy. Lynch's popularity in the Navy is too high. For things like this that offend people, let the Navy do it themselves. They were also concerned about Lynch's strong combat power and worried that one of their own would be used as a backstop. The admiral of the Navy died, but they didn't feel bad. After reading the report, Garp's brows almost knit together, and he slapped the report on the table. Sengoku, what do you think? If they take action against Lynch, needless to say, Zifa might just leave the Navy. As for the above-mentioned crimes, let alone Lynch, which of the Navy's top brass has not committed 4 or 5 crimes? Garp, is friends with Roger, and his son is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Why bother with the crime of imposition? What should I do? Salad. Warring States sneered twice. I plan to send this report to Lin Chi. Good idea. Garb gave Warring States a thumbs up. If Wula Oxing knew the behavior of these two old guys, I don't know if he would be angry to death. Sir, there are more spies from the world government in our empire. 32 spies were caught yesterday. Shikamaru knelt down on one knee and reported the recent situation. Based on our torture, the spies revealed that the world government has discovered that the kingdom of Vides in the West Sea has a relationship with us. I am afraid that in half a year at most, they will discover that we are behind the other 5 kingdoms. I'm afraid everything will be revealed by then. Please think about it, sir. I understand. Look at this. Lynch handed Shikamaru the arrest warrant just sent by Sengoku. Lynch had already expected Shihai's exposure. If the world government spies had been searching for 4 years and still found nothing, he should have started to wonder if there was a conspiracy. Sir, this. Looking at the report in his hand, Shikamaru's eyes flickered. Lynch stepped down from his seat and patted Shikamaru on the shoulder. It seems that someone can't tolerate me. It's time to leave the Navy. Notice it and put the country on a state of war readiness. Rather than letting the other party find out and fall into a passive position, it is better to take the initiative and expose your strength. The next day, a piece of news that shocked the world was spread across the sea. Admiral Zhu Zhao resigned from the Navy, along with hundreds of Navy officers, including many generals. As soon as this news came out, the sea shook and everyone was guessing what happened. The pirates are having a carnival, and the future evil god is finally gone. The morale of the Navy was low, and they wrote to the warring states marshal one after another, but received only silence. Wu Laoxing was furious. According to insiders, the 5 old stars scolded him a bit unpleasantly that day. That afternoon, more exciting news followed. The 7 countries in the West Sea all respect Lin Chi as their master, and the West Sea will be unified. Lin Chi became the emperor of the West Sea and ruled the world. Compared to the previous piece of news, this news is going to be even more explosive, leaving countless people stunned. Lynch is planning to go against the world government. Sihai is the back garden of the world government, and Lynch directly weakened a quarter of the world government's foundation, which was even more serious than the actions of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army had an evil plot, and Lynch had already succeeded. Wu Laoxing was furious again and listed Lynch as the mortal enemy of the world government. He sent several general-level combat forces towards the West Sea, vowing to eliminate all Lynch's forces in the West Sea in one fell swoop. The senior officials of the Navy headquarters, Warring States period, and others looked at the new order from Wu Laoxing and were speechless for a long time. Lynch is too courageous. Karp's voice echoed in the conference room. The Vinsmoke family, the kingdom of Germa 66. Sanji's father looked at the newspaper that had just been delivered to him, his palms trembling slightly. His lifelong dream is to rule Beihai again like his ancestors. Nowadays, how can we not be excited to see someone do it first? Lynch, I hope you can survive this world government crusade. Don't let me down. Father, everyone has been waiting for you in the laboratory for a long time, and it turns out you are here. Reiju appeared in front of the door. Gaji stopped shaking his hands and returned to his usual serious look. He gave Reijulin a faint and left the room. After Gaji left, Reiju thoughtfully picked up the newspaper on the table and read it. Lin Chi. Reiju guessed roughly what her father was thinking just now. He's a handsome boy. Don't die. Reiju licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue and murmured to herself. East China Sea. The little thief cat, Nami, was lying lazily in Belmir's arms. At her feet was a small pile of treasures that she had stolen from the pirates not long ago. The desire for money still led Nami to embark on the road of deception, but his target was only pirates. Belmir, do you think Brother Lynch will be fine? Nami sighed and threw the newspaper aside. TCH, I am a mighty overlord of the West Sea. Why do you, a little thief cat, need to worry? Nuo Chi Gao said, you should just worry about yourself. If that group of pirates hadn't worried that this was Aaron's territory, they would have charged in earlier. Come up and kill you. Nami stole the treasure and was approached by the real pirate. Aaron, who was originally cruel and vicious, has become the protective umbrella of Nami's family, and things are unpredictable. Don't worry, Lin Chi is a real person. He'll be fine. Belmire comforted Nami by stroking Nami's bright orange hair. Belmire's eyes looked towards the sea. His eyes were faint. This man's ambition was too great. I thought that becoming a general was his end. Who would have thought that that would be the starting point for the other party? The wind is blowing, the clouds are flying, and the warriors are here to guard the four directions. Lin Chi stood on the top of the highest mountain in the empire, overlooking the scene of the entire imperial capital, and suddenly felt inspired and uttered the great wind song of Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty. The breeze is moderate and the sun is just right. It's a good weather for killing people. Behind him are the high-level combat forces in the empire. Tsunade, Shikunu, Ino, Mark, Iron Punishment, Peacock, Yakushi Kabuto, Choji, Kakashi, Robin, Tina, Uchiyamakoto. There are hundreds of devil fruit users in the rear, as well as 9 giant generals. Through insiders in the Navy, Lynch knew that this time the world government was sending general-level combat forces in order to eliminate itself as soon as possible. If the world government launches a full-scale war against Shihai and he is unable to support it alone, then these people will play a major role. Their presence will help Lynch resist all enemies below the generals. But facing the general-level combat power, it could hardly help. Under the generals, they're like ants, but they still followed him insistently. For the sake of those who follow him, he also has to repel his enemies. Suddenly, Lin Chi looked in a direction in the imperial capital and felt relieved. There are also advantages to having the general come here. At least the soldiers of the kingdom will not die too many. When the sun rose above the head, 3 figures seemed to appear on the horizon. There were only 3 of them, but they exuded a monstrous aura, like an army pressing down on the country. Yellow ape, green pheasant, fast. Coming. Don't follow those who are not strong enough. They will become a burden. Lin Chi's figure flashed and appeared in the middle of the sea. Everyone hurriedly followed, and Kakashi used Earth Release and Earth Fruit to combine with each other to create an island of dozens of kilometers in the middle of the sea for fighting. This was to prevent the imperial capital from being destroyed in a war. After Kakashi finished all this, he immediately passed out and collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely. If he hadn't eaten the Earth Fruit, he wouldn't have been able to do this even if he was beaten to death. The girl next to him, who had eaten the healing fruit, stretched out her little hand to restore Kakashi's strength. Ignoring Kakashi, who was still kidney deficient, Lynch looked at the 3 people who had come closer and said with a smile, "Everyone, welcome to the West Sea, my territory. Hey, we meet again, Brother Lin Chi. I didn't expect that we would become enemies this time." Kizara looked at Lin Chi meaningfully. Lin Chi understood instantly that he was already in place to play the role of Uncle Yuanwang. "Alala, I won't hold hands on the enemy later." Qing Ji slowly took his hands out of his pockets. Looking at his 2 teammates, Fast felt so unreliable, but he believed in Lord Wuloxing's arrangement and snorted heavily at Lynch. "If you still have the mood to laugh, today is the day you die. I'll deal with Lin Chi, and you guys can eliminate the remaining ones as soon as possible." Fast ordered Kizuru and Aoki to kill Lin Chi himself to vent his hatred from last time. "Casual. I don't have any objection. Just go ahead." Seeing the indifferent expressions of Kizuru and Aoki, Fast's eyes twitched. With such lazy teammates, he really wants to hit them. So casual? Why do I feel that they have no respect for me, a senior in the Navy? The younger generation these days are becoming more and more unhappy. Lynch suffered death. Fast turned into a gust of wind, wrapped Lynch, and appeared not far away. Bad wind. A strong wind suddenly appeared in Fast's palm, and a blade-like strong wind enveloped Lynch, leaving scars on his body. It's just that although there was a lot of damage, it didn't heal quickly. Old guy, when you get older, you should take care of yourself. If a person of a natural type wants to launch an attack, He must first withdraw from the completely natural state and become a semi-natural or physical form. Spotting the moment when Fast transformed from elemental to human form, Lynch rushed forward, grabbed his head, and smashed it to the ground. There was a loud boom, and half of Fast's body was smashed into the ground. His legs kicked up straight, and a large pit with an area of 20 meters appeared on the ground. It's so scary, this blow hurts just looking at it. Tina and the others looked at Kizaru warily, but Kizaru started to watch the show. He hid his strength in the Navy. We need to reanalyze it. Shinji was minding his own business and didn't know who he was talking to. What? You want me to help Fast? No, he won't let us help. You deserve to die. Fasky felt as if his head was about to break, and the corners of his mouth were scratched with blood from the gravel. When he used the strong wind to blow away Lin Shi and stood up, he found that Kizaru and others were still watching the show. He really wanted to kill these two guys first regardless of Lin Shi. You two, why don't you do it? Fast almost roared. Do it. Do it now. You are such an impatient old man. Shinji's lazy words almost made Fast so angry that he vomited blood. He was working hard in the front, and these two guys behind him were watching the show. They thought he was impatient. Fast suddenly felt that these were not two spies. As Fast's voice fell, Kizaru and Akiji also started to move. This battle is not just about these people on the bright side. There are countless pairs of eyes staring at this place secretly. Being able to delay for 1 minute is already the limit of Kizaru and the others. It would be a bit of a lie if they haven't taken action now. Although there were many acquaintances of theirs below, there was that person watching secretly, and they could not hold back. So if Tina Robin and the others are not strong enough, they will really be killed. If it weren't for Garp and Zifa's sake, Akiji and Lynch wouldn't even be considered ordinary friends. The friendship between Huang Yuan, Qing Pheasant, and Lin Shi has not reached the point where they would be severely punished for his sake. Little monsters, be careful, I'm coming. Kizaru raised his long legs teasingly, and bright flashes of light gathered on his legs, becoming brighter and brighter. He half squinted his eyes to look for a powerful target below. This won't work, it's too weak, and it definitely can't withstand one's own kick. This one doesn't work either. It's a new face I've never seen before, and the designation isn't strong. The domineering energy in this body is too weak, it won't work. Kizaru glanced around and found that there seemed to be no one below who could resist his kick. This made Kizaru a little nervous. There was someone who was watching him secretly, and he couldn't act. He looked serious, but actually kicked the person out lightly. If he really kicked Lin Shi's wife to death, wouldn't that kid chase him death? His legs searched for half a circle in the air, but could not find a suitable candidate. Kizaru had no choice but to continue to charge up his ultimate move. The energy in his legs was getting stronger and stronger. Now the lieutenant general was afraid that he would be kicked to death. The words in his mouth were also became, I'm coming. Here you go. Coming. Yo, Tom. My name is Tom, and I am a cat. I like my master as much as I like Jerry. Far away on the Grand Line, after hearing that my master was in trouble, I immediately rushed towards home. He used his tail as a propeller and tamed another sea king on the way, which took 2 days. Fortunately, I caught up, but I had just arrived at the scene, and before I had time to appear, I saw a wretched uncle turning in a golden light and kicking towards me. The old man, Kizaru, is an upright Navy man who clocks in and clocks out conscientiously every day. Only by never offending others easily can you lie down better. But today, I ran into a problem. Although I don't have a very good relationship with Lynch, I can still be considered friends. Seeing that he once proposed a salary increase to me in the Warring States period, I decided to hold back on him. Of course, the most important thing is my life principle. I will never offend anyone easily, especially powerful people. I'm going to kick his wife to death, so can he let me go? Why are you risking your life for a monthly salary of hundreds of thousands of Baileys? My feet of justice are reserved for those who are evil, and Lynch is a good man. But there is someone watching in secret. I can't hold back, otherwise I will offend the world government. After charging for 5 seconds at most, my flash kick must kill someone. Just when I thought everything was over, Tomcat appeared. I think that being given the title of Immortal Swordsman by Hawkeye should be able to block my kick, right? Meow, meow, meow. As soon as Tomcat appeared on the battlefield, he saw Kizaru charging his flash kick into a small sun and kicking it towards him. The speed was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Kizaru's flash kick hit Tom's body, like a small nuclear bomb exploding. The energy like a small sun rose dozens of meters high, almost piercing the island created by Kakashi's collapse. Tom was completely destroyed by this terrifying energy, with not even a hair left. Oops, I kicked someone's pet cat to death. This was Kizaru's first reaction. It's Tom. Great, Tom is back. Tina, who knew Tom's immortality, was surprised and happy. Those who didn't know Tom looked at Tina strangely. This cat is dead. Why is Mistress Tina so happy? Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Tom was reborn from the state of being wiped out. Meow, meow, meow. After the resurrection, Tom was very unhappy. He took a deep breath from a cigar and blew out the smoke, forming a line of large characters in the air. Yellow-skinned monkey, if you dare to sneak attack on your cat, you will die. Appearing here and launching a fatal attack on it, Tom confirmed that it was an enemy. It held a western sword, transformed into 9 smaller tomcats, and killed Kizaru like lightning. He's really not dead. Kizaru ignored his surprise and fought with Tomcat. Although Tomcat is not very strong, he can resist beatings. Even if Kizaru uses his full strength, it will be fine. In this way, Tomcat held back Kizaru by himself. Who said there is no great emperor in the Cat Clan? 9 Toms versus Kizaru. Aoki retracted his gaze from Kizaru, sighed, and opened his arms. 2 ice birds appear between his arms. Tina, Tsunade, and the others tensed their bodies and prepared for the attack. Although they were nervous, no one backed away. They must help hold off the last enemy before Lynch defeats Fast. You guys stay away, I'll do it. Kakashi, who had recovered, blocked everyone behind him, his eyes becoming determined. Only those with natural devil fruit abilities can deeply understand the power of Aokiji. Others were hit by the ice bird and were afraid they would freeze into an ice sculpture and die. All a violent pheasant mouth. 2 5-meter-large ice birds swooped down, and the cold air from above froze the space. Kakashi gritted his teeth, pressed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Earth release! Earth release wall!" An earthen wall dozens of meters high rose from the ground, with 5 dog heads carved on it. The effect of Earth Fruit and Earth Release is doubled when combined with each other. Kakashi felt uneasy and didn't know if he could block the opponent. After all, I have only been in this world for half a year, and I am still a novice in the use of so-called haki, and my Devil Fruit has not been fully developed. Kakashi waited anxiously for a long time, but did not wait for the attack to arrive. He ran to the side and saw that the golden liquid, like waves, swallowed the ice bird. Everyone, I shouldn't be late. The Golden Emperor Tezuro appeared in midair on tons of gold and shouted at Lynch. Hurry up and deal with it. I won't be able to stop this guy for long. It is self-evident who just blocked Sheen Pheasant's attack for everyone. Actually, if you hadn't said that last sentence, I would have looked at you more seriously. Lynch said calmly, slashing fast away with his sword. How could Lynch, who had already received news that the world government was about to attack, not be prepared? The arrival of the Golden Emperor had already been expected by him. Ha ha ha, I am self-aware. Tetsolo laughed. Tezolo, do you dare to betray the world government? Do you know the consequences of betrayal? Aoki said coldly, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped. First Tom, and then the Golden Emperor appeared. Today brought him a lot of surprises. Especially the Golden Emperor. This guy's betrayal will add fuel to the fire for the world government. Just the amount of heavenly gold that Tezuro handed over to the world government every year was an astronomical amount. From the fact that the celestial dragons all went to play on the giant gold ship and were escorted by generals when they encountered danger, we can see how much the world government treated Tezuro in the past. Attitude. Now that such a financial owner's son has betrayed the world government, I wonder if the 5 old stars will be furious when they hear this. The sparrow knows the ambition of the swan. I believe in Lin Chi. I will do my best to help him ascend to the throne of the king. Then, kill all the celestial dragons. Tezoro's eyes were a little cold. But you, Akiji, as a dignified general, did not protect the civilians, but instead helped the world government to do evil. Is this the justice in your heart? Don't you know what the celestial dragons are like? If you ignore the cancer of the world, you are in vain to become a general. King Pheasant allowed the Golden Emperor to curse him, his eyes flickering, but he did not refute. Are you done? You can go and die now. There was no expression on Qingji's face, but his actions said everything. Frozen time capsule. Aoki shot an ice cone from his palm, and Tetsolo raised his hand to summon a large amount of golden liquid to form a wall to resist. The ice pick hit the golden liquid, and one end was connected to the palm of Qing Pheasant. The cold air quickly formed a layer of ice on the surface and spread. Tetsolo tried to control the gold to break out of the ice, but found that it was not an easy task. From the very beginning, Akiji's goal was the tons of gold at Tetsolo's feet. With his rich combat experience, he quickly judged that without gold control, Tetsolo would be a toothless tiger. What if the golden fruit awakens? Gold on a small scale poses no threat to him. Depending on the time it takes for the opponent to fall to the ground and change terrain, you can kill him 10 times in an instant. I really underestimated you. After several attempts, the frozen gold liquid could not break through the ice layer of Qing Pheasant. Tetsolo instantly understood what Qing Pheasant wanted to do. I gave up on the frozen gold and let it fall to the ground. He condensed a pool of gold out of thin air, formed 7 golden needles, and instantly stabbed Qing Pheasant. At the same time, Tetsolo used the remaining gold to form an airtight golden wall in mid-air, blocking a large area of vision, and he quickly dropped towards the island below. His level is too different from that of the general. If he transforms the island into gold through Fruit Awakening, he might still be able to fight. Tetsolo's strength is only about the same as Minggu, or even slightly inferior to Minggu. It is normal for him to be at a disadvantage against Akiji in a short period of time. This is a substantial gap. Golden Emperor, let's capture him without mercy. Isn't it good to be alive? Qing Pheasant just waved his hand out of thin air, and the cold air froze the golden needles that were shot. He elementally bypassed the golden wall and landed 1 step ahead of Tezolo. In terms of speed, the elementalization of the natural system does have a natural advantage. What? Tezoro looked at the Aoki Pheasant appearing directly below and was shocked. Can't hide. The black-armed color covers his whole body, and now Tetsolo can only pray that his armed color can withstand the freezing coldness of the Aoki Pheasant. Alala, goodbye, little brother. Aoki looked like he was losing energy and pointed a finger at Tezoro above. 2 thorn spear. 2 cold-haired spears were about to pierce into Tezolo's heart. Exclamation point. At this critical moment, a thunder pillar as thick as a water tank fell from the sky, shrouding Tezoro and Qing Pheasant inside. Inaru, whose whole body was wrapped with thunder and lightning, looked like a god, floating in the air with a golden stick on his shoulders. I hope I came in time, Lin Chi. He looked in Lin Chi's direction and suddenly grinned. You're here just in time. Let's help Tezoro trap the Qing Pheasant first. No problem. He's just a mortal. Let's see what God does with him. On the ground, although Tetsolo was burned on the outside and tender on the inside by the lightning bolt, he still managed to save a small life. Qing Pheasant narrowly escaped the lightning strike, and its sleepy eyes were fully opened. Just now, his ability to see, hear, and feel was suppressed, and he almost failed to dodge the attack. What a terrifying sight. Qing Pheasant, it should be you, mortal. Annalou sat cross-legged in the sky, looking down at Ching Pheasant. That look was like looking at an ant. Inola thinks that no one except Lynch takes him seriously. Are mere mortals from Qinghai worthy of challenging the power of God? That's right. After experiencing space tourism, Enel is floating again. Apart from not daring to claim to be a god in front of Lynch, he acts like a mortal in front of everyone. Now, Enel also has crazy capital. After replenishing their domineering power, they fought against Moria for a few years on the Sky Island, supervising each other's growth, and then went to space to explore. Now, the 33-year-old Eniru has already become a general by virtue of his Thunder Fruit, which is said to be the best in the natural system, and his abnormally strong knowledge and color. After a year or two at most, Enelu will become a general-level master. It's the Thunder Fruit that has been missing for 400 years. The green pheasant on the ground sounded an alarm in its heart. It seems that there is no way to be lazy. Tremble, mortal! There were several loud stabs, and countless thunders pierced the sky. The battlefield was like the end of the world. Enelu and Ching Pheasant were fighting together. The scene on the island changed due to the fight between the two. 1/3 of the island was covered with ice, and it was still snowing. Thunder rain fell from the sky in 1/3 of the area, and the ground was pockmarked by bombs. Everyone had no choice but to hide in the remaining 1/3 of the area. Really? When gods fight, mortals suffer. Tesoro also joined the battlefield after converting a large amount of gold. With the addition of a Shichibukai combat force, Inairo even suppressed Akiji and bombarded him wildly. The Thunderous Fruit is extraordinary. First in attack, no one can match. Robin and others nervously observed the situation at the three sites. On Lynch's side, Fast was losing ground and his face was bruised and bruised. On the other hand, Lynch didn't have any injuries on his body. Tom's side, just don't look at it. Tom was beaten badly by Kizaru, and he was totally inappropriate for a child. But Tom couldn't be killed. After hundreds of rounds, Kizaru started out his life, but Tom was still fine. What kind of weird cat is this? The three of them, Akiji and Enlitazuro, were fighting back and forth, and it was the most intense of the three battlefields. Kakashi and Tsunade slowly approached one of the sites, planning to find an opportunity to try to sneak attack. When Robin and everyone else were thinking about how they could help, a not tall but oppressive figure appeared in front of them. It was an old man with white hair, his body was slightly stooped, and he was holding a walking stick in both hands. He looked ordinary, but he exuded an aura like an evil ghost. General Lynch is quite an outstanding person, but it's a pity that you shouldn't go against the world government. Saint Satan said in a low voice. Even if he became an enemy, it would not prevent him from looking at Lin Chi with some admiration in his eyes. From the beginning of the war, no matter from any aspect, the combat power of the three generals was enough to crush Lynch. But no one expected that Lynch would have so many tricks up his sleeve. The backhand is so powerful that it is no problem to resist three generals. Except for the world government, no force can produce three general-level combat forces at once. I believe that if Lynch had not died this time, the news would have shocked the whole world. Shihai, who has the strength to compete with three generals, is enough to shake the world structure. From now on, every move in Shihai will affect the nerves of countless people. It's a pity that there is no if, because he is here. Saint Satan came this time to supervise the battle and be just in case, but who could have imagined that he would become the final trump card? At this moment, he felt lucky for his decision. If he hadn't been there, it would have been hard to say how this battle would have ended. But now that he is here, there will be no suspense in the ending. It's time for this to end. No, those who are below the general level should quickly lower their heads and don't look at this old man. Robin said anxiously. Robin suddenly remembered that Lynch once told him about Saint Satan's appearance and abilities. Robin's words were still a step too late. The heads of several officers who had eaten devil fruit exploded like a watermelon being crushed by a truck. The remaining people took this opportunity to quickly lower their heads, thus avoiding the fate of their heads exploding. With their vision blocked and their sight, knowledge, and color suppressed, these people are like blind men, lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Only people with general-level strength can look directly at Saint Satan without danger. Come on, you will only die in vain if you stay. Get out of here, Robin urged urgently. Lynch told her about Saint Satan's ability. If someone who is not strong enough looks at Saint Satan, his head will explode. But Lynch didn't know whether Saint Satan's ability came from the Nyogawe fruit or from a special overlord color. Buzz. Regarding this situation, Shikamaru had made a plan in advance. A huge window opened from midair, and a hand stretched out. Come quickly. This is the ability of the window fruit. The other end is a safe place 100 kilometers away. People below the general level jumped in one after another and left here. Originally, they planned to use their lives to delay Mr. Lynch. But now it seems that those who are not strong enough are not even qualified to fight hard. In order to cover the departure of their companions, Kakashi and Tsunade took the initiative to attack Satan Saint. Kamui. Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes suddenly opened angrily, and a line of blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. The pupil technique was activated, and the space around Saint Satan seemed to be distorted, rotating inward in a spiral. Escape? Earth flow wall. Water escape? Water dragon bullet technique. Tsunade's hands were forming seals quickly, and 3 earth walls rose from the ground, sealing off the retreat of Sartan's sanctuary. At the same time, a water dragon roared up from the sea. This is Tsunade's trump card. Anyone with devil fruit abilities will lose the power to resist when exposed to seawater. Space fruit? Water fruit. Saint Satan was secretly shocked. Apparently, Kakashi and Tsunade's abilities made him misunderstand something. The ability is a good one, but it's a pity that the person using it is too weak. Do you want to hit me with such a slow attack? Oomph. With only the strength of his physical body, Saint Satan broke through the blockage of the earth wall and quickly left the attack range of divine power. Even though Satan Shung looks like an old man, and he has eaten some phantom bee species, in terms of physical fitness, only Lynch on the scene is probably stronger than him. Satan Shung hid in time, and Shunwei just tore off a piece of his clothes. It is very powerful. It requires a certain delay before it can be activated after aiming at the target. It moves according to the line of sight. What's the use of being powerful if you can't hit anyone? As people mature with age, Saint Satan quickly analyzed Kakashi's abilities. Water Dragon? It's not as fast as the space fruit. Saint Satan gently picked up a several-ton clod of earth from the ground and smashed the flying water dragon to pieces. Damn it! Kakashi covered his painful Sharingan with cold sweat and analyzed the principle of Kamui in one round. What kind of monster is this? Tsunade also clenched her fists, feeling that the enemy was too terrifying and that she and Kakashi were completely unable to stop him. Kakashi has only been in this world for half a year. He is a domineering novice. Even though he has eaten the earth fruit, he is only as strong as an elite lieutenant general. And Tsunade, who has completed her domineering skills, is only in her 20s and has the strength of an elite lieutenant general. There is a world of difference between 2 elite lieutenant generals versus a Saint Sardan who has the strength of a general. Killing you should make Lynch lose his mind a little. The murderous intention in Saint Sartan and the evil intention unique to the ox demon fruit broke out instantly, locking onto Robin in the distance. Robin only felt that his hands and feet were cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he could not move at all. A feeling of suffocation rushed over his face, and he could hardly breathe. He wanted to kill Robin. Stop him quickly. Tsunade released the Mark of Een. Her speed increased significantly, but it was still a step too late. Saint Satan took 1 step forward, crossed the distance of 60 meters, and came to Robin. The arm-colored walking stick was stabbed toward Robin's heart. Move quickly. Robin bit his lower lip and drew blood. His pupils struggled fiercely, but he still could not escape from the will of Satan. Boom! Mistress, get out of the way. When Saint Sartan's crutch was about to pierce Robin's heart, a figure used all his strength to knock Robin away, and Saint Sartan pierced the heart. Number 2. Seeing their companions' hearts being pierced, The remaining 8 giants turned into giants dozens of meters tall, like crazy demons, and rushed forward. The one who pushed Robin away, just now, was the armored giant among the 9 giant major generals. "Master, Mother, run away." After saying this, number 2's pupils dimmed quickly, and he died in the hands of Saint Satan. Robin was pushed and collapsed on the ground. Seeing someone die to protect him again, tears blurred his beautiful eyes. Under the violent fluctuations in his heart, Robin failed to maintain his life and returned to his original appearance. Saint Satan pulled out the crutch from number 2's chest, shook off the blood on it, and looked at the 8 giants rushing up and snorted, "You are loyal to that Lynch, and you don't even risk your own life. What do you know, old guy? You don't understand the greatness of Mr. Lynch. For Mr. Lynch! For Mr. Lynch!" The ground rumbled, and the giants shouted Lynch's name. In order to protect Robin from being hurt, they almost launched a suicide attack. The 14-meter-tall female giant took the lead in rushing to Saint Satan, swinging her agile arms to create a sonic boom and punching him down. Hit! A big hole appeared in the ground, and number 4 felt as if she had hit an enemy. Just as her face showed joy, her head was smashed by a dark walking stick. "What gave you the illusion that you hit me?" Saint Satan reached a height of 14 meters and smashed the female giant's head. His body was drenched in blood, but he didn't care, like an evil ghost. Number 4. Death to the old man. Seeing another companion who had been with him day and night for many years die in front of him, the remaining giants went crazy and launched a desperate attack. The giant generals were huge in size and powerful, and together they were able to temporarily block Saint Satan. Robin was quickly rescued by Tina. Saint Satan's eyes were slightly cold. "Since you can't wait to die, I am willing to give you a ride first." In Saint Satan's view, this group of extremely ugly giants are just like the giants. They have no brute strength, but they are weak and can't be used as easy targets. Their huge bodies make it very difficult for them to dodge attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The heads of the remaining 7 giants were smashed by Saint Satan one after another. 9 headless corpses fell to the ground in exchange for delaying Saint Satan's time. Until death, no one retreats. Feeling the power of the 9 giants return to the system, Lynch, on the other side of the island, seemed to understand something. He roared and lifted Fast up high, then smashed it to the ground. The shock wave form spread out for 100 meters. Fast's throat felt sweet, and his body was quickly enveloped by a large amount of wind. Lin Shi stepped forward and smashed Fast's head to pieces with one punch wrapped in a weapon-colored fist. Fast's head has just recovered from the elementalization and will be smashed again by countless fists. "You're crazy!" Before Fast could finish his words, his head exploded again. The power of the 9 giants is still there, although a new generation of giants can be recreated after the war. After all, they are not the same group of people who followed them loyally. Saint Satan peeled off the sticky flesh and blood on his body with his victory ticket in hand, walked out of the pool of blood on the ground like a leisurely stroll, looked at Robin, who had returned to his original appearance, and said expressionlessly, "It turns out that your true identity is the son of the devil, the only survivor of the O'Hara incident. It seems that Lynch has been anti-world government for a long time. Not only did he take you in many years ago, he also married you as his wife. You don't have to look at me like that. Your identity won't hinder Lynch. Anyway, you will all die here today." Compared with Lynch, who became the Emperor of the West Sea, the legendary son of the devil has become a docile little sheep. Saint Satan looked at everyone present as if he were looking at a group of dead people without any emotion. It was like the 9 giants he had just killed were just like the 9 ants he had trampled to death. "I won't let anyone die for me. I don't want to be a burden to everyone." Robin pushed away Tina's support, wiped the tears from her beautiful eyes, and looked at the figure of Saint Satan. She thought of the giants who died for her, and of the O'Hara incident that year when all the people on the island died. "In front of myself. All this is because of the world government behind it. An unfortunate childhood, the contempt of the people around him, his gone mother, Savolo's redemption, her husband's teachings, and once again letting her partner die in front of her. Strong emotions erupted in Robin's mind, making her look a little miserable. Thanks to Lynch's guidance over the years, Robin now only has hatred for the world government, but no fear. In the past, when Robin saw a blue pheasant, he would be so frightened that he would freeze up and not dare to move. Now Robin has seen through the true nature of the Navy and dares to wield his sword at the master behind it. Robin's whole body was unconsciously wrapped in black mist. In the black smoke, a huge demon with a red body, wings on its back, and horns on its head appeared in front of everyone. It was 9 meters taller than everyone present. The son of the devil, Robin. The demonic form appears 6 years early. Flower Fruit Awakening. Saint Satan moved instantly and disappeared from the spot. Don't let him get close to Robin. Kakashi activated the Earth Fruit ability, and several Earth Dragons staggered to block the path forward of Saint Satan. It hurts. Tsunade jumped up high, raising one leg above her head, and the angle with the other leg reached an exaggerated 180 degrees. At this time, he showed extraordinary flexibility. Her jade feet were filled with white energy and suddenly fell from the air. One of Saint Satan's arms suddenly swelled and became like the arm of the legendary Ushio demon, black and strong, and smashed Kakashi's Earth Dragon with a slap. Facing Tsunade, who was attacking from above, his arm lengthened again, and he firmly grasped Tsunade's fallen feet. What? Tsunade's face turned pale, and she quickly mobilized her entire body to resist Saint Satan's walking stick. Tsunade's arm color was still weaker than that of Satan's saint. After being pierced through the abdomen with a cane, she was thrown into the distance like garbage. Ahem, it hurts. Tsunade fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the wound on her abdomen that was rapidly healing and was frightened for a while. If it were an ordinary person, he would be dead by now. Tsunade, who has activated the Een Seal, is not afraid of penetrating injuries. But if the opponent aims at her head, the Een Seal cannot save herself. Everyone, in order to protect Tsunade and the others, Robin took the initiative to rush to Saint Satan. Colorful colors, huge tree strike. Robin ran forward, crossing his hands in front of him and activating the Flower Fruit ability. 200-meter-long green-white legs suddenly appeared from the ground, and their pink jade feet were about to crush Saint Satan, but they were still destroyed by his light punch. Robin in demon form was able to defeat Black Maria, one of the 6 members of the Beast Pirates, which shows that his strength is at least at the level of an elite lieutenant general, and he has even stepped into the rank of candidate for general. But even so, Robin still felt deeply powerless when facing Saint Satan. She guessed that her attack would not be able to do anything to Saint Satan, but a light blow from the other side neutralized the attack, giving her a huge sense of frustration. Robin was not discouraged. He still had a killing move that was useless. As long as he could get close to Saint Satan, that would be the time to activate it. Let's kill you, the water fruit power user, first. Saint Satan glanced at the demon Robin who was rushing towards him, and suddenly changed his mind, and an insidious plan emerged in his mind. It would be too troublesome to kill them one by one, so why not use the woman named Tsunade to let others take the initiative to die? If I remember correctly, this Tsunade is also one of Lynch's wives. Lynch's evaluation of the 5 old stars was right. The bad intentions of these old guys are much deeper than the mermaid girls. Old thief, eat one of my heads. When Saint Sartan approached Tsunade, Iron Punishment suddenly turned into an 8-meter-long ankylosaurus and hit Saint Sartan. This ankylosaurus fruit is one of the ancient species that Lynch obtained from John's treasure. Also rushing out with Iron Punishment were a kin dragon and a velociraptor dragon. They have all reached the level of Major General and have not left here. In terms of determination to die, they are no worse than those giants. It's these ancient species with tenacious vitality again. Saint Satan frowned. These ancient species like Xiaoqiang may not be strong, but it is not easy to kill them. Saint Satan can kill them, but he doesn't want to waste time on such a small character. Noticing the sea in the distance, Saint Satan seemed to have another idea. The sea will be your burial place. Saint Satan planted the crutch on the ground, and his other arm also swelled. Two discordant arms appeared on Saint Satan's body. He opened his bow left and right and slapped all three ancient species flying out. Tai Xing and others were like toys under the hands of Satan Sheng, turning into a meteor in midair. In front of these people who do not have strong combat power, Saint Satan has a crushing attitude towards everyone. Seeing that Tai Xing and others were about to fall into the sea and drown, Robin took action. Dazzling Flower's big net. Thousands of Robin's arms spread from the ground into the air to form a large net, stopping the three ancient species who were about to fall into the sea. Dazzling Flower's Spider Flower. Dazzling 100 Flowers Gentian. Robin activated the flower fruit's ability again, and hundreds of arms wrapped Saint Satan in the center like a big net. Several arms suddenly grew from Saint Satan's shoulders and back. The arms tried to twist Saint Satan's neck and cervical vertebrae together, but unfortunately failed. Saint Satan's body was as if it were made of steel and could not be shaken. Chakra Scalpel. In more than 10 seconds, the big hole in Tsunade's abdomen had healed. She suddenly burst out and tried to use chakra to cut off Saint Satan's visual nerve and make him blind. Boom! Tsunade's arm was beaten into a weird arc by Saint Sardan with a walking stick, and the arm bones were broken into 4 parts. The large net Robin made with his arms also turned into petals and disappeared. He endured the pain and straightened his arm. Due to the existence of the Yin seal, Tsunade's injuries could be recovered quickly as long as she was not hit in the head. Saint Satan's eyes were half closed, and he swung the cane. This time the target was Tsunade's head. Tsunade's pupils trembled. "Are you going to die? Sister Tsunade, get out of the way." Fortunately, the 3 iron punishers from before blocked Saint Satan for 2 or 3 seconds, allowing Robin to rush behind Saint Satan at the last moment before Tsunade was killed and activate his final ability. More than a dozen scarlet arms grew out of Demon Robin's body, binding Saint Satan's limbs and head like long snakes. This time the arm is different from the previous one. This time the arm is a scarlet demon arm, which still grows from Robin's body. The devil blooms. With Robin's cooing, Saint Satan seemed to be really restrained, and the attack on Tsunade stopped. Maelstrom Claw. Robin's dozen arms worked hard at the same time, trying to break Saint Satan's bones. To Robin's despair, no matter how hard she tried, Saint Satan's body remained motionless. Robin lowered his head and discovered that at some point, Saint Satan's shadow was connected by a long shadow. "Mother Robin, Mistress Tsunade, please leave quickly. I won't be able to hold on any longer," Shikamaru shouted anxiously. After seeing off the other ability users, Shikamaru and Ino Choji rushed back immediately. At this time, Choji and Ino stood behind Shikamaru, transmitting the energy in their bodies to Shikamaru through their arms, and then let Shikamaru activate the shadow manipulation technique. The shadow that fixed Saint Satan was Shikamaru's secret technique, shadow manipulation technique. It can immobilize the enemy and prevent them from moving. Shikamaru couldn't imagine how powerful Satan's saint was, but he just froze him for 2 seconds. The energy in his and Choji Ino's bodies was almost exhausted. It was only because Robin and Shikamaru used their strongest abilities at the same time that they were able to briefly restrain Saint Satan. "What? Didn't I control him?" Robin picked up Tsunade and backed away quickly. Tsunade was like a doll in the hands of the 7-meter-tall Demon Robin. The next moment, Saint Satan broke through the shadow binding technique. Shikamaru spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Because his chakra was depleted and he was forced to consume life energy, his spirit instantly became depressed, and a few white hairs appeared on his head. Even Choji and Ino were affected. They sat weakly on the ground and found it difficult to raise a hand. "I won't kill you. I will let someone study you carefully." Saint Satan took a deep look at Shikamaru and the others. The strength of these people is obviously very weak, but their abilities are very strange. That ability is a bit like the shadow fruit. but the shadow fruit has been eaten by Moria. What is going on? I believe CP's torture department will help him find the answer. Divine power. After resting for a while, the pain in his eyes was relieved, and Kakashi used Kimui again. The 2 consecutive uses of Kimui caused Kakashi's eyes to bleed and bulge as if they were about to explode. You little buggers bore me. Satan Shung jumped out of Kimui's attack range, came to Kakashi's side, and smashed Kakashi to pieces with his enlarged palm. After Saint Satan left, a large crater was swallowed up by the divine power of Space Vortex where he had just stood. Kakashi, who was smashed to pieces this time, recovered from his elemental form to his true form very slowly, as if being blocked by some unknown force. I'll crush you to death as easily as crushing an insect to death. It's time to end this farce. Kakashi, who had just recovered 1 foot, was shattered again, and his dignity was like an ant in the hands of Saint Satan. His body suddenly grew in size, he dropped the crutch in his hand, and his height reached a terrifying 9 meters. A circle of flames burned around Saint Satan's neck, and a pair of sky-high horns grew out of his head. Phantom beast species? Ushiki fruit? Half-beast form. Rise! 2 muscular arms were inserted into the earth. Saint Satan exerted force suddenly. The veins on his arms were exposed, and he lifted up an island fragment weighing hundreds of tons. Fire. With 1 word spoken, a raging fire ignited on the fragments of the island. Quick! Saint used both arms to throw hundreds of tons of island fragments towards Robin Tsunade and others. The speed is as fast as a meteor falling from space, burning with flames and about to destroy everything. You can't hide, Sister Tsunade, hide behind me. Robin's face turned pale. Idiot, how could I let you stand in front of me? Tsunade firmly stood in front of Robin. Her face turned pale. With an attack of this level, even if you have an Een seal, you will be smashed to death. 100 flowers? 1,000 flowers. Robin's catkins were crossed on his chest, and 1,000 palms grew from the ground, forming a semicircle to protect the 2 of them in the center. Tsunade and Robin hid in defense and closed their eyes in fear. Whether we live or die next, we can only leave it to fate. Hee, I seem to be late. I accidentally bumped into Kaido on the way. Thousands of shadow bats suddenly surged out of the sky, piercing the 100-ton island into pieces in the face of the fierce flames. What followed was a large shadow net that blocked the sunlight, catching all the fragments whose power was greatly reduced. Mariah said calmly, "Where's Lin Chi? I'm here to return your favor." Hey, Thunder Bastard, long time no see. Although he didn't see Lynch, he saw Enelu, and Moria instantly became energetic. Enelu is his cherished companion. Bastard Shadow, you're late. Enelu glanced at Moria with a hint of joy, but said inhumanely, "The old lady of Kongdao is faster than you. If you still don't come, I think Lynch will have the idea of cracking your skin." Shichibukai Mariah, do you also want to fight against the world government? Saint Satan stared at Mariah and asked, Fool Wulioxing, I'm a pirate to begin with. Why don't you say anything stupid again? Moria moved like thunder, splitting into a shadow mage, and without saying a word, he started a holy war with Satan. A large number of shadows poured out of Moria's body, and his body constantly exchanged positions with the shadow mage, teleporting to appear in every corner of the battlefield. Moria's strength is not weak in the first place. He was a ruthless person who could fight Kaido many years ago. Even if he lost later, he still managed to escape from Kaido's hands. Later, when he became decadent, his strength plummeted, but after being beaten up by Lynch, he found himself again, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds in Kongdao and in Iroh, relying on the immortality characteristics of the top-level superhuman shadow fruit. Moria was stunned to block Saint Satan. Demon Robin, Tsunade, and Kakashi assisted Mariah from a distance. A Shichibukai who is only slightly weaker than an Iroh, 2 elite lieutenant generals, and a half-step general candidate. The four of them cooperated to stop Satan Shung. The screen came to another battlefield. Kizaru raised his foot in midair and launched a flash kick, kicking Tom to pieces for the 300th time. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Tom returned to his cat form again, stomping his feet and pointing at Kizaru and meowing. Although Kizaru couldn't understand what Tom was saying, he could still feel that the other person's scolding was a bit unpleasant. What a weird cat. I'm also following orders. Don't blame me. Kizaru put one hand in his pocket, pointed at Saint Satan in the distance, and said, "Did you see it? It's the old man commanded by that man. If you want revenge in the future, just go to him." Tom Cat nodded vigorously and remembered Saint Satan. Just when it was about to seek revenge from Saint Satan, Kizaru stopped him again and said in his lazy voice, "Cat, your opponent is me." After finally finding an opponent who could easily catch the fish and clock out, Kizaru said he didn't want Tom to leave. As he spoke, Kizaru raised his hand and kicked Tom back to the ground, turning him into a cat cake. It's the kind of cat cake with a thickness of only 1 centimeter, and Tom's eyes seemed to have become 2 fried eggs. Suddenly, a cat's paw stretched out from the cat cake and touched the cat cake to find the position of the cat's head. With a casual mention, Tom was like an inflated balloon, and the speed of light returned to its original state. When Kizaru saw this scene, he was already used to it. I believe there will never be another such weird creature in this world. When he was pierced by the laser for the 306th time, Tom couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't bear it at all. Tom gritted his white teeth, clenched his 2 small fists tightly, and stared in the direction of Kizaru, feeling that the temperature in his body was rising. Steam began to rise from the top of its head, and its head was red and smoking like a thermometer about to explode. Tom was angry, really angry. This human named Kizaru is so hateful. Tom didn't mind if it beat him or if he looked ugly, but he did mind if he stopped himself from helping his master. Meow, meow, meow. Tom suddenly pulled out a card from his tail fur. The eagle's eyes on the card were as if they were painted on a real person, extremely lifelike. The card changes in Tom Cat's hands and bursts in a colorful light. Tom took a deep breath from his cigar, and the smoke he exhaled formed a line of big characters in the air. Tom, transform. Tom inserted the card back into his tail hair, and the whole cat was suddenly enveloped in a colorful halo. What a powerful sword energy! Kizaru's expression suddenly changed, and he felt the world-destroying power of the sword from the halo. The halo dissipated, and Tom's makeup changed again. The supreme sharp knife, the black knife, appeared out of thin air in Tom's hands at night. It was wearing a red and black coat, a cross necklace on its chest, and a red and black top hat on its head. 2 mustaches appeared on Tom's face, and the aura of a peerless swordsman emerged spontaneously. Eagle Eye. Kizaru was no longer calm, with a look of astonishment on his face. The Tom below cannot be said to be exactly the same as Hawkeye. There's almost no difference. And that black knife? Why does Kizaru feel that it is real? There is also a terrifying aura that only belongs to the great swordsman. Hawkeye is nothing more than that, right? Kizaru's face twitched, and he suddenly felt something bad. Tom suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed past. Jung! Tom Cat started to move, clenched the black knife in his hand, and launched a slash. A 1,000-meter-long flying slash flew towards Kizaru at high speed. Kizaru's head was numb at this moment, and it turned into light particles and flashed to the side. Boom! The kilometer-long slash spanned 4 battlefields and split the dozens of kilometers-long island into 2. The final slash fell into the sea, cutting the sea into an abyss that could not be seen to the bottom. The waves were rough, the water was undulating, and Tom Cat's attack caused a tsunami hundreds of meters high on the sea. Several passing sea kings were brutally cut into pieces, and their bodies were floating on the sea, with blood staining the nearby sea surface red. Seeing the power of this blow, Kizaru's laziness disappeared, and he was sweating profusely without realizing it. It seems he messed with the wrong cat. With Hawkeye's attack power, endless physical strength, and an immortal body. Even Hawkeye himself can't defeat this cat. I thought Tomcat was the easiest one to bully, but now it seems that he is the worst one to offend. The Eagle Eye experience card used by Tomcat is the reward given by the system after it challenged Eagle Eye last time. For half an hour after use, Hawkeye's full strength will be inherited. Needless to say, the gold content of the world's greatest swordsman is a solid general level. Before Shank's arm was broken, Hawkeye often had sword duels with him. As for Shank's swordsmanship, he instantly killed Kid, who had a bounty of 3 billion, with one divine move. Later, after Shanks broke his arm, Hawkeye may have felt that bullying disabled people was not good, so he stopped fighting Shanks. And Tom, who has the power of Hawkeye, is even more powerful than Hawkeye, because as long as it feels that its physical strength is unlimited, it is unlimited. If it feels that it will not die, it will not die. It feels that it can walk on the air, and it can walk on the air. Swordsmen themselves are known. For their attack power, it only needs attack, no defense, and is infinitely durable. Even Immortal would have to obediently take off his clothes and give them to Lynch when he sees them. During this half hour, Tom is invincible. Tomcat took a deep breath from the cigar again, exhaled the smoke, and formed large characters in the air. Leave now, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, anyone who stops me from rescuing my master will die. After using the Eagle Eye experience card, Tomcat's character seems to be much sharper. Kizaru wanted to change his opponent, but now this was not a fight. It was obviously life-threatening. Why did you pretend to be so weak in the first place when you were so fierce? For a moment, Kizaru felt very tired. He is just a cautious migrant worker. Kizaru, just hold on for a while longer. I'll help you after I defeat them. Satan Shung's arms suddenly exerted force and knocked Kakashi away. Kakashi, who had already reached his limit, softened his knees and passed out. On the side, Tsunade and Robin also lost their ability to resist, leaving Mariah alone to persist. Relying on the Shadow Mage's immortal characteristics and displacement, Moria is like a flexible fly, bothering Saint Satan endlessly. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill this guy for a while, and no amount of damage could hurt the Shadow Mage. And Moria can exchange places with the Shadow Mage at any time. Lord Satan Saint, I can't hold on any longer, Yin Yuan exclaimed, and Kizaru's body flew over and hit the ground heavily. At this time, Kizaru looked a little miserable. The originally well-fitting yellow suit was covered with sword marks, and there was a wisp of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Trash! Saint Satan scolded Kizaru. I'll deal with that cat. You can deal with Moria as soon as possible. Saint Satan didn't believe it. It was just a cat. How could it be so powerful? Throwing aside Kizaru, who was relieved, Satan's Saint faced Tom. Such a powerful sword spirit. As soon as he met Tom, Saint Satan discovered what was special about this cat. Just by standing there, Tomcat would exude a terrifying sword power that would kill anyone's fighting spirit. The wind blowing around Tom also brought with it the unique murderous aura of the great swordsman, and the blow caused pain to the person's skin as if it was about to be cut by a sword. Seeing Saint Satan, Tomcat's eyes were filled with anger. What the wretched uncle said was that this old man was the real murderer of his master. Tomcat quickly waved the black knife. Night, and a large number of flying slashes enveloped the sanctuary of Sartan. Every slash here is enough to kill a strong lieutenant general. Wherever hundreds of slashes passed, the ground seemed to be swept away by a swarm of Tyrannosaurus rexes. Roar! Saint Satan did not dare to underestimate Tom. He roared, and his body swelled in a strange and twisted posture. A half-cow, half-ghost monster with 6 arms appeared on the battlefield. Phantom beast species? Ushiki fruit? Ushiki form. He is like a combination of a cow, a crab, and a spider, with the head of a cow, long legs as sharp as spider spears, and a lower body that looks like a combination of a crab and a spider. With a green face and snarled teeth, a black body and hair like steel needles, he looked like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Saint Sartan had no way to hide and endured the storm of swords. His huge body was cut to pieces and the flesh was dripping with blood, but it healed at an extremely fast speed. Roar! Saint Satan couldn't remember how many years no one had been able to force himself into this form. This cat is the strongest person he has met in 20 years. What a weird cat. Saint Satan's eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, emitted a strange green light, staring straight at Tom. The silly cat didn't hide. He's dead. Saint Satan was ecstatic in his heart. The next moment, the curse of the cow ghost was successfully activated, and Tom Cat's had exploded. Ha! Beasts are beasts, so what if they have great strength? Saint Satan's laughter stopped suddenly, and he was dumbfounded. What did he see? The cat's head was obviously blown away, but it actually grew another head? Saint Satan was extremely horrified. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Kill the devil. Tom Cat said 2 words coolly, holding a cigar in his mouth. Hawkeye's sultry man never mentioned the name of his skills every time he swung his sword, causing everyone to mistakenly think that every one of his ultimate moves was a flat A. But Tom Cat is different. He thinks it would be cool to pronounce the name of the move. Whoosh! The cyan sword energy traveled through the air at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. Saint Satan felt a pain all over his body, and one of his legs was gone. Tom swung 5 swords in succession, cutting off the remaining 5 legs of Saint Satan. Without the support of his legs, Saint Satan's huge body fell to the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust. The cautious Tom Cat did not get close, and he waved his black knife, yee, and swung hundreds of flying slashes in the direction of the smoke. Before it was over, Tom Cat put down Black Blade Knight, took out 2 larger Gatling guns from his tail hair, and fired into the smoke. It even has an Overlord-colored coil attached to each bullet. Before Tom, there was only one person in the world who could wrap the color of the Overlord around a bullet, and that was Ben Beckman, Shank's deputy captain and the man with the highest IQ among the pirates. But even Beckman couldn't wrap the bullets with the Overlord color so densely. Tom lay on the ground and used his feet to operate 2 Gatling guns. His hand reached for the tail fur again, and he took out a cannon that was 20 times its size. Kizaru, who was fishing in the distance, was immediately confused. Bang! Bang! Cannons fired, machine guns fired, and Tom Cat occasionally threw 2 firecrackers that had exploded Hawkeye into the smoke. Those who didn't know better thought it was 2 groups of thousands of pirates doing remote damage. But in fact, it was all caused by Tom Cat. Feeling that it was almost done, Tom dropped Gatling, took the black knife, and rushed into the smoke. Damn cat, I'm going to kill you. The moment he entered the smoke, Saint Satan, who had been lying in wait for a long time, rushed towards Tom. At this moment, Saint Satan looked extremely miserable. Although the 6 broken legs had grown back, his whole body was riddled with craters and green blood was pouring out. No wonder he was so angry. When had the superior 5-old star ever experienced such misfortune? Melt my venom. Coming 5 meters in front of Tom, Saint Satan suddenly opened his big mouth and spit out a spider web-shaped venom. Venom is the most powerful attack move of Nyogue. A small drop of venom is enough to kill a Neptune-like creature, and what Saint Satan spits out is enough to kill 1,000 sea kings. Faced with the attack, Tom smiled evilly, and regardless of the green venom, he used all his strength to insert the black knife into Saint Satan's body. Oh, you're a crazy cat. The black knife penetrated completely into Satan Shung's body, causing him to roar in pain. Tom Cat was also melted into a pool of liquid by the falling spiderweb venom. Just when Saint Satan thought Tom was finally dead, the pool of liquid suddenly moved and recondensed into Tom Cat. How on earth can you be killed? Saint Satan roared to the sky, feeling that he was going crazy from being tortured. Invincible enemies. This isn't a nightmare. It swore that it never wanted to see a creature like a cat again. Tomcat jumped on Yo-Gue, pulled out the black knife, and green blood surged. Immediately afterwards, he stood on the back of Saint Satan and output. Saint Satan hurriedly covered his whole body with armed colors. However, the larger the area where the armed colors were distributed, the less the armed colors were in each part, leaving a hole in his back. Regardless of whether it was in the form of a cow ghost, a human, or a half-animal, Saint Satan was furious to find that he could not defeat this cat. It's pity that he, the mighty 5 old stars, the master of the world, can't beat a little kitten. Saint Satan could only rely on the vitality of the phantom beast species to support himself under Tom's hands. However, Tom was also a little anxious. It could only last in this form for 30 minutes. Once the 30 minutes were over, it would return to its original strength. Kizaru, please help me quickly and deal with your opponent. Saint Satan lost his original composure and roared at Kizaru. It was Kizaru's inability to defeat this cat that caused him to be embarrassed. Lord Saint Satan, I also want to solve it quickly, but this guy is not that easy to solve. As he spoke, Kizaru raised his hand and fired a laser at the Shadow Mage, but the Shadow Mage was unharmed. As his opponent, Moria, the more he fought, the more he felt. That is, Kizaru across from him seems to be an undercover agent planted by him. Sometimes, Mariah can't stand it anymore. Fortunately, Saint Satan was not in the mood to stare at Kizaru now that Tom had killed him. Trash. They're all trash. Saint Satan was furious, and his head suddenly felt cold, and he was cut into the Mediterranean Sea by Tom. Oh! Several laser beams suddenly shot out from the middle of the sea, sending Kizaru and Saint flying away. A mechanical giant more than 70 meters tall, with turbines spinning under its feet, landed on the island from the sea. Finally here. In the cab, Kabuto Yakushi was not very skilled in controlling a mecha for the first time. It took him half an hour from starting up the mecha to arriving at the battlefield. The mechanical giant slowly raised its arms made of special brass, and dozens of missiles flew out. SHHHHHH. Dozens of lasers detonated the missile in mid-air. Lord Saint Satan, leave this giant to me. Kizaru took the initiative to take over the pharmacist's pocket. Acting with Mariah was very tiring, but 2 enemies made more sense. The arrival of Kabuto Yakushi was just what he wanted. The mecha controlled by Kabuto Yakushi and Frankie's future mechas were both made based on Pluto's production drawings. They were from the same school, and their power was about the same. He probably has the strength of a lieutenant general to an elite lieutenant general, but modern weapons have special advantages for group battles. The battlefield between Aoja and Iru and Tesoro seems to be the most intense one on the island. A battle between 2 natural types and 1 superhuman type awakening. The ground under your feet forms a dividing line at the position where the 2 sides meet. On one side is the ice zone, on the other side is the sea like gold flowing endlessly, and thunder is constantly falling from the sky. Inalu, Tetsolo shouted. After a short period of cooperation, the 2 had a tacit understanding with each other. Tetsolo shouted, and Anilu understood what he meant instantly. The golden waves beneath my feet suddenly rose, rising to a height of more than 50 meters and hundreds of meters in width, slapping towards Qing Pheasant with destructive power. The density of gold is different from that of sea water, so being photographed would kill someone. 200 million volts? Thunder Beast. Enilu waved the golden stick, forming a pack of Thunder Beast wolves, and pounced into the waves, filling the waves with thunder and lightning. Frozen Time Capsule. Qing Pheasant once again released cold energy, but this time it failed to freeze the gold like last time. The moment the cold air froze the golden liquid, it was melted by the thunder and lightning contained in it. Qing Pheasant tapped its toes and moved back. Want to leave? It's not that easy, Lei Jin. Enilu used thunder and lightning to control gold, forming several golden dragons full of thunder and lightning from the golden waves. The giant dragon suddenly accelerated and caught up with Ching Pheasant. The giant dragon seemed to know that Aoki Pheasant was going to elementalize in advance, and kept flying around him without attacking. Enelu stretched out his index finger and tapped his head. "Stupid mortal, I've already seen through your thoughts." Among Eniru's 3 colors of domineering, only the gifted one surpasses Akiji, and therefore can hear Akiji's heartfelt voice. Enel's special talent for seeing and hearing, coupled with the heart network formed by his thunder fruit, allows him to hear the inner thoughts of his opponents. In terms of perception and sex, Enel's talent is by no means weaker than that of the Red Earl. There was no way to go on like this, so Aoki had no choice but to risk being bitten by the dragon and retreat from the elemental transformation. Ice Age. Crack. Aoki released the Ice Age and finally succeeded in freezing all the gold, but he could not completely avoid the attack of the Thunder and Lightning Golden Dragon and was bitten on one arm. The bones of his arm shattered on the spot, and blood dripped down his palm onto the ground. Although he paid an arm as the price, he was able to get rid of the gold as much as the sea. The devil fruits of the 2 people on the opposite side seemed to be a perfect match. When they worked together, the effect was outstanding, but Akiji was disgusted. In particular, the strength of the person with the thunder fruit ability on the opposite side is not much different from his own. Alala, can you see through people's hearts? Brother, then I can just stop thinking about it. Qingji sealed his bleeding arm with cold air, and an ice knife appeared in his hand. After thinking about everything, his eyes suddenly became hollow. After years of fighting has already been integrated into the body's instincts. Sometimes thinking without thinking is actually of little use, especially now when knowledge and sex are suppressed. When he needs to be awake, he will be sober naturally. A certain rubber monkey once dealt with Enel like this, giving Enel a life of doubt. Enelu was stunned. Indeed, he could no longer read the other party's thoughts. "Can you do this?" Eniro and Tetsolo looked at each other. "It's a bit bad. I can't predict that I and you may not be able to defeat him. Try changing your tactics." "Okay, melt some gold for me. This time the gold is frozen a bit solid. I can melt gold up to 10 meters in radius for you. A little less, but barely enough. 200 million volts? Thunderbird." Enelu raised his hand to summon a phoenix-like bird, which crashed into the ground beneath his feet. The gold was even more frozen than Anila thought. When the Thunderbird's energy was completely exhausted, it melted the 8 meters of gold around it. "It may not be enough, forget it. The golden statue." Tetsolo manipulated the remaining gold to wrap himself, forming a 10-meter-tall golden giant. 2 billion volts? Thor. Eniru released thunder and lightning and enveloped himself, forming a 30-meter-tall thunder god with a green face and fangs and a thunder drum on his back. Then, under the witness of Ching Pheasant, the golden statue of the god of thunder merged together to form a 15-meter-tall golden statue of the god of thunder, holding twin thunder blades in hand, wearing thunder armor and with 6 thunder drums hanging in the air behind him. During the movement of thunder and lightning, Enelu deliberately avoided Tezolo in the center. "Lord Thunder!" Enelu and Tesoro shouted in unison. Qingji was awakened by the changes in the 2 people and became numb. Okay, combo skills, right? 2 versus 1, right? Fruit coordination, right? Ice Age. Hegemony. Lin Chi seized the right opportunity and used the giant's unique skill. The Overlord-colored entanglement wrapped the golden slash and flew away fast who had not yet had time to elementalize. In midair, a large gash was cut in front of Fast's body, spreading from the shoulder blades to the lower abdomen, almost covering the entire upper body. Scarlet blood surged from the wound, and in some places the white ribs inside could even be seen. Boom! Fast was smashed into the depths of the earth by the inertia of the attack. From the beginning of the war to now, countless bones in his body were broken. He forced himself to sit up, and a few mouthfuls of black blood poured out of Fast's throat. What a General Lin Chi! What a hero in the world! Fast raised his head and smiled miserably, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Fast lost his former glory and looked like a beggar who had rolled twice in the quagmire of war. The few remaining tattered clothes on his body were stuck to his body with blood. Fast's injuries were extremely serious. His hair was disheveled, and he looked depressed. Some large and small wounds accumulated on the body since the beginning of the war can no longer stop the bleeding. On the other hand, Lynch had taken off his coat until now, revealing his strong muscles, and no injuries could be seen on his body. The momentum is still as strong as it was at the beginning. Before the war started, Fast never imagined that he would be beaten like this in just half an hour. Even the last time he faced the most ferocious criminal in history, Dragron, he was never in such a miserable state. He is a former Navy admiral, the mighty Hurricane Fast. Ahem, it doesn't matter if you can defeat me. As long as I can keep you company, when Lord Satan wins, you will be the final loser, Fast said with a smile while coughing up blood. He trusted Lord Satan extremely, so he was confident in this battle. So what if he can't beat Lynch? All he had to do was hold the other party back. Could it be possible that the other party could kill him? Fast believes that even though his strength has declined a bit, he is still a general-level combatant, a natural hurricane fruit user, and a top powerhouse who has traversed the sea for half a century. A top powerhouse like him in the sea is easy to defeat, but difficult to kill. It's almost 10 times harder to kill than to defeat. As long as they're not beaten by more than others, or they're bent on death, masters of this level will generally not die in battle. Like the Golden Lion, the Red Earl, and Roger, if they hadn't been bent on death, it would have been almost impossible to be caught, even if the opponent had more to fight against. Old man, don't be too confident in yourself and pester me. Stop joking. If you don't run away, you may die here, but no one will collect your body. Lynch responded coldly to Fast's words. He was condescending, looking down at Saint Satan, and slowly raised the supreme sharp sword, Long Yuan. The hurricane fruit wanted to escape, and he really couldn't stop him, but he still dared to fight with him after being beaten like this. Lin Shi had full confidence in destroying him. Fast counted on Saint Satan rather than counting on the old sow in the pig pen. He was almost hacked to death by Tomcat. What's more, his biggest backhand hasn't moved yet, which shows that the current situation is under control. In the middle of the battlefield between Saint Satan and Kizru, an unexpected person suddenly appeared. Fair skin, beautiful appearance, and long legs. Her long hair was tied into a bun and spread freely behind her, revealing her smooth forehead. Lilac eyeshadow makes a woman look a little more charming. The clothes were slit wide open at the chest, revealing half of the white breasts that were about to come out. Looking at the size, one couldn't help but wonder whether even if they were buttoned, they would fall apart in the next moment. The most eye-catching thing is the long legs, which are thin and long. The mysterious man helped Tsunade and Robin up and said softly, healing fragrance. A pink perfume enveloped everyone, and the pleasant aroma poured into the nostrils. Robin's injuries quickly recovered. Seeing the visitor, he said in surprise, "Sister Guillaume, you have recovered." Recovered. Guillaume gently touched Robin's cheek and said with a soft smile, "I have seen your performance. Thanks to you for holding back the enemy. Leave the rest to me." After 3 years of not seeing each other, Guillaume completely absorbed the soul of the general, inherited all the strength of the first female general in history, and woke up before the war started. Guillaume's awakening is where Lynch's confidence lies. Now she is at the level of a general. Due to taking the Zhu Rong Dan, Guillaume's appearance has not changed compared to 3 years ago, but his skin seems to have gotten better. The reason why Guillaume didn't take action when the war started was because she lay there for too long. If people do not exercise for a long time, they will suffer from muscle atrophy. People who have had a cast put on for a broken bone will find that when the cast is removed, the arm fixed by the cast will be a lot smaller than the other arm. This is called muscle atrophy. There is also a professional term in medicine called apraxia of muscle atrophy. If it were an ordinary person, even if they were well-nourished, they would die if they could not move for 3 years. Therefore, the stories of Sleeping Beauty in fairy tales are all lies. A person in a vegetative state needs someone to help move and massage him, otherwise he will probably die soon if he is motionless. As for Guion, with his extraordinary physique and the blessing of a generous soul, he only suffered from normal apraxia in 3 years. This is not a disease, but a result of the body's own adaptation. Because this is not a disease, it cannot be treated and can only be recovered by eating more and exercising more. It would take an ordinary person several months or even a year to recover, but Guion has fully recovered in just an hour since he woke up. In the half hour since the war started, Guion has been recovering in secret. It seems that the battlefield is full of dangers, but in fact when Robintina and the others encounter a real danger that cannot be resolved, Guion will take action. Robin and the others did not disappoint Guion and managed to persevere until they recovered. Guion's current state has reached its peak. Guion jumped over the Kizura battlefield and activated his devil fruit ability. Healing fragrance. The fragrance of excitement. The scent of immunity. The fragrance of speed. The scent of paralysis. Poisonous fragrance. Guion stopped in midair, his red lips slightly opened, and every time he spit out the name of the perfume, he and Mariah below would receive an extra layer of benefits. Moria was shocked to find that not only was his injury healed, but his physical strength had returned to its peak. He seemed to be stronger and faster than before, and he could no longer feel pain. Dozens of different buffs are superimposed on himself, and Moria feels that he can even defeat Kizaru alone. Looking at the bulging muscles on his body, his confidence instantly swelled. He felt that punching the 3 generals and kicking the 5 old stars would not be a problem. Of course, this is all Mariah's illusion. After superimposing the status on the 2 of his side, Guion pulled out Jinbiliuo, slightly opened his warm red lips, and spit out a mouthful of colorful orchid incense towards the blade. From now on, this will be a very poisonous knife. It has 7 special effects including paralysis, poison, dizziness, and weakness. A 3,000-meter-long Sea King will be knocked upside down by a slight touch from the tip of the knife. Kizaru, long time no see. After doing all this, Guion held Gold Pira and smiled at Kizaru. The powerful aura on his body was terrifying. "Are you Guion-chan?" Kizaru rubbed his eyes, feeling the aura emanating from the other person, and looked at Gon in the sky in disbelief. "We haven't seen each other for only 3 years, so why do we feel that the other party is no longer weaker than us? There must be something wrong with this world." First, the great swordsman's cat appeared, and then Gon, who has the strength of a general, appeared. It's as if the world has changed drastically in the few years he has been fishing. "Although I don't want to fight you, for the sake of my husband, I have no choice but to beat you up." As soon as he finished speaking, Guion appeared in front of Kizaru in an instant, and Kimpira struck down at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that Kizaru, a user with the Shining Fruit ability, almost didn't react. "Tian, Song Yun's sword." Kizaru quickly waved his hand and summoned a lightsaber, which collided with Jinpira, splashing out a large number of sparks. After superimposing dozens of buffs on himself, Guion was able to resist Kizaru holding the Ammon Kanjian sword in both hands just by holding Kinpira in one arm. Guion, who inherited everything from the first female general in history, is no weaker than Kizaru in any aspect. This is equivalent to 2 athletes of similar strength. As a result, one of them was injected with doping, resulting in a sudden increase in data in all aspects. The special perfume fruit of the Superman type briefly gave Guion a powerful physique comparable to that of an ancient species. "Hey, what a scary little Guion." Just as Kizaru subconsciously joked, a pleasant aroma suddenly wafted over. While smelling the aroma, a sense of dizziness invades the brain. Kizaru's face suddenly changed. He held his breath tightly, closed the pores in his body, and retreated violently. The air is poisonous. After retreating 100 meters away, Kizaru took a deep breath and finally eliminated the dizziness in his head. "Kakik, Kizaru-senpai, my husband once said that the more tempting something is, the more dangerous it is. Haven't you heard of it?" Gion and Kizaru turned into two rays of light, one white and one gold, and fought thousands of attacks in midair in just 10 seconds. After experiencing the power of the Gion fruit, Kizaru dared not let the colorful ray of light touch him. Both of them took a speed route, pushing their speed to the extreme. Unlike other battlefields where every collision is as powerful as a roaring mountain or a tsunami, there is only one word for their fight, and that is fast. 1 second is the time for them to fight hundreds of times. On the ground, Mariah, who had finished swelling, was a little dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he couldn't get in at all? In the collisions again and again, Kizaru was sweating profusely again. Strength, swordsmanship, and then dominance. Finally, in terms of speed that I am proud of, the opponent is not weaker than me. Are today's young people all monsters? First it was Lin Shi, then Gion, one by one, which put a lot of pressure on old men like them. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. After thinking about it, it seems that only the fruit side can suppress the opponent with its natural system. Kizaru changed his moves decisively, and after a collision, he suddenly flew into the sky, opened his arms, and the shining golden light gathered in front of him. Boom! Dense golden light bullets fell from the sky and enveloped the earth. In order to ensure that he could hit Gion, Kizaru spared no effort to exhaust his energy and covered the surrounding area for several kilometers. This time the 8-foot Magatama is different from the previous fishing Magatama. Dense than raindrops, faster than thunder. Gion really couldn't dodge the 8-foot-long Magatama attack, so she grabbed Mariah and blocked him. Looking at the dazzling hundreds of thousands of light points above her head falling towards her, Mariah was so frightened that her already sharp voice broke out into a feminine scream. Shadow Mage. Moria used a shadow fruit to switch places with the Shadow Mage, letting the Shadow Mage act as a shield and stand in front of the two of them. The bombing of the 8-foot Cheong Magatama lasted for 5 minutes, and the surrounding islands for several kilometers were destroyed by the bombing, which was dozens of meters thick. Mariah tremblingly moved the Shadow Mage away, revealing the two people inside who were unharmed. At that moment, Moria was really afraid that the Shadow Mage would be penetrated. Fortunately, Shadow Mage lives up to its indestructible nature. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could not leave any wounds on the Shadow Mage. That's right, big man. I think you can be of some use. Gion stretched out his hand and patted Moria's knee. There was nothing I could do about it. Although Gion was not short, he looked like a child in front of Mariah, who was nearly 7 meters tall. If it were an ordinary person who dared to use himself as a shield, Moria would have scolded him long ago. But thinking of the other party's identity and strength, Moria was convinced, grinned, and said with a smile, "As long as you are happy." Gion gave Moria a sensible look, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of Kizaru in an instant. It's so scary. Kizaru was surprised when he saw the harmless Gion appearing, and quickly thought of something. It seems that the shadow fruit saved you. Kizaru, my husband always says it's rude to come and not return. Just take my move. One sword style, swirling whirl. Gion's hand pointed at the sword, and he drew it across the golden pira. The sword suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, as if there was an apparition of the paradise world of God floating in the light. She held the sword in her back and stood in front of her. The golden light shone behind her, and she looked heroic like a goddess. Kizaru felt that what he had seen and heard was giving him a crazy warning. He sighed quietly and said with a hint of resentment, "I really don't know if I owed you and your wife in my previous life. Every time I see you and your wife, nothing good will happen. I'm afraid my waist will hurt tonight." Kizaru took off his coat, which meant that he was going to fight for his life. After the elementalization, the yellow light on half of his body was occupied by darkness, become the center of death. On the ground, Moria swallowed as he looked at the scene of the two fighting. Well, he felt that he was still a few 100 million points away from punching the 3 great generals and kicking the 5 old stars. It turns out that Kizaru is so fierce when he is serious. Moria estimated that if Kizaru had been so serious when fighting him, he would have died long ago. Before today, no one had ever seen Kizuru fighting seriously, because everyone I saw was dead. Lynch! Fast roared, scarlet blood flowing from his body, and his scarlet eyes bulged high from severe trauma. Noisy! Lynch noticed the hurricane condensed in Fast's hand and rushed forward without evading it. Puffed. The sharp hurricane tear pierced Lynch's body. Fast was stunned, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, I caught you. Idiot, I caught you, look around. Lynch fought hard to get injured, but also wanted to grab Fast's body to prevent him from becoming elemental. Anyway, for the Phantom Beast species, if you don't get a headshot, it can't be called an injury. After hearing Lynch's words, Fast's eyes regained some clarity, and an unpleasant feeling suddenly came over him. In the constant battle, the two of them had arrived at the sea from the center of the island. What do you want to do? You are crazy. Let me go, or you'll die if you fall into the sea. Fast was shocked and struggled desperately, trying to pull his arm back. It's a pity that his strength can't be compared to Lynch. Because his arm was grabbed, Fast and Lynch fell into the sea together. From the beginning, Lynch had an idea of how to kill Fast. Facing a senior natural fruit ability user is not ordinarily difficult to kill him. In the sea, this will be a breeze. The moment he fell into the sea, a black halo appeared behind Lynch. The black halo formed a thin film to wrap around his body, isolating him from the sea. Pluff! The two fell into the sea. A large area of his body was exposed to sea water, and Fast, a devil fruit user, became limp and powerless. After several struggles, he completely lost his ability to resist. He became like a vegetative state, unable to control his body, and could only watch his body getting farther and farther away from the sea. Are you going to die? Damn it! It's so hard to become a noble celestial dragon. Sea water poured into the nose and into the stomach. Feeling the approach of death, Fast's pupils trembled violently, and he felt unwilling in his heart. I really don't know why that kid is so crazy. I would rather commit suicide than drag him to death with me. Damn it! Damn it! Forget it. I should have thought that such a day would come. If my descendants can become noble celestial dragons, my death will be considered worthwhile. His vision became blurred due to lack of oxygen in his brain. Fast suddenly felt relieved, closed his eyes, and waited for death. He knew that everyone present on his side were all capable people, and it was impossible for anyone to save him. He was doomed to die here today. The brain is severely deprived of oxygen and can no longer feel pain. No, even if I die, I will see that kid die first. Fast suddenly opened his eyes. Holding on to the feeling of falling asleep, he raised his eyelids and searched for Lin Chi's figure in the blue sea. Fast's eyes suddenly opened wide. What did he see? That damn kid was just suspended in the sea water, and he didn't look like he was dying at all. This kid is not afraid of the sea water. Fast was shocked and frightened. As a devil fruit user, but not afraid of the curse of the sea, what kind of monster is this? I died unjustly. Click! Lynch swam over, broke Fast's neck, and watched the old man who had traversed the sea for half a century sink to the bottom of the sea. This was also the first natural powerhouse he had killed. There will be a second and third one in the future. The reason why Fast is difficult to kill is because the development of devil fruit will not be forgotten by old age. Masters of the natural system often end a battle without a single wound on their bodies, and dodge every attack by elementalizing in advance. A certain actor even finished a big fight with only slightly dirty clothes. Fast has accumulated a lifetime of fruitful experience and is as tenacious as an invincible little kid. It can be said that it is easier to defeat Fast than Aoki Pheasant, but it may be more difficult to kill Fast than Aoki Pheasant. Look, look, look! Tomcat wields the supreme sharp knife with an arrogant look of, I am the best in the world, and under his feet are 5 old stars of the generation. At this time, Saint Satan looked pitiful with too much air coming out and too little air coming in. A news bird passed by quietly at this time and captured the scene with a camera under his neck. Tom, who was holding the black knife with his eyebrows dancing with joy and was chopping vigorously, suddenly softened and collapsed like a deflated balloon, turning into a piece of cat cake. Meow. Tom looked around doubtfully, then bit his thumb and blew up again like a balloon. It seemed to feel something. It looked at the half-dead Saint Satan who was chopped off at its feet, and its tail suddenly exploded. Unknowingly, Hawkeye's half-hour experience card time is up, and Tomcat's strength returns to its original appearance. Tom took out a knife and tried to chop it down again, but this time he failed to leave any wounds on the opponent. Thinking that he had beaten Saint Satan a little badly just now, Tom swallowed his saliva and felt as if he was sweating in the shower. It pulled up the cat hair in front of it like a sweater, revealing its bare body underneath. Continuously pull the sweater back and forth to fan it to dissipate heat. After losing the violent attack, Saint Satan, who was almost unconscious after being beaten, seemed to have regained some consciousness, and the injuries on his body recovered at an extremely slow speed. To be able to beat the phantom beast known for its resilience like this shows how inhuman torture Saint Satan suffered in this short half hour. There was no way. Even Hawkeye didn't dare to use the ultimate move easily, so Tomcat took advantage of his infinite physical strength and squandered it casually. If we come here for another half hour, maybe the mighty 5 old stars and those with Phantom Beast abilities will really be hacked to death here. For a moment, Saint Satan even seemed to see the Queen in heaven waving to him. Aim! Seeing that Saint Satan was about to recover, Tomcat jumped off Saint Satan and ran 10 meters away with his calves. Halfway through the run, Tom seemed to remember something, crawled back on his Satan shung, and tried his best to pull out the slowly disappearing Black Blade Knight. Tom felt that he was just an ordinary house cat, and he didn't want to be beaten if possible, because sometimes it really hurts. Just like the big dog in my hometown, it hurts terribly when it hits the cat. I'm still alive. Feeling that he had regained some strength, Saint Satan shook his dizzy head, and the 6 spider legs under his body work hard at the same time to push his body up. Although some parts of the body are still broken and bleeding, and there are numerous stab wounds, there is no fatal damage. This is the terrifying resilience of the phantom beast species. Where's that damn cat? Thinking of that cat, Saint Satan felt pain all over his body. Following the blood stains on the ground, I saw the damn cat. Seeing Saint Satan looking over, Tom had an idea and immediately straightened his back, raising his head almost to the sky, pretending to be invincible. In fact, Tom was very nervous inside. If he couldn't stop the man, he would be beaten, and he would feel guilty if he caused trouble to his master. Saint Satan looked at Tom and did not act rashly. While silently recovering from his injuries, his brain was spinning at high speed. Why did that cat stop? And the aura of the great swordsman on it seems to have disappeared. I know that no one can maintain that kind of desperate output state for a long time. The damn cat must have run out of energy. Saint Satan looked slightly happy. If this was the case, it was time for him to take revenge. He's going to kill this stinky cat. As soon as Satan Saint's huge body took a step, he noticed that the smile on the corner of Tom's mouth suddenly stopped. No, this cat is so powerful. How could he make such a stupid mistake? Seeing that Tom didn't look like he was exhausted at all, a terrifying suspicion emerged in Saint Satan's heart. Could it be that dead cat deliberately restrained its momentum, set a trap, and waited for me to pass by to complete the fatal blow? The more Saint Satan thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. He stopped and stared at Tom. It was actually the severe beating that Tom had given him that had caused quite a psychological shadow on Saint Satan. In Saint Satan's heart at this time, Tomcat is a hidden, peerless master. As a result, a strange scene occurred on the fierce battlefield. A terrifying bull ghost monster with a height of dozens of meters was staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes, with a kitten less than 1 meter in height. Neither of them made any move. At this time, Tom was very confused. Why doesn't the old man attack him? His own eyes were so dry. Is there really a trap? Tom's appearance further confirmed Saint Satan's suspicion. Thunder Karma Fire. In the fiercest battlefield, the thunderous golden giant formed by the combination of Enelu and Tesoro showed great power. It's quite a bit like Susan Atabuda and two people destroying the four kingdoms. The two thunder blades merged into a big sword in the hands of the 15-meter-tall Lord Thunder. The other golden fist, wrapped with flames and thunder, suddenly expanded and punched down. Boom! Thunder and lightning are raging, thunder snakes are swimming, and the fire of karma is burning. Where thunder and gold collide, a big explosion occurs. Half of the dozens of kilometers of islands were shattered by this blow and sank into the sea. If it were a smaller island, it would no longer exist at this moment. The loud noise caused by the explosion shattered and exploded the windows of residents' homes on the distant coastline. The Qing pheasant elementalized in time and was not affected. Being too big also has a big disadvantage. That is, the trajectory of the attack is very easy to judge, which makes Akiji feel a little relieved when he is suppressed. The island sank, the foothold disappeared, and the three people's battlefield was forced to rise from the ground to the sky. A pair of large wings composed of thunder and lightning grew out of Lord Thunder's back. However, these wings were not used for flying. Enel's electromagnetic force was enough to make the giant levitate in midair. The crystal-clear wings moved slightly, pulling in the 8-sided thunder drum behind them. The thunder drum differentiates in front of me, 8 points and 16 points, 16 points and 32 points, 32 points and 64 points. 64 thunder drums were suspended in midair, filling the nearby sky. Enelu opened his hand, and majestic thunder and lightning shot from the wings into the thunder drum. The 64 thunder drums became half virtual and half real, and every nail on them was so clear. 64 thunder drums are distributed in the sky, and thunder and lightning spread out to connect them. The purple thunder walls that fit tightly together form a circle and surround the three people in the center, like a gladiatorial cage. Thunder God's domain. Enelu and Tesoro shouted in unison. In the realm, even the air is filled with tiny thunder and lightning. In this field, Enelu is invincible. The realm will move with Enel's movement. If you want to leave, there is only one way to defeat Enel. As soon as Aoki Pheasant escaped from the elemental state, the thunder floating in the surrounding air instantly turned into a thunder snake and pounced on it. Unless Akiji maintains his elementalization regardless of the cost, he will have to face these thunder and lightning sooner or later. In the thunder field, Enel can absorb thunder and lightning to replenish his physical strength. If you want to win, it seems that the only thing left is to defeat an arrow as soon as possible. If you hesitate, you will lose. After thinking about everything, Akiji exited the elemental form and attached a layer of armed color to the surface of his body to resist the endless electric shocks. Akiji was just 0.1 seconds too late. Although he was not hurt, his head exploded. 1 billion volts? A wave of beasts. Enelu sat high between Lord Thunder's eyebrows. With a thought, the 64 thunder drums shot out a stream of thunder, transforming into an army of lifelike beasts in midair. Tiger, lion, wild boar, leopard. The giant beast composed of hundreds of thunderbolts roared and pounced on the blue pheasant with its fangs and claws. Enelu, who is in the thunder realm, has his own strength that is infinitely close to that of a general. Any beast here can instantly kill a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million if released. La, my deal has not been completed yet, so I can't die here yet, little brother. Qing Pheasant raised his hand and fired Ice Age, freezing all the thunder beasts. His power can even freeze thunder. Next, let's use this move to decide the outcome. Ice Shikigami. Aoki opened his arms and let the cold air wrap him up, freezing the surrounding thunder and lightning. In a moment, the green pheasant disappeared from the spot, replaced by a 30-meter-long dragon-shaped monster. Human face, dragon body. The blue pheasant appears in the center of the ice dragon's head, and there seems to be a female figure standing next to it, which is somewhat similar to the legendary snow girl. The moment the ice Shikigami appeared, the temperature in the thunder field dropped from more than 20 degrees to minus 30 degrees. This coldness that hit his soul made Tesoro, who was hiding inside Lord Thunder, unable to stop shuddering. Ha 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 ha. Can one strike determine the outcome? It's exactly what God wants. Thunder divine punishment. Enlil laughed wildly and manipulated Lord Thunder to lift the 30-meter-long sword. 64 thunder drums shot out thunder at the same time and converged on the sword. The long sword became as bright and dazzling as a nuclear reactor, and the energy on it was enough to destroy country. The wings behind Lord Thunder suddenly flapped, and his huge body burst out with astonishing speed. King Pheasant also controlled the ice dragon and rushed out. Green Pheasant. Enlil roared with his electric eyes, holding a big sword. Enlil. King Pheasant stepped on the ice dragon, leaned down, and roared. Green Pheasant. Enlil. Boom! The two collided in midair, and the collision of ice and thunder was like a nuclear bomb exploding in midair. The dazzling white light illuminated the nearby area for hundreds of miles as if facing the sun, stinging everyone and making it difficult to open their eyes. The imperial capital on the other side of the ocean was also affected. At that moment, they saw a second sun appearing in the sky. At that moment, people couldn't bear the dazzling white light and hid in the house and closed their eyes. Fortunately, the residents of the imperial capital hid in time, because with the appearance of white light, the temperature of the air is rising rapidly, and some items with melting points of more than 50 degrees begin to melt. And on the battlefield in the center of the explosion, the temperature was even more terrifying. The seawater directly below the people in Enlil actually boiled, and countless fragrant boiled fish were washed up by the gushing water vapor. After about 10 seconds, the deafening sound reached the imperial capital. In an instant, it seemed as if an earthquake had occurred in the imperial capital. All the houses were shaking slightly, and a large number of glass products exploded amidst the vibration and noise. A mushroom cloud thousands of meters high rose from the center of the sea. Lord Lynch, is this the end of the world? Master Lynch, please bless me and my family. The evil world government, we have finally lived a good life. Why do we still come to disturb us? In the stimulation of white light and noise, countless residents seemed to have become blind and deaf. They groped and knelt in front of the statue of the king enshrined in their home, clasped their hands, and prayed silently. After the white light passed, no one saw what happened in the center of the battlefield. I saw that the ice dragon and Lord Thunder had disappeared. Ao Pheasant, Enlil, and Tesolo, holding on to their seriously injured bodies, landed on the charred ground. Ahem, I thought I was going to die. Tetsolo kept coughing up black blood, and Enlil helped to hold each other up so they didn't fall down. Shinji's body swayed, and he looked like he was about to fall down at any moment, but he held on. The battle between the three ended with both sides being injured. Akiji suffered electric injuries to a large area of his body, while Tetsolo and Enlil were also frozen to the point of turning purple. If things go wrong, the three of them may be left with serious sequelae and become permanently disabled. After tens of thousands of collisions with Kizaru, no one could win or lose. Gion dodged to protect Inairo and Tetsolo. Kizaru also turned into golden light to protect King Pheasant. And Saint Satan was still staring at Tom with big eyes. Even under the dazzling white light just now, Saint Satan did not dare to blink while crying in order not to be attacked by Tom. Hey, you stupid cat is pretending that he can't stand the impact of the battle. It's really stupid. Don't I know your strength? Saint Satan glanced at Tom, who was rolling on the ground in pain from the dazzling explosion just now, and sneered in his heart. You really want to deceive me. It's a pity that the acting is a bit too poor. The great swordsman can't bear the aftermath of the battle? Humph! He, Saint Satan, is the smartest one. No one could try to deceive him. Don't even think about it. After killing Fast in the sea, Lynch, who had just flown back from the other side of the island, saw such a harmonious scene. What's the situation? Why both sides stop? Lynch. Seeing that Lynch was back, but Fast was nowhere to be seen, Satan Icon understood something, and his face immediately darkened. On his side, Akiji was seriously injured, leaving only himself and Kizuru able to continue fighting. On the opposite side, there are still 3 available fighting forces: Gion, Tom, and Mariah. Now, that Lynch is back. Fast is killed in the battle, and the balance that could barely be maintained is completely broken. There is no doubt that this encirclement and suppression of the West China Sea was a complete failure. If you continue to stay, you and others might end up staying here. Thinking of the world government's vow to send 4 general-level combat forces, intending to wipe out all Lynch's forces in the West Sea in one fell swoop. As a result, not only was everything fine, but Fast also died on his side. Every time he thought of this, Saint Satan's face was so gloomy that he almost shed tears. But after all, he was a hero of the generation. His reason quickly defeated his unwillingness, and he changed from the cow ghost form back to his human form. He stared at Lin Shi and said coldly, "Our world government has a good life. Since you have served in the Navy for many years, I will give you another chance and let you go today." Tom's eyes widened when he heard this, with a look of disdain on his face, as if to say, "I have never seen such a shameless person who can be so magnificent and invincible." Satan Saint also noticed Tom's exaggerated expression, but as a politician, he quickly ignored it. "Old guy, if you want to run away with your tail between your legs, just say so." Lynch raised the corners of his mouth and looked down at Saint Satan. "You said you let me go. Are you giving me face?" "Jai-he, old guy. Lynch is right. Get out of here." Moria echoed. Wu Laoxing wanted to say something more, but suddenly the communicator hidden deep in his ear rang. When he heard the bad news, his expression changed drastically. Zifa led 3,000 Navy headquarters soldiers and elites to openly defect from a navy, establish a new navy, and led troops to attack the world government's Scientific Research Institute before rebelling. Since Kizaru was not there to protect him, no one was Zifa's opponent, and he was robbed of a large number of high-tech weapons and research results. The specific reason seems to be related to the arrest and attack of Lynch by the world government. This made Zifa, whose personality had changed drastically, completely disappointed with the world government. This old guy, after hearing this, Saint Sartan's teeth almost shattered, and he wanted to tear Zifa into pieces. It seems that he was right in sending Weibel to attack Zifa a few years ago. This old guy has had other intentions for a long time. Yes, it was the work of the 5 old stars to let Weibel attack Zifa. As a condition, they promised to make Weibel a Shichibukai in a few years. Without him, it's just because Zifa's reputation in the Navy headquarters is too great, even surpassing that of warring states and Garp. Most of the officers in the Navy are Zifa's students. A person who has no family, has an increasingly radical personality, and cannot wear a pair of pants with the world government. His words and deeds are enough to influence the Navy. Naturally, he is feared by the 5 old stars. Cutting off one of Zifa's arms will greatly reduce his combat power. He will obediently train lackeys for the world government to ensure that he will not cause any trouble. Otherwise, there would be no such coincidence. Zifa and his recruits happened to meet Weibel on the vast sea and were attacked by Weibel again. Weibel was able to chop off the arm of Zifa, the black wrist, and then kill almost everyone on the ship, but he didn't kill Zifa. Then a few years later, the world government ignored the hatred between Weibel and Zifa and forced recruitment, causing Zifa to defect from the Navy. It's a pity that Lin Shi used some method to grow Zifa's broken arm back again. The second bad news is that Whitebeard led the Whitebeard pirates to attack the heavenly gold that the major kingdoms in the Grand Line were preparing to hand over to the world government. Either of these two is news that is enough to shake the world government's muscles and bones, and Saint Satan felt his vision dimmed. At this point, Saint Satan didn't care about Lin Chi humiliating himself. He snorted angrily and said, "Kizaru, Oya Pheasant, let's go." Huang Yuan supported the blue pheasant and slowly disappeared into the sky. Before leaving, Saint Satan took a deep look at Lynch and then set his sights on Tom. He remembered today's revenge, and he will definitely destroy Shihai one day. "Husband, are you just going to let them go?" Robin said unwillingly. Now is not the time to kill them. Let them go. Lynch stopped everyone who wanted to pursue them, and the three generals fought back desperately, causing casualties that they could not bear. The enemies of the world government are not just ourselves, so why do we do such a thankless and stupid thing? Before the three generals died, they could at least take away the combat power of one or two generals on their side, and they suffered crazy retaliation from the world government for this. It was not worthwhile, no matter how you looked at it. Looking at Kizaru and others completely disappearing in front of their eyes, the heavy burden on everyone's hearts was finally lifted. Inairo and Tetsolo sat down on the ground. It hurts, it hurts. The pain from his body made Enelu gasp. There are indeed many masters in Qinghai, and I have seen them today. Lin Chi, you are right. Before, I was too indifferent. Asshole Raiden, didn't Lynch just ask us to hold off our opponent? Why are you so desperate? Moria complained, and sadly took out a few shadows from himself and stuffed them into Enelu's body to help relieve his pain. Speaking of which, Lynch, you are a healer, but half of my body is unconscious. Tetsolo said miserably. A window suddenly opened in midair, and a team of doctors carrying stretchers jumped out. They carried Inairo and Tetsolo onto the stretchers and carried them to the hospital for people with healing fruit abilities to help heal their injuries. Others returned to the kingdom. At this moment, the kingdom is still in panic due to the impact of the battle between Akiji and Enelu. Lin Shi ordered people to spread the news of victory to appease the people. About 10 minutes after the news spread, Lin Shi was sitting in the palace and heard cheers one after another in the imperial capital. Long live Lord Lynch! Long live Lord Lynch! With Mr. Lynch here, the world government also wants to subvert our Shihai. I heard that the king also killed a former Navy admiral. He was a good kill, but who asked him to work as a lackey for the world government? With Master Lin Chi here, we in Shihai are not easy to bully. On this day, the whole country in Shihai celebrates, with lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and fireworks and firecrackers set off. The excitement is as lively as the new year. People cheered and celebrated while repairing the shattered glass. That night, all the senior officials in the kingdom went to the banquet, except Lin Chi, who had not gone yet. He lay on the big bed and thought carefully about today's battle. The result was good, but there were still great risks in the process. For example, according to Guion, she almost couldn't help but take action in several dangerous situations. The reason is that Shihai's strength is too weak. This time, it is already the limit of Shihai to compete with the combat power of 4 generals at the same time. Let's consider the world government aspect. The 3 generals, Sengoku Garp, 5 Old Stars, and the Knights of God, have a fighting strength of close to 15 generals. Not counting the mysterious Emu, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies Kong, the army under Kong, and the Tianlong people who retired and stayed in Hidden Dragon Abyss. This is the foundation of world hegemons and the capital that enables them to dominate the world. The accumulation of 800 years of foundation cannot be surpassed overnight. Fortunately, the world government's enemies don't just include itself. The Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Red-Haired Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Shichibukai, and even all the pirates in the world, these are the enemies of the world government. Having created so many enemies, the world government has to leave at least half of its combat power to guard the country to prevent brutal backstabbing. Like this time, just a few days after Kizaru was transferred away, the scientific research team was attacked by Zifa. It is estimated that this time, the world government's attack was repelled by itself, and it was disgraced. It will not attack itself again in a short time. Facing so many enemies, the death of one fast would be enough for the world government to feel distressed. If a few more died, there would be no need to play at all. The world government dared to attack Lin Chi with great fanfare this time because it felt that only Lin Chi had the combat power of a general in the entire West China Sea. Isn't it easy to fight 4 against 1? Who would have thought that Shihai would emerge with enough combat power to compete with the level of 4 generals? As long as the world government is not stupid It will not easily attack itself again unless it is absolutely certain one day. Everyone has to weigh the combat power of the 4 generals. His own power can defeat the 2 Yonko regiments. If they want to attack, they must first consider whether they can withstand the loss. Furthermore, Lynch felt that although he was hateful, he was probably not considered the #1 enemy of the world government. He did not start rebellions all over the world like a revolutionary and make trouble all day long. It's not like the 4 emperors who occupied the second half of the Grand Line, burned, killed, and looted every day and opposed the world government. Lynch has no intention of causing trouble for the time being. He just wants to live a good life on his own 1/3 of an acre of land. Judging from the fact that Sanji's family can rule Beihai for 66 days, if he hadn't pissed off the 5 old stars, they wouldn't even bother to talk to him for a while. Alas, the strength is still too weak. I need to think about how to strengthen Shihai's foundation. Lynch suffered from a severe phobia of insufficient firepower and felt that he needed 2 more generals to live comfortably. I wonder if Garp and Teacher Zifa are willing to come over. I'll ask some other time. Waring states, let's forget it and wait until he retires. There are also 9 giant major generals. They are loyal and must find an opportunity to ask Sanji's father for a few clean clones. Although the people died, their souls were wrapped in the power of the giant and returned to Lynch's hands. Just use their DNA to ask Sanji's father to help create a body, and then add the power of the Titan to achieve a perfect resurrection. Dong dong dong. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Lynch's thinking. Master Lynch, are you here? Let me call you. Ino's waxy voice sounded at the door. Standing at the door, Ino hesitated for a second and then opened the door. So this is Mr. Lynch's room. Ino, it's not a good habit to enter the master's room without the master's consent. Lin Shi looked at Ino with a half-smile at the door, his mouth slightly open and stunned. So big. Ino seemed to have seen something incredible. She covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from screaming. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and she stared at them without turning around. Lin Shi pushed away Garrett and said calmly, Sorry, I've been a bit angry lately. Garrett looked at Ino with a smile and didn't mind that he had disturbed her good things. She wiped the corners of her mouth, twisted her enchanting body like a beautiful snake, got up from the bed, and left the room. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lynch. I didn't mean it. I didn't know you were... Ino was helpless and lowered his head, hesitating. His little face turned red as if it was bleeding, and white smoke came out from the top of his head. God, if she had known that Mr. Lynch was in the room, she wouldn't have come in. It's so embarrassing. How will I face Mr. Lynch in the future? When Ino closed his eyes now, the scene he just saw was all in his mind. His heart was beating so fast that he couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. Ino. Hearing Mr. Lynch calling her, Ino raised her head blankly, and a big hand suddenly stretched out, gently peeled Ino's hair, and caressed her cheek as smooth as an oval. The warmth coming from her cheeks made Ino's heart flutter. What was Mr. Lynch going to do to himself? Could it be? So should I pretend to resist or not resist? For a moment, the temperature of Ino's delicate body was so high that it almost burned out her CPU. Silly girl. Aren't you all still waiting for us? Let's go quickly. By the time Ino came to her senses, Lin Shi had already reached the door. By the way, come to my room after the banquet tonight. Lynch stopped at the door and said softly, Banquet hall. Enelu was bandaged all over, but he still didn't waste time drinking with Mariah. The two of them put their arms around each other, as if they were 2 good brothers. People cannot be compared with each other. Some people use cheats, their bones are broken, and all their teeth are lost. If they drink a bottle of milk, they will grow back in 5 seconds. And some people, who have been practicing swordplay since childhood, are afraid that the wall will collapse if they go down. It is such people who are killed by the stairs alone. And Ira's injury was a bit serious this time, and Aoki and Aochi probably wouldn't be able to recover even after 10.5 days of rest. Fortunately, there were people with the ability to heal fruits. Otherwise, Moria and Tezelo would have had their limbs amputated. Bastard Raiden, you're already old now. Shouldn't it be time to find me a younger brother or sister? Moria said cowardly. I would like to advise you, five-fingered girls are convenient, but after all, there are no women. Feel comfortable. A man needs to have two intimate women behind him in his life. Mariah put his arms around Enelu's neck, drank a bottle of red wine, and spoke more and more enthusiastically. The corner of Enelu's mouth twitched. Get out of here. Don't be a bastard looking for a beating. We are not impatient. Moria looked around and whispered in Enelu's ear. Don't think I didn't see you hiding in your room playing with an inflatable doll a few days ago. Speaking of inflatable dolls, I have several Ivankov inflatable dolls here, which are guaranteed to be exciting. Do you want them? He completely didn't notice Enel's face turn dark at the side. 30 million volts? Rice's wife, Enelu, who was offended, raised his bandaged hand and struck the Rice wife down. Mariah was shocked on the outside and tender on the inside. With the dignity of a god, would Enelu explain to Moria that it was a robot brought back from the moon, not an inflatable doll? Won't. Women? What's the point? Tet Solo, who was sitting in a golden wheelchair, drank to himself. Even if all the women in the world were put together, they wouldn't be as good as one of her fingers. The drunk Tet Solo thought of his lover who was bought by the celestial dragon. Every time he thinks of this, Tesoro's heart is pierced with daggers, and his hatred for the celestial dragons and the world government grows even stronger. In the distance, three little ones formed a circle, pouting their little mouths and drinking juice. Stinky Lin Shi, blame Lin Shi. Even if we're not allowed to fight, we are not allowed to drink beer. That's right, he doesn't spank me anymore lately. It's annoying. The three little ones, Dasky, Peacock, and Guena, were very dissatisfied with their failure to help this time. There is nothing that can be done about it. Guena is only 17 years old this year, and the other two are about the same age. For them to deal with the general would be to die. To say that the happiest person present is none other than Tom Cat. Tom grabbed a roast, suckling pig and performed what it means to have 3 mouths per pig, opening his mouth as if he had stuffed a watermelon into it. Poor Tom suddenly choked and rolled his eyes. He quickly poured a bottle of milk in his left hand and a bottle of red wine in his right hand into his mouth. La la la. Tom, who was drunk, found an Indian hula skirt from somewhere, played haha, waved a spear, and danced hula. Everyone present looked at the hero of the war with fondness and allowed Tom to dance gracefully. Amidst the sound of music, Tsunade hugged Robin, pressed her head against the proud snow-white big European pie, and said carelessly, Sister Robin, I will take you to see the white tiger in a moment. Sister Tsunade, she got drunk again. Robin felt the softness squeezing against her face and almost couldn't breathe. That is to say, how can it grow so big? No wonder my husband likes it. If it were anyone else, there really wouldn't be anything he could do against Tsunade. But who is Robin? The sinister and cold lady. Robin smiled evilly and bit into the bursting snowball. Hey, you bad girl. If you dare to bite me, watch your moves. Tsunade held her chest, which was beating up and down, and launched a tickling attack on Robin. Kiki, Sister Tsunade, please forgive me. I was wrong. Isn't that okay if I was wrong? Robin laughed so hard that his arrogant chest, second only to Tsunade's, jumped up and down. Guillaume sat elegantly aside, holding the goblet under his mouth and taking a sip, looking in the direction of his good sisters. A smile flashed in his beautiful eyes. Tina is too weak. Tina blames herself. Tina lay on the table listlessly. Obviously, the 3 little ones were not the only ones who were sad this time. Tina also felt sad that she could not help in the battle. Everyone, did you enjoy your drink? The moment Lin Shi entered the banquet hall, the hall instantly became quiet. No matter what people were doing, they all stopped and looked at tonight's protagonist. Sir, you are here. Kabuto, Yakushi, and Shikamaru ran over and knelt down on one knee respectfully. Taishing and Kakashi silently stood behind Lynch, acting as bodyguards. Marco skillfully made a sliding shovel. My lord, you are finally here. Every time I think of being able to admire your heroic appearance again, I am moved beyond measure. My respect for you is like the overflowing yellow river, which is endless. What are you doing? Get up. Lin Shi helped Shikamaru and Yakushi Kabuto up, walked to the table, picked up a toast, and poured red wine. Let's drink together and celebrate this victory. Lynch raised his glass above his head. Cheers! Everyone also imitated Lynch, raised their wine glasses above their heads, and drank down the wine in one gulp. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. It was hope for the future, longing for dreams, pride in defeating the world government, and admiration for Lynch. After the banquet, Lynch returned to the room. Ino had been waiting here early, peeling herself as smooth as egg white and huddled under the quilt. Ino's dream is to marry Lynch, and what happened today has been her dream for many days. Before Lynch arrived, Ino had made her own psychological preparations. But when he saw Lin Shijin coming back, he was still nervous, his heartbeat was beating fast, and his face was red. Lin, Mr. Lin Shi, this is my first time, please be gentle. Ino consciously lifted the quilt. Ruchi was trembling slightly. The moment he saw Ino's beautiful body, even though Lynch had seen many beauties' beautiful bodies, he still couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the creator. Ino's body seemed to be carefully carved out of fine jade, the most perfect work of art in the world. Her body is as gentle as jade, and her breasts and buttocks are all beautifully shaped. Lin Shi discovered it, and he didn't know why. He didn't have many women with small breasts. At least they were D, just like Ino. What is the reason? Is it really like what the legend says? There are many sailors in the Navy, many Lolita in the pirates, and many monsters in the revolutionaries? I have always been in the light camp, so I am surrounded by hot women? That's just right. I like plump women. The airport is not impossible either. Well, he is just a simple face control. As long as he is good-looking, he can accept it. Ino's buttocks were classic peach buttocks, white and pink. Lynch almost couldn't help but slap her. As a ninja from a large family, Ino has maintained an excellent figure both in terms of tutoring and figure. There is not a trace of fat on his body, and his golden hair is as bright as an angel. The flat belly and navel are actually vertical, and the two pairs of little feet are pink, and they look delicious. Lin Shi looked fascinated, which made Ino secretly happy. A woman is a confidant, and the person she likes her body, which makes Ino feel a great sense of pride in her heart. Madam, it's getting late. Let's take a rest. Lynch turned off the lights in the room. The sound of spars sounded in the room, and with several heavy sounds of clothes falling to the floor, the big bed sank. Ino bit her lower lip nervously, opened her arms, and hugged Lin Shi. Her snake-like body wrapped around her, and said in a weak voice, "Please have mercy, husband." What follows can only be described in 4 big words. What? Hey, dear. The next day, the sunlight spread into the room in wisps through the gauze. Lynch opened his eyes and looked at Ino, who was still sleeping. He kissed her forehead gently, took his clothes, and left the room quietly. The fallen red, like a flower, remained on the white sheets forever. Navy headquarters. The ghosts Smoker and Flying Squirrel looked at each other in shock after receiving a secret report from Lynch. Lin Shi doesn't know that Teacher Zifa has defected from the Navy? Flying Squirrel frowned. I probably don't know. Then let's ask Mr. Garp. Early in the morning, before the dewdrops dissipated, Smoker and Flying Squirrel found Garp eating snow cakes in the back mountain, with Sengoku accompanying them. Lieutenant General Garp. Marshal. The 2 men saluted quickly. Warring States and Garp knew clearly that these 2 men were spies left behind by Lynch, and acquiesced. Seeing the 2 of them coming to the door at this time, he knew it must be Lynch's intention. Garp said angrily, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't take it as my challenge to eat snow cakes." Garp couldn't figure it out. First, his son and then his grandson were clamoring to become pirates all day long. Now Lynch has also quit the Navy, as well as Zifa. What? There is poison in the Navy. All in all, Garp was unhappy. Noticing Warring States on one side, the 2 hesitated. Tell me, what does Lin Chi want you to do? Warring States pretended to be dignified. Or do you want me to leave here before you are willing to say it? No, I don't dare. After hearing what Warring States said, The two of them had no choice but to bite the bullet and repeat what Lin Shi said. Mr. Carp, Lynch said that if you have a bad time in the Navy, you can go to him at any time. Not only will you get 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, but you will also get double your salary. I can also help you beat up Luffy once for free every week, and I guarantee that he will be transformed into the king of the Navy. Sir Waring states, Lynch said you're welcome to come over after you retire. He can open a zoo for you. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they were kicked out by Garp and Sengoku. Garp blew his beard and glared. This brat actually wants to poach me and go to the West Sea. Does he know how much trouble he has caused this time? And that old guy Zifa, he doesn't know what to do at this age. Waring states was even more indignant. This brat, even the Marshal of the Navy dares to worry about him. There is nothing else he dares not do. There was one more sentence that Waring states kept in his heart, but did not say. If possible, he wanted Lynch to come back and become the next Marshal of the Navy. I knew it would be like this. Flying Squirrel rubbed his nose in embarrassment and walked away with Smoker in despair. Lynch's original main target was Zifa, and these two were just a try. Who would have thought that Zifa had left the Navy? The world is impermanent. From Smoker, Lynch also learned about Zifa's departure from the Navy. Teacher Zifa, please don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Shi was worried that Zifa would follow the same old path as before, so he urgently sent the LCN department to find Zifa's whereabouts. Since leaving the Navy with Lynch, the LCN department has become a secret service organization specializing in intelligence and assassination. At the same time, news about the world government's defeat was sent around the world by newsbirds. The world government sent 4 generals and masters to attack Shihai, but they failed. Former Admiral Hurricane Fast died in the West Sea. The emergence of the second largest force in the world, Lin Shi, the king of the West Sea, is well-deserved. The defeated world government, the rise of the Western Sea. Various newspapers were sent around the world, and all of them were printed with prominent headlines. For a time, the reputation of the world government was seriously affected. The morale of the revolutionaries and pirates was greatly boosted. On this day, everyone in the world remembers the Emperor of the West Sea, Lynch, the man who failed the world government. As the news of the world government's defeat spread to all parts of the world, in addition to shock, all parties showed different reactions. Cake Island. Well, this kid actually survived. It's unbelievable. The ant clicked her tongue in amazement. She may not be able to handle a lineup of 4 generals. I thought that Lin Shi was already dead, but he actually managed to survive. Even though Annie didn't like Lynch, she still wanted to praise him after hearing the news. Previously, Katakuri wanted to go to the West Sea to pick up his sister, but her aunt refused because she was worried about getting angry. Now it seems that it is time for this daughter to come back with her precious son-in-law. With Lynch's current strength, Annie doesn't mind giving up her previous unhappiness and trying her best to win over him. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent benefits. Haven't she and Kaido Whitebeard been fighting and killing each other all these years and united again when fighting the Navy? Now that we have a common enemy, we can form a community of interests. Lin Shi is far away in the West Sea, has strong soldiers and horses, has massive resources, and will not compete with him for territory. He is a perfect ally. At this time, the aunt was extremely happy that she had agreed to Katakuri's decision to marry Garrett to Lynch. Well, this sea belongs to our Big Mom pirates after all. The aunt glanced at the shocked Smoothie, Bao and others beside her, and stopped at Katakuri. Katakuri, please go to Shihai and invite your sister and brother-in-law to come back for the next tea party. You're right. Garrett is my beloved daughter after all. It's time to let her go home and see her. Yes, mother. Katakuri knelt down on one knee with uncontrollable joy on his face. Finally, I can see my sister again. Ever since he followed Bao's idea and proposed to his mother to marry Garrett to Lynch for the sake of the overall situation, Katakuri has been feeling guilty for his sister over the years. The Red Hair Pirates Resort Island. Drink. You are not allowed to leave today unless you are drunk. Shanks hugged Hawkeye with a smile and forced a bottle of wine in Hawkeye's hand. Hawkeye took it with a cold face and sat up straight, not afraid of the poison inside. He picked it up and took a swig. Who would have thought that a person with facial paralysis could become friends with a social cow? Where's your ancestral pendant, Hawkeye? Why did you replace it with another one? Shanks looked at Hawkeye's chest strangely. The pendant knife that he always kept with him was gone. Hawkeye raised his hand and held the newly made pendant around his neck. He thought of the cat that could not be killed no matter how hard he hit it, and said solemnly, "I bet it on the New World." Tom, who was far away in the West Sea, suddenly sneezed at this moment. He subconsciously touched the necklace given by Eagle Eye on his neck. A question mark appeared above his head. Why did it feel like someone was thinking about it behind his back? Shanks was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha. Did you also bet on the New World? I don't know what he remembered. Shanks touched his broken arm with a reminiscence on his face and said with emotion, "Such a new world must be very exciting." After a moment of seriousness, Shanks became serious again. "Hawkeye, let's see who can stuff 100 buns into his mouth in one go." Eagle Eye. At this time, the newsbird suddenly passed by from the sky and dropped a large piece of newspapers. One of them happened to fall in front of Shanks and Hawkeye. Emperor Lynch, the world government is defeated. Hawkeye thought of Tom. Sure enough, with such a pet, the owner must be more than a simple person. Shanks remembered his shocking meeting with Lynch on the sea many years ago. At that time, the other party was just a small naval captain, and he was just an unknown little pirate. From that moment on, Shanks assured the crew that there would be a place for that man on the sea in the future. Years passed, and it was proved that what he said was right. The other party became the king of the West Sea, and he himself became the 4 emperors. This guy's a bit fierce. He even killed an old guy like Fast. I hope he won't be an enemy in the future. Shanks murmured. I remembered the scene where I was chased by Fast on Roger's ship a long time ago. I missed it so much. Zepha and Whitebeard don't know the situation of the sea yet. One attacked the scientific research department of the world government, and the other intercepted the world government's heavenly gold. Of these 2 people, one is busy avoiding the pursuers of the world government, and the other is busy fighting with the world government. The beast pirates are stationed in the country of Wano. Kaido took the newspaper on the table, glanced at it casually, then suddenly picked up the jar of wine and drank more than a dozen jars in a row. He burst into tears without warning, startling Quinn and Jack next to him. What happened to my boss? Wow, my vice captain is gone. Jack didn't understand what Kaido meant by deputy captain, but Quinn understood. He took the newspaper and read it a few times, and several large characters came into view. The defeated world government, the invincible Emperor Lynch. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Quinn asked strangely, "Boss, are you wrong? Then Lynch is not dead." "Idiot." Kaido raised his hand and knocked Quinn into the ground with a stick, leaving only one head exposed. "Then Lynch can repel 3 generals and kill one in return. He will definitely not join us. The beast pirates. I originally thought that when all his men were killed and he was about to be beaten to death, I would save his life so that this kid would be grateful and join my army. It's gone now. Everything is gone. The world can never imagine the dedication of a man who aspires to be the director of a zoo to a species of phantom beast." Quinn stared at Jack in confusion. Obviously, neither of them could understand what their boss was thinking. This thinking is a bit too abstract. Still want to save Lynch? Those are 4 generals. You're not afraid to put yourself there. Besides, what did Lynch do before? Admiral, if he really comes, I'm afraid he won't dare to close his eyes when sleeping from now on. Fishman Island. Mother, look, Master Lynch has won. Xiao Baixing held a newspaper and swam in from outside the palace at high speed. When passing by the door, he suddenly lost control of his speed and fell to the ground with a clack and slid several meters away. The fall caused little pain to Xiao Baixing, but she didn't cry. She held back the tears in her eyes, but wanted to share the good news with her mother first. "It doesn't hurt, right? Let Mom touch it." Princess Odoheim touched Shirahoshi tenderly before taking the newspaper from Shirahoshi's hand. "Your brother Lynch is a hero who has not appeared in a century. He will naturally turn danger into good fortune and be invincible." There are a lot of CP spies from the recent Fishman Island. Remember not to mention your brother Lynch's name outside. Princess Odoheim warned seriously. Yeah, I remember. Bai Xing smiled sweetly. Oh, the closed door was suddenly kicked open by the three Shark Star brothers. Father, look. Boss Lynch has won. He really has won. Ha ha ha. The three Shark Star brothers looked extremely excited and barged in with howls of ghosts and wolves. Something like someone defeating the world government was something they had never dared to think about before, but Boss Lynch did it. Not to mention how shocked they were when they heard the news. You are worthy of being the boss. You are awesome. How many times have I told you not to make noise in the palace? Neptune punched his three sons twice and knocked them to the ground. My little sister was not like that just now. The three brothers looked at little Bai Xing and were about to cry without tears. They are both mermaids, so why are they so different? Neptune stroked his beard and nodded while reading the newspaper. Being able to make friends with the king of the West Sea is the greatest blessing for us on Fishman Island. Lynch's defeat of the world government this time has completely stabilized the situation in the West Sea, and no one can shake it. Neptune said to Shark Star, from now on, when you go to see Whitebeard every year, remember to bring gifts and also go to see Lynch. We must maintain a good relationship with the king of the West Sea. Maybe one day, we from Fishman Island will demand more money from others. Fishman Island cannot survive without a backer. The period without the protection of Whitebeard can be called the darkness of Fishman Island. A large number of pirates and slave catchers are causing trouble on the island. There were rumors that Whitebeard was ill. Considering Whitebeard's age, Neptune had to find a new backer for himself and for Fishman Island. The friendship between the two parties is at stake here, and Lynch is the best choice. Yes, father. Sharkstar was excited. This year he could finally see his boss's handsome face again. Father, I also want to see Mr. Lynch. Little Bai Xing blushed and tugged at the corner of Neptune's clothes, speaking like a mosquito. Okay, you and your eldest brother and the others will go together in a few months. Neptune said dotingly. After it was revealed that Lynch had defeated the world government, jaw-dropping news came one after another. Former Navy Admiral Blackwatch Zifa rebelled from the Navy and established a new Navy. General Zifa attacked the world government's scientific research base, causing serious losses to the world government. Whitebeard intercepts the heavenly gold, and the world government is furious. One big piece of news after another shocked the people on the sea. When did the world government become so easy to bully? This day will become the dark history of the world government. Morgans, who was in charge of the news, was going crazy with joy. In the past, big news that was hard to find came one after another, and he was almost making money. In the afternoon, a piece of news second only to Lynch's defeat of the world government was also carried out by Newsbird. The immortal swordsman, Tom, defeated the 5 old stars, Saint Satan, and once forced Saint Satan to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. There's also a photo attached below. Tom, dressed as Hawkeye, stepped on the body of Saint Satan in the form of a cow ghost, beating Saint half to death. Civilians don't know who the 5 old stars are, but that doesn't mean everyone doesn't know. People with strong backgrounds were dumbfounded and lamented how awesome this cat was. The cat recognized by Hawkeye, Mr. Lynch's pet, is just extraordinary. Damn it, Mr. Lynch is so awesome. Any pet can defeat the 5 old stars. Tomcat is awesome. I want to establish the Meow Meow cult. Kneel down a Lynch. Not only is he so powerful, but even his pet is so powerful. Ha! I can laugh at Saint Satan for 300 years, but he was beaten by a cat. Ha ha! The eagle-eyed pupil fluctuated slightly. Is that weak kitten so powerful except that it cannot be beaten to death? Shanks looked down at the photo in the newspaper, then at Hawkeye, and finally found Huadian. Why does this cat look so similar to you? Look, it also has a black knife in its hand, Knight. The Tom in the picture is so majestic that he almost looks like Hawkeye. The only difference is that one is a human and the other is a cat. Staring at Tom's mustache that was exactly the same as Hawkeye's, Shanks touched his chin and came to a conclusion. With the same expression as he said, Do you like fur women? What are you talking about? Hawkeye wondered today's old friend. Shanks pointed at Tom in the photo. Isn't this the illegitimate child you had with the fur tribe? Eagle. Ha, the boss's jokes are still so funny. Jesus smiled. Holy Land, Mary Joa. When did Saint Satan suffer such humiliation? Not only was he beaten by Cat, but the photo was also circulated by that bastard Morgans. I will be famous all my life. Saint Satan's anger surged, and his low roar echoed in the room. Morgans! Tom Cat, I will definitely kill you. Along with the photo of Tom Cat, there's also a reward order from everyone. Sir, Shikamaru respectfully brought a thick stack of reward orders. Ha ha ha. I've been catching pirates for 7 or 8 years, but I never thought that one day I would appear on the reward list. Lin Chi found it quite interesting. The first bounty is mine. Emperor of the West Sea, a Lynch. The bounty is 50 billion. The photo above is a recent photo of myself, and I don't know who took it. The bounty photographer in this world is a magical profession. No matter how much your bounty is or where you are, you can always get your latest photos. In the photo, he was returning home in triumph, with countless fans and the people behind him cheering. Not bad. I look very handsome in the photo. Wang Lufei seems to have defeated Kaido for only 3 billion, right? What he didn't know was that because the photo of the reward was so handsome, it was hung on the bedside by many admirers for display. Among them are little Nami, little Baixing, Urki. Lynch put down the reward order and picked up the second one. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tom's reward to be so high. It feels like 80% of the time, it was Saint Satan who was affected by his personal emotions. Deliberate revenge. Immortal swordsman Tomcat. The bounty is 36 billion. As a reward order issued by the world government, of course, you cannot step on the photo of the 5 old stars. The photo shows Tom eating steak. When he heard his reward, Tom rushed over with a swish sound, took the reward, and nodded with satisfaction, his tail almost raised to the sky. Okay, it needs to be taken back to the room and hung up. It hangs together with the photo of Saint Satan stepping on his feet. What follows is Sword Princess Gion. The bounty is 30 billion, 3,000 million. Thor Enel. The bounty is 25 billion. Shadow Mage Moria. The bounty is 13 billion. Son of the Devil, Robin. The bounty is 9 million. Golden Emperor Tetsolo. The bounty is 8 million. Doghead Kakashi. The bounty is 4 million. 100 House Tsunade. The bounty is 4 million. Adding up the dozens of bounties, the amount frighteningly exceeds 200 billion. Unprecedented. Before Lynch, there had never been any force with a total bounty of more than 20 billion. Sir, many other forces came to Shihai and gave many gifts. Do you want to meet them? Yao Shirdo asked. Gifts? What are they here for? I just wanted to come to congratulate the world government we defeated, probably to curry favor with us. See you, why don't you see me? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chi's lips. Go through the main entrance and let them come in swaggeringly. My subordinate understands. It turns out that before the war started, many forces sent their men to stay outside the West Sea, just waiting for the outcome of the war. If the world government wins, they won't care. If Lin Chi wins, then since they all have a common enemy, they should make friends first. Especially since Lin Chi is entrenched in Shihai, there is no possibility of conflict of interest with them. What if there's an opportunity to collaborate in the future? Jianghu is not only about fighting and killing, but also about worldly relationships. As a result, the empire was particularly lively on this day. The main gate of the imperial capital was wide open, and countless residents stood curiously on both sides of the street, watching the major forces enter the imperial capital carrying large and small packages of gifts. Representatives of the White-Beard Pirates, here to congratulate the Emperor on his victory over the world government. I wish the Emperor long life, prosperity within the sea, and peace of mind for the people. The representative of the white group was all smiles and waved to the back, and a large number of young men carried out the beautifully wrapped gifts one by one. After checking, the guard in charge of recording said in a loud voice, The Whitebeard Pirates' congratulatory gift, Superman paper fruit, 3 pairs of deep-sea night pearls, and 3 large boxes of gold items. Wow, the Whitebeard Pirates are too generous. They give away all the devil fruits. The onlookers were shocked, but they were also blinded by the golden treasure in the box. Are they trying to show face to our king? The king is so powerful that even the Whitebeard Pirates are coming to give gifts. They are the 4 emperors. Someone who understood said. Next, representatives of various forces appeared one after another, bringing various gifts. The citizens were eye-opening and became even more enthusiastic about Lynch. Lynch sat in the palace, his belief level soaring rapidly. Representatives of the Big Mom Pirates, here to congratulate the Emperor on his victory over the world government and wish the Emperor eternal prosperity, everlasting mountains and rivers, and high spirits. Representative of the Red-Haired Pirates, I would like to congratulate the Emperor and wish him all the best. He will be more prosperous than the East China Sea and will succeed immediately. Representatives of the Beast Pirates, here to congratulate the Emperor on being invincible in the world and wish the Emperor prosperity, change, and prosperity with each passing day. The Kingdom of Germa? The Vinsmoke family congratulates the Emperor on his triumphant victory. I wish the Emperor prosperity in military affairs, invincible attacks, and invincibility in all battles. Representatives of the 6 kings of the underground world, congratulations to the Emperor on his victory. I wish the Emperor to raise his eyebrows with his case and become famous and majestic in all directions. Representative Doflamingo, I sincerely wish the Emperor to defeat the enemy. I wish the Emperor. Representatives of dozens of forces, with everyone watching, walked for 2 hours before they all entered the city. The onlookers watched with excitement. We are all blessed by Mr. Lynch. We have never had so many great people in the West Sea before. Oh my God, those treasures can't even fit in a house. It is a great blessing for Shihai that we have a king. Long live the king. Long live the king. After gaining faith and reputation, Lynch no longer cares about the messengers. No matter how small a person is, he is worthy of receiving him personally. It is enough to have the pharmacist Kabuto to help him receive him. At this time, Lynch, Mariah, Enel, and a group of scientific researchers in white coats were gathered together, studying the robot that Enel brought back from the moon. It's amazing, it's amazing. These robots are as intelligent as humans. A full charge can support 3 months of operation under normal circumstances, which is amazing. The eyes of a group of scientific research geeks almost glowed, making the little robot in the center feel a little scared. She tugged on Enelu's arm and said, Lord God, can we go? Nan is scared. Don't be afraid. Everyone is not a bad person. Anela became rarely gentle and comforted. After they finish their research, I will take you to eat battery ice cream. Okay, God is the best, the little robot cheered. Enelu has really changed a lot over the years since he was severely beaten by Lynch. Like before, let alone comforting him, if he didn't dismantle the robot, it would be regarded as an act of kindness. How long will it take for you to crack the moon's technology? Lynch asked. Back to the king, the technology on the moon is really far ahead of us. Even if there are many samples here, it will take us at least 10 years to completely crack it. This kind of self-aware robot is not yet available in the world's governments, and it was only 6 years later that it was built. This is the result of research conducted by the world government for decades or hundreds of years. So Lynch understood them, but couldn't accept them. Alas, it seems that we have to find a way to find a genius like Vegapunk. A pharmacist's pocket is too little and can only shorten this time by 2 years at most. Okay, you go down first and study slowly. Remember not to hurt the robot. Yes, Your Majesty the King. The scientists ran back to the Scientific Research Institute eagerly. Are these things on the big moon above your head? After the scientists left, Moria reached out and poked the robot girl's face and said, there shouldn't be aliens in this world. Probably. Not to mention, there are really aliens in this world. Lynch knew more. He knew that the Qinghai people on the empty island now migrated from outer space. They used to live on the moon. In the past, their technology was more advanced than that of the world government, but unfortunately it degraded after arriving on the empty island. Since the Sky Island people are like this, what about the Fishman tribe, the Mermaid tribe, the Ghost tribe, the Giant tribe, the Three-Eyed tribe, the Long-Legged tribe, the Longhand tribe, and the Fur tribe? There are also special races of bear and jinn. There are so many races that are so different from the Qinghai people. Maybe their ancestors came from outer space just like the Sky Islanders. Alien, Enel snorted. If there are really aliens, all the men will be captured to grow watermelons and pick cotton. Those who don't obey will be whipped. All the women will stay, the unattractive ones will go pick cotton, and the pretty ones will be given welfare. 1 for each person. No, 2 for each. Lynch gave a thumbs up to Enel. You have some ambition. That's right. Enelu raised his head proudly. In the following week, there was a rare period of calm in the West Sea. On this day, Tom suddenly came to Lynch with a mouse, 2 bears, and a birdman, and introduced them warmly. Meow, 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 meow. The advantage of having the mouse is that Tom finally has a translator. Tom said while the mouse translated for Lynch. Seeing the legendary figure Shi Hai Wang, the mouse kowtowed twice in awe before translating with a trembling voice. Hello, Mr. Lynch. We are Boss Tom's crew and a member of his Beast Pirates. It said it just wanted to be a house cat. The Beast Pirates are officially disbanded, starting today. What? The mouse suddenly reacted and looked at Tom in horror. The 2 bears were stunned while eating honey, hugged Tom's calf, and cried loudly. While crying, he held up a sign. Boss Tom, you can't just ignore us. The best we can do is eat less in the future. Tom shook his head and allowed the mouse to continue translating. The mouse choked up and said, Don't try to persuade me anymore. I don't have that big ambition. My biggest dream is just to stay with my master and have a warm nest. You have been with me for many years and are my companions. I, Tom, am a loyal cat and will not abandon you. I will ask the master to arrange a residence in the imperial capital to accommodate you properly. From now on, every bite of my Tom's food will be half of yours. Will Boss Tom? After the mouse finished translating, he couldn't help but hug Tom the cat and cried loudly. I'm your bitch. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just staying with you. Tom raised his hand to wipe the tears from his eyes. Really, they all love to cry so much that it makes them want to cry too. Lin Chi looked at this scene with a half-smile, not knowing where Tomcat found these strange animals. Returning to the Beast Pirates, where does this leave Kaido's old face? Okay, Lin Chi said lightly, and several animals were so frightened that they immediately stopped crying. For Tom's sake, I will properly arrange for you to live in the Imperial City. If you miss Tom in the future, you can come and play with him at any time. Really? The 3 brothers Mouse and Bear raised their ears in surprise. You have no joke. Thank you, Your Majesty the Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty the Emperor. You are our great benefactor. The mouse pulled the 2 brothers, the bear, and banged their heads a few times, and then retreated sensibly. Only Monet was left, still looking at Lynch blankly. Although she said it was the first time she saw Lin Chi in person, she had already heard of him. How should I put it? Before seeing the photo and hearing the opponent's brutal record, Monet once thought that Lynch had 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face and fangs, and the kind that would eat 2 children alive at every meal. But he is really handsome. He is much more handsome than in the photo, with a smile as bright as spring breeze, but his eyes are full of majesty. For a moment, Monet was stunned. Da-da! The crisp sound of Lynch's fingers tapping on the wooden chair brought Monet back to reality. Noticing the majestic eyes staring at him, Monet hurriedly pretended to be drained of strength and collapsed to the ground, covering his pretty face with his wings and sobbing. The graceful figure shows a delicate posture, which is touching. Both of the little girl's parents died when she was young. The villains captured her, cut off her limbs, and transformed her into a weirdo. I finally escaped and was rescued by Boss Tom. I learned about the deeds of the Emperor from Boss Tom, and I began to admire him from then on. The little girl asks you to keep me by your side. Even if you are a slave, it is better than me being alone. Please have mercy. As Monet spoke, his delicate body trembled with sobs, like a wounded animal. An ordinary person would have been confused by Monet's combination of punches. But who is Lynch? Is it just because of the beauty that you blindly trust a woman's words? What's more, he doesn't know Monet's identity. Doflamingo's subordinate, a user with snowy fruitability. Apart from smog, this is another disgrace of the natural system. It is a weak one with a dignified natural system. But Doflamingo just gave him a gift to please him. So what happened to this woman? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. That evil man really deserves to be cut to pieces, even a beautiful woman like you. Do you still remember the address of that evil man? Let's go kill him. What? Monet didn't know what to say for a moment. This is not how the script should be performed. Shouldn't the other party be moved by her beauty and happily keep her by her side? She has absolute confidence in her beauty. With such a beautiful little fangirl, no one can refuse her. If the other party is taken to Caesar, Monet cannot imagine the hellish consequences. The other party must be too enthusiastic. If he had known better, he wouldn't have pretended to be so pitiful. Monet pretended to shed tears again. It's all my fault that the little girl is useless. She is a road idiot. I can't remember which island it is. I can't remember the name of the island. She lowered her head in self-reproach. Her eyes were red, and she buried her face in her plump chest, which was at least AG. Although it is large, it is also very coordinated. Perhaps this is the unique beauty of women in this world. Lynch remembers reading One Piece Weekly when he was a kid, and Nami and Robin both had F-busts. The exaggerated proportions of round and plump breasts and plump limbs may only be found in comics, but now they appear in reality. Lynch lamented that he was worthy of being a spy since he was a child. It would be a pity to win an Oscar for his acting skills. Oh, you're a poor person too. From now on, you can live in the palace. I will have someone arrange a room for you. Thank you, sir. Your kindness will never be forgotten by this little girl. Monet wiped his eyes, stood up, and bowed to Lin Chi, exposing the deep white ditch to Lin Chi's eyes. When Monet and the guards left, Lin Chi sneered disdainfully. Play seductively with him? Which of his wives is not stunningly beautiful? Later, Lynch called Mark and asked him to take several LCM members to monitor Monet. Yes, my lord. Well, let's go. Lynch couldn't stand Mark's passionate gaze and drove him out of the room. The first thing he did when he left the room, Mark skillfully picked up a black book and recorded it. Wednesday, the weather is sunny. Master Lynch today is still as heroic and domineering as ever. I'm happy to talk to adults again. That night, Lin Chi suddenly stood up from the bed and appeared on the roof. The dark night was as bright as day in his eyes, and he could see a little green-furred mouse tiptoeing through the rooms. Sir, you're out. Mark appeared behind Lynch and knelt down on one knee. It seems that the little mouse tonight is not honest. You guys please withdraw. I'll keep an eye on her myself. Mark hesitated for a second, then lowered his head and said, Yes, sir. After half an hour of searching, Monet turned into snowflakes and passed through a small crack in the door, entering the room guarded by guards. When I found a room full of books and work supplies, I felt refreshed. Great, we found this guy's study. Let me find out, where does he hide all the secrets? There were guards guarding the door, and Monet didn't dare to make any noise. He could only touch the night, bend down, and carefully rummage through a group of cabinets and books. Are you looking for this? Suddenly, a big hand handed a stack of documents over. Thank you. Monet subconsciously took it and immediately realized something was wrong, kicking the shadow with his claws like a kitten with fried fur. Crack! Lin Chi easily grabbed the jade foot with one hand. No, it should be said to be the bird's claw. Miss Monet, stealing late at night is not a good habit. Did Doflamingo ask you to do this? It's Lynch. A cold current penetrated his body, sending chills down Monet's spine and causing goosebumps all over his body. She didn't have time to worry about how the other party found out that she was the young master. At this time, she only had one thought in her heart, and that was, run. Run quickly. Momai wanted to escape in elemental form, but Lin Chi grabbed Yuzu and suppressed him back with armed sex. What? Miss Monet, did I tell you to leave? Lynch smiled lightly, picked up Monet's ankle, and smashed it heavily on the solid wood floor like a windmill. Who is it? Don't move. Raise your hands quickly. The loud noise in the room attracted the attention of the guards outside, who rushed in wearing 2 pairs of exoskeleton armors. It's me, Your Majesty the King. Seeing Lin Shi and noticing Monet, who was unconscious on the ground, the guards seemed to understand something and blamed themselves in fear. My subordinates are not doing a good job in supervision and let the thieves break into this important place. Please punish me. I don't blame you. You can't stop the elementalization of the natural system, even if you want. Lynch's comforting words made the 2 guards feel even more guilty. If His Majesty is not here tonight, it will cause immeasurable losses to the country. Please, Your Majesty, please punish the 2 of us. Otherwise, I might not be able to convince the public. Those who can enter the palace as guards are basically diehards with a loyalty point of 90. Lin Shi knew that if they were not punished, they might not be able to sleep tonight. You are right. Let me think about how to punish you. The 2 guards stayed in place uneasily. Let's do this. I'll fine you each 1 month's salary. Thank you, Your Majesty the King, for the punishment. Your Majesty's grace. The 2 guards knelt down on the ground in emotion, and the huge stone weighing on their hearts seemed to disappear. Is the penalty of 1 month's salary severe? It's not serious. It's not a punishment at all. That's why the 2 guards were so grateful. Your Majesty, you are truly a holy king who loves his soldiers as much as his sons. Okay, get up. Lynch pointed at the unconscious Monet on the ground and said, Lock this woman up with sea-tower stone iron handcuffs and send her to my room. Yes, Your Majesty. Monet was tied up and thrown to the ground. Electricity jumped at Lynch's fingertips, making the figure on the ground tremble. Stop pretending. I know you're already awake. He pinched Monet's beautiful and smooth face and lifted Monet up from the ground. Tell me, what order did Doflamingo give you? Knowing that he couldn't pretend anymore, Monet opened his beautiful eyes like golden gems and glared fiercely at Lynch. Because his mouth was pinched, his speech was a bit unclear. Don't ask me, Lee. It seems that I won't betray the young master. Okay. Lin Shi laughed angrily. Being a spy and a thief can still be so confident. A traitorous female, ghost like you should be hung up when caught. You are so cruel. Monet couldn't understand what Lynch was talking about, but he also vaguely felt that something was wrong. His fierce eyes seemed a little guilty. You're lucky. I won't do such a perverted thing. Lynch stretched out his hand towards Monet. Where's the phone buggy used to communicate with Doflamingo? Take it out, and I will tell him personally. Monet turned her eyes and thought. It seemed that this was all she could do, but she didn't know what she thought of, and her pretty face turned red. Okay, but you have to untie me first before I can take it to you. Okay, I advise you not to play tricks. Lin Shi picked up the fruit knife on the table and cut off Monet's sea stone chain. Can you turn your head first? Monet asked shyly. No, if you don't take it out, I will search it myself. Lynch was curious about where Monet could hide such a big phone bug. Monet turned his head, embarrassed to look at Lin Shi, and 2 blushes climbed onto his cheeks. Lynch's eyes widened. What did he see? Monet put his hand in Q's fair chest and took out a fragrant phone bug. There was a woman named Monet in the West Sea. Her breasts were so big that they couldn't be grasped with both hands. How did the other party stuff the phone bug that was as big as a 500 milliliters Coke bottle? Is it an extra-dimensional pocket like Tom? Lynch was still in shock when Monet handed over the fragrant phone bug. It's just that the phone bug state seems wrong. Could it be that he is confused by the incense? Get the phone bug you want. Hey, what's wrong with you, phone bug? Is he dead? Sorry, he died a few months ago. There are no vegetables for him to eat in the sea. Monet said eagerly, But I think you could definitely save it, right? Save this guy. No matter how powerful he is, he can't bring living things back to life. Lynch couldn't laugh or cry at Monet's mysterious confidence in himself. Fortunately, the team that came to deliver gifts on behalf of Doflamingo a few days ago was still staying in the hotel in the imperial capital and did not leave. Explaining his purpose and with the help of their phone bug, Lynch dialed Doflamingo's phone bug. Seeing the phone bug transform into a pair of sunglasses and an expression that was in need of a beating, Lynch knew that the call was connected. This very popular Tainyasha seems to have special respect for Lynch. Fufufu, it really makes me happy that Mr. Lynch can call me. Stop talking nonsense, Dover, Lynch said in a bad tone. You'd better explain to me what happened to the woman named Monet. Monet? Fufufu, so this woman is not dead yet. To be honest with you, a few years ago, I sent her to sneak into your place to carry out espionage missions. You can't blame me for this. Your hands are stretched too far in the black market. Sooner or later, I will confront you one day. Doflamingo, known as the Joker in the underground world, knows both black and white, and is an out-and-out underground emperor. Not only did he open the human auction house on the Shampoo Islands, he was also engaged in the arms business in the black market around the world. It can be said bluntly that before Lynch appeared, if the arms cake was divided into 100%, Doflamingo himself would have monopolized at least 70%. Even the weapons made by Kaido are entrusted to him to help sell them. Bailey's income every year can only be described as a huge amount. But after weapons from the West Sea flowed into the black market, Doflamingo's weapons business was deteriorating year by year. There is no way, even the weapons that have been eliminated by Shihai for several generations are enough to crush the weapons provided by Doflamingo. Especially after unlocking steam technology and brass technology, many backward and useless equipment were thrown into the black market, and demand still exceeded supply. How could Doflamingo not be angry when he saw that such a big business of arms was about to be snatched away by Lynch? This is just arms. Shihai's materials are much stronger than Doflamingo's. Except for the fact that Shihai does not sell slaves, there is nothing else that Shihai does not do, which has caused a serious blow to Doflamingo's business. There are only so many interests in this world. If someone wants to get a piece of the cake, they have to cut off a piece of flesh from others. Since ancient times, shopping malls have been like battlefields. Therefore, for a period of time, Dover dreamed of killing Lynch. Later, after I heard that you defeated the world government, I changed my mind. I wanted to inform Monet to interrupt the plan, but unfortunately her phone number could not be reached. We all have a common enemy. If we divide, we will both lose, and if we work together, we will both benefit. Let's cooperate, Lynch. Dover on the other end of the phone sounded a little excited. His biggest dream is to one day kill Mary Joa and trample those stupid dragons under his feet, so that they will understand what a stupid choice it was to abandon their family back then. Being able to cooperate with the King of the West Sea to destroy the world ruled by the world government adds another layer of hope. Dover, if you do something, you just do it. There's a saying in our hometown that if explanations are useful, why do we need the police? Doflamingo's explanation was sincere, but this could not make up for the mistakes he made. What is the difference between sending a spy to explain after he is caught and delayed justice? He didn't believe that if Monet really got some secrets, Doflamingo would not let them go. This is what it means to be caught. Furthermore, he didn't trust Doflamingo, and he didn't lack Dove, the Shichibukai who couldn't even defeat Luffy in the fourth gear. Fourth gear Luffy was now in front of him, which was a matter of seconds. Fufufu, don't refuse in a hurry. I don't think the majestic king of Shihai lacks such courage. Don't you want to hear what you can gain from working with me? Say. Lin Chi cherished his words like gold. Doflamingo lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Artificial devil fruit. Have you ever heard of it? As long as you cooperate with me and provide me with materials for making devil fruits, I can provide you with a steady stream of animal-type devil fruits. Accordingly, you only need to help me collect some supplies and provide me with protection at critical moments. It's a good deal, isn't it? After Doflamingo finished speaking, he crossed his hands with a winning chance, crossed his legs, and leaned on the chair. He didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of an artificial devil fruit. It was a treasure that even Kaido couldn't refuse. Dover, do you really think I don't know the shortcomings of artificial devil fruits? You should keep that garbage and sell it to Kaido. In addition, as the price for your offending me this time, please send me 5 real devil fruits as an apology. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to redeem Monet, add 3 more. Slap. The phone worm hung up, and Doflamingo's smile on the other end froze on his face, and veins bulged on his temples. Lynch! Damn it. The other party actually dared to refuse his Tenyaksha invitation, and he looked like he was familiar with artificial devil fruits. What's going on? Could it be that Monet rebelled? Impossible. It is impossible for Monet to betray himself. Young master, are you okay? Pika came in after hearing the noise. It's okay. The moment Pika entered the door, Doflamingo had calmed down his anger and said calmly, Go prepare 8 devil fruits and give them to King Lynch of the West Sea. Doflamingo is worthy of being a hero of the generation. Although he wanted to kill Lynch, when he thought about Doflamingo's powerful record, he still chose bloodletting and reconciliation. 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Hashi. Lynch, let's wait and see. Lynch over there was completely confident in Doflamingo. A person who doesn't dare to say anything in front of Kaido dares to negotiate terms with him. The only ones who could make his heart beat were Dressrosa and Dover himself. It's a bit difficult to conquer, not only the opponent's arrogance, but also the support of Kaido behind him. The plan to capture Dover can be put on the agenda. Regarding artificial devil fruits, dogs won't eat them. Not only is he afraid of water, but he is only afraid of animals. The effect is far inferior to that of the original version. Sometimes it is impossible to control its own abilities, and its human-animal state also has serious flaws. Except for Kaido, who is a serious lover of animals. Only those who have no eyesight will buy it. The artificial devil fruit was first created by Vegapunk, but the other party soon discovered that it contained irreparable flaws and never produced another one. It would be 6 years later when the other party further perfected the artificial devil fruit. After returning, Lynch called for the memory fruit user. Is it okay to delete all Monet's memories related to Doflamingo? It's a bit difficult. The other party has too many memories about Dover. If you delete them all, it may damage your brain. Just do your best. Lynch patted the capable person on the shoulder. No, you can't do this. I don't want to forget the young master. Momai struggled violently in fear when he heard what Lynch was going to do to him. Lynch knocked out Monet and signaled the Esper to take action. The ability user reached out and pulled, and a string of memories was pulled out of Monet's head like a movie reel. After a while, Sir, I'm lucky to have lived up to my command. The ability user collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely.